Yo, yo, how are we doing? How are we doing, people? Is everybody good? I'm almost out. Because it's California. I'm still in school. I'm almost done. I'm not gonna give the exact time period I'm done, just because don't want to get doxxed. But uh, it is going to be the summer of AIDS. Okay, we're not calling it that. We're not gonna call it that. But yeah, a lot has happened. I just keep waking up and new stuff keeps happening. This is an unplanned stream, but it seems like there are many things to legitimately cover, uh, and developments here that I think are worthy of coverage. Um, but I received news. I was in a call with some old IRLs of mine, and I received news. Well, I received this screenshot to be more specific. Let's take a look at this. I was not expecting. I knew the debate was going to be crazy. I was not expecting this to be the result of said debate. Hold on. I got sent this screenshot by someone. This is not docs, by the way. Obviously, he shares his full name. It's on his Wikipedia page. This was filed in court in Florida on June 3rd, 2026. Defendant Stephen K. Bonnell II, who streams publicly under the name Destiny, participated in a live streamed online conversation with three other individuals who stream under the name Wick TV, Aiden Underground, and Stardust. And then, dude, it's like a little bit surreal that I'm being mentioned in a court filing. I don't really know what to say. But then I got mentioned again. The conversation was broadcast simultaneously by defendant Wick, and Aiden Underground from each person's own vantage point. So the images of defendant's thread with Solo are visible in each of their respective recordings. That's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be. This is just like this is so weird, Dad. It's so weird to see Aiden Underground like in like I mean, it's not weird to see Aiden Underground in Times New Roman font, but it's like knowing this is a part of a court filing. That's like weird as fuck. Um, Now you might be asking, what's the context? Well, we're gonna take a look. This. I'm not doxing anyone. This is all public record in an ongoing trial that is publicly referenced by both parties involved. So I think this is fine to pull up. So hold on. So Jonas Peters, correct me if I'm wrong, that's Pixie's attorney, correct? So declaration of Jonas Peters, pertaining to 20 U.S. Code and 1746. Jonas Peters, declares as follows: I am counsel of record for plaintiff in this action, admitted pro hoc vice. I submit this declaration in support of plaintiff's reply and support of her motion for sanctions. Okay, so they're trying to file sanctions. They're moving for sanctions, which would be penalties imposed by the civil court due to some alleged misconduct, I guess, like civil consequence. Civil Procedure 37, as I looked into it, would be sanctions for failure to disclose information. So it seems like the stream we had is being used to seek sanctions against the defendant because apparently it was shown in that stream that I guess he I guess he failed to disclose something that was relevant to the case. So on June 3rd, 2026, defendant Stephen K. Bonnell II, who streams publicly under the name Destiny, participated in a live-streamed online conversation with three other individuals who stream under the names Wick, Aiden Underground, and Stardust. Wick hosted the conversation. During the stream, defendant transmitted to Wick images of defendant's own Discord logs thread with user known as Solo Tiny Leaks as host. Wick displayed those images on the broadcast for the participants and the viewing public, and the defendant directed which images Wick should display. The conversation was broadcast simultaneously by the defendant, Wick, and Aiden Underground from each of that person's own vantage point, so the images of defendant's thread with Solo are visible in each of their respective recordings. I personally viewed the recording on June 3rd, 2026 live stream, defendant's Destiny's own recording on his Kick channel at the beginning at approximately 5 hours, 47 minutes. The video recording displays a chat between Solo and Destiny in which they're discussing recent leaks by Solo. The first timestamp in the displayed chat thread is at 5:07 p.m. and the last timestamp is at 7:19 p.m. with multiple messages in between. There is no date stamp on the threads, however. The content is clear that the communications occurred sometime after the first leaks in November 2024. These displayed chat threads have never been publicly posted prior to this June 3rd, 2026 live stream. Below is a true and accurate screenshot of the recording showing one of the displayed chat threads. I didn't make it into the picture. The displayed chat threads are directly responsive to plaintiff's first request for production of all documents and all communications which you've had with the individual with the screen name Solo Tiny Leaks, which I'm assuming if they're moving for sanctions over the failure to disclose, I'm assuming that the judge had granted that motion for production, correct? Defendant did not produce any of his communications with Solo and Discovery in this action, including ones displayed in the June 3rd, 2026 live stream. Plaintiff's counsel sent a deficiency letter to defendant's counsel regarding defendant's failure to produce inter alia the Solo communications. ECF 236-8 at 5. Defendant's letter in response dated November 12th, 2025 responded in relevant part regarding Bunnell's communication with Solo. Bunnell has no responsive documents in his possession, custody, or control. Could this be perjury? Did they? Would this? Could this? I'm not gonna pretend I know the first fucking thing about civil law. But is it not perjury if you? I mean, I guess you have to be sworn in, right? If they're saying that they don't have the evidence produced, and then the stream seems to indicate that they do have logs that were able to be produced, would that not be perjury? Spoliation? Did he throw up logs that he hadn't given to the court? That's what's being alleged. Yes, that's what they're alleging right now. Which is insane. I didn't know that when he was showing me those. I didn't know that he didn't give those to the court. Why would you ever? Dude, his attorney is probably like so fucking like mad. That's like moronic. He did this voluntarily. If they call you into court as some kind of witness, can you say AIDS gang for life so it's an official court record? I'd figure out a way to do it where I wouldn't be held in contempt. I'm not going to be called to court over this. Obviously, if I was, I would cooperate fully. Because, you know, I believe someone's been wronged here and I don't want to go to prison, but I'm not going to be called to court over this. If I'm called to court, Wick's being called to court. Thank you, by the way, for the tips. Let me read these really quick. Thank you so much from Just Your Nightmare with the 5. Do they mention in the court case you have yet to buy a burger as promised? I'm suing you. Please buy a burger and I'll drop the case. Deal. Starfish Duder with the 2. Look, Gary. There I am, Gary. There I am. This is, I think, the first time I've ever been mentioned as a part of court record. Even like under a pseudonym. Have I ever been referenced in court record? I'd have to think about that. I could have been referenced without being named. Dude, if the judge grants the motion for sanctions, could I just like brag I got him sanctioned by the court? He really did it to himself. This is truly the court case that makes you old. Yes, thank you so much for the 5, Killa. Your Honor, I am the person behind the channel called Aiden Underground. where our motto is AG4L. AG4L. I'd hope that the attorney asks me, can you please explain to the court what that acronym stands for? This is like ridiculous. This is so like, what a shitter situation, dude. What an actually like, I just like, I still can't believe like any of this is actually happening. I gotta be honest with you. Like, it's just like, I'm a shitter. I'm a nobody. I'm still a nobody. This isn't gonna go make me a somebody. But it's just so funny that like, as the nobody that I am, I'm now being referenced in the fucking court case. The thing is, right? They could talk like when he's talking about what a nobody morale is, or what I mean, he didn't say it directly to me. But when he talks about like these nobodies, and morale was smart to do this, it actually just looks bad for him because it's like these are the nobodies that you're consistently referencing, throwing your own case over, etc. El Jeffy, that's my name, El Jeffy. Yeah, and this guy's actually Hispanic. This I did a DNA test and it said I have like 8% Iberian ancestry or whatever. But that could, to be fair, that could be Portuguese. I don't know. But like this guy's actually proper like part Hispanic, and he says Jeffy, El Jeffy. I've personally viewed a YouTube video excerpt of an October 2025 live stream by defendant in which he discusses Jesus Pena's declaration. Destiny would call him Jesus. Jesus Pena? Dude, Jesus Pena? In which he discusses Jesus Pena's declaration dated October 3rd, 2025, submitted in support of plaintiff's opposition to motion to dismiss ECF 1391. Defendant posts page 8, paragraph 16 of the declaration, which pertains to defendants. I like how they do I like how they write. It's like built on like, I like how they make arguments here, how it's like numbered premises. I don't know if this is like scratching like an itch, I guess, for me to like watch it like formatted that way. I don't have much familiarity with legal documents, but I like how this is done. Um, I've personally viewed a YouTube video excerpt of an October 2025 live stream by defendant, in which he discusses Jesus Pena's declaration on October 3rd, 2025, submitted in support of plaintiff's opposition to motion to dismiss ECF 1391. Defendant posts page 8, paragraph 16 of the declaration, which pertains to defendant's evidence mismanagement and failure to collect cryptographic hash values, and at timestamp 11007 states, "This is such a stupid argument, it makes no sense." At timestamp 11057, he states, "The whole cryptographic hash argument is so stupid because if I was going to doctor anything, I could just doctor a thing and then give them a hash and it wouldn't prove anything. It's so stupid." These are true and correct quotes from the live stream. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America that the foregoing is true and correct. So my question about all of this here is, um, I just want to go back to which number was it? Okay. So I need to see. I want. Does anyone have the letter in response that is dated from November 12th, 2025? Exhibit A. I don't know. Does anyone know how to navigate this and get that? If you do, DM it to me. Because if this is true, if this was actually the statement made, Bunnell has no responsive documents in his possession, custody, or control because Solo deleted his Discord account. Except, how do you get out of those? Unless he manages to maybe get Solo to come in and say that he logged their messages and sent it to him after that date, after November 12th. He obtained it. But wouldn't there be an obligation to, once that becomes true, disclose that to the court? Wow. I didn't know. I didn't think he'd be that stupid. You know, he does self-destructive shit, but I didn't. It didn't. The thought that he was showing me something that could jeopardize his case, that did not even enter my mind for a second. Is this your first time? To my knowledge, yes. I might have, possibly, when the court case first filed, pulled something up. But yeah, for those just tuning in, Aiden Underground is canon. Aiden Underground is canon in the United States District Court, Southern District of Florida. We're canon now. We're canon. Speaking of canon as well, apparently I also got mentioned by the guy that my employer. Oh wait, where did was this removed from inbox? I also got mentioned by my employer.
He's not even good at debating anymore. He recently got smoked in a debate by two 100-view slop tubers. Yeah.
He's talking about Morale and Aiden. Jesus Christ.
He's not even good at debating anymore. He recently got
So, okay, I mean, it was clearly a chatter that had seen it. I don't think Hasan had seen it himself, but that's also pretty funny. Has Queeman, dude, Queeman's gonna be, has Queeman gotten his name right? He has, hasn't he? Queeman's been brought up in the case, right? Dude, it would be so funny to rub that in. Wasn't the decision whether to go to trial supposed to happen today? I have not been, when I tell you I haven't been following this case, I have not been following this case. The funniest part about all of this is the notion that I've been some, like, continuous Destiny A-log or snarker. I've just passively watched other people's coverage, right? I have not followed the details of this case. I had advanced knowledge that it was gonna happen, because somebody had mentioned, Chad had mentioned it, but beyond that, I don't even think in our debates was I even, like, bringing up the Pixie shit. I brought that up in debates with other people. I wasn't gonna talk to him about the Pixie stuff because I don't think that would be fair. Like, in the sense of, or not necessarily fair. It would be like he would just respond with, I'm actively in trial at the moment about this. I'm not going to speak on it, which would be true, right? It would be a stupid decision if he chose to speak on it. So I didn't even push him on that. But I guess he just decided to compromise his case anyways. They need to lump you in with the snarkers to justify any attack. Yeah, and I fell for it. I fell for it. He did this was on purpose. He did this on purpose. I've been asking over and over again, why did he bring up Doobie if I didn't know Doobie? Why did Doobie come into that debate? The goal was to create that connection and then use that against me, because I only met Doobie. Doobie only came onto my stream because Doobie's name got invoked in that debate. So then he reacted to Doobie's calling on my stream for an hour because he wants to make my claims. He wants to relate Doobie to my claims. Now let's make something very clear. Do I have any hard feelings towards Doobie? No. But I kind of took him at his word a little bit when he said he was going to produce evidence of certain things. I have not seen evidence of those things yet, and I never claimed that I did, right? He has not sent me evidence that he submitted a report to law enforcement. So at this point, like, even though I have no issue with Doobie, that's going to be between him and Destiny. It's not my thing. I don't know this guy. I only ended up talking to him for the second time in my life. Because his name got invoked on that stream with me, but Doobie is not a part of the claims that I've made. Doobie is not a central part of my claims against Destiny, and I don't need Doobie to argue for what I'm arguing for. I'm not throwing him under the bus, but I can't really come in and argue for you about anything if you're not going to give me the proof, and I think that's understandable. I made it clear to him, as I said at the time, that I don't agree with how the politics server is run at all. But it seems like the burden keeps getting higher. Like, I'm supposed to personally do something about that. I don't know what I can do about that other than tell him why I don't like it, which I did when he called in. So what am I supposed to do with Doobie here? Why am I responsible for this guy? I had 5 seizures the day before yesterday and was watching your 11 stream in the hospital. I'm sorry to hear that, Taya. But I'm glad you're all right. That's scary shit. So, yeah. What have I gotten myself into? Kino. This has probably been... the last, like, 2-3-ish weeks have been some of the... content-wise. Like, content-wise, or, like, in my streaming career, some of the best I've had. I've had a lot of fun. A lot of fucking fun. As much as I dislike Destiny, and as poor as I think he performed, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it's easy to debate him, because it isn't. He understands some of the technicalities of debate. He knows how to obfuscate. He knows how to lie, and it was legitimately an intellectual like challenge that I enjoyed. I had a lot of fun doing it. I'm very used to talking to people that just don't know how to debate. But everything that's come as a result of that, I've had a fuck ton of fun. And I know that unfortunately, this is the truth of the matter is this isn't just drama anymore. This is very serious. And I want to take it seriously. But I'd be lying to you if I haven't said I've been having fun. It kind of almost feels, in a sense, that debate, like a little bit for me. And I know this is gonna sound gay as fuck to the A-logs, whatever, but you have to realize I'm new here, okay? I'm new to all of this shit. I was a fan of his. This guy was a pretty big deal to me when I was a kid and shit. It almost feels like I've beaten the final boss, and now don't really know what to do. Because, like, this was like, I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't scared the first time going in, especially when I had, like, an hour's notice. This was, like, the debate that I always, like, knew would be my I thought would be my hardest, and the debate that I was the most scared of ever having. But the goal now is to not get a big head about any of this. But I'm just enjoying it because it's a nice change of pace, right? Let's take a look at this. This is a video from Sleepy, who's also been doing very well recently. Great to see Sleepy doing very well.
Is a
Your head is already big, literally. Okay, good one, buddy.
litigious freak. It also seems he's a loser. You know, most of the time when I'm referring to Ethan Klein.
Oh, wait, who sent me this clip? Somebody. I was curious, like, if Diorio was gonna come or not, because I think I haven't spoken to Diorio in months, where he has me blocked on everything. But I was just, like, very curious to see what his reaction to some of this was gonna be, because I've gotten some, like, legitimate, like, super funny fucking reactions. And somebody sent me a clip where he, like, brings up my name and then he brings up that he's seeing me on his timeline, like, for no reason. And then just like, I can't find the clip right now. It was, like, really fucking weird. But as I was digging for that clip, I found this from a long time ago. This was Kino right here, man. Hey, we're going to be talking. Actually, I'll let this roll during my break. This is a Kino clip. This is a Kino bit. I was like, the reason this was a good bit is because I was actually seething the whole time I was doing it. I was just fucking like, I was like seething over this guy. And you could tell. I'll play it when I go for break.
Klein is a loser, I mean, his personality, his demeanor, who he is as a person, he's a loser. But now with this tentative ruling, we may soon say that in the eyes of the law, he is also a loser. We shall play this clip from Denims.
The judge, basically, the hearing was on the 5th, on Friday, and the judge released this document on, I believe, the 4th? I believe it was the 4th. Yeah. And the tentative ruling basically says,
Aiden, I'm curious, who's the person who first got you into nicotine? Like, who gave you a cigarette first? I had a cigarette. So I had a cigarette at a high school party once, and I would just smoke at like parties. I wouldn't really, but I was at a party in California, and somebody had to fly out, and they had a pack of cigarettes. And I smoked at parties, and I'm like, I don't get addicted to this shit. And it's like they gave me their pack because I guess they weren't taking it with them for some reason on the plane. And I ended up, it was July 4th weekend, when July 4th came up. I was supposed to be meeting up with a friend, but his car broke down. I was in a shitty mood that night, and I just was like smoking that pack the whole night. And I think that was the same night that meth head came up to me, and I was talking about meth head, just like watching the fireworks. And I was hooked. I was completely hooked.
is that they want to grant the motion for judgment on the pleadings and that they find that my work is fair use. And a big reason why tentative rulings are so important is because it's very rare that they are changed. Like, it's not impossible that a judge can overrule, or like not overrule, but that the judge can change their ruling or change the decision, the original decision. But your lawyer would have to provide like a lot of evidence.
It was not Turkey Tom. It was not Turkey Tom. It was not Tom. After I was already into nicotine, I got my first Zyn from Tom to try, and I didn't like it. So,
to convince the judge not to rule that way.
This is an awesome result.
Nothing is funnier than flexing on smoking addicts by smoking one cigarette and then just going to do other shit right after. True.
I'm very happy for her. It's very unfortunate that she had to go through this at all. But going forward, when we talk about fair use, Denims is the queen of fair use, okay? No more do I want to hear about Ethan Klein and how he set the precedent, okay? He did a great thing for... Fuck Ethan Klein. Fuck whatever precedent you think he set, okay? Denims. That's our queen of fair use. Now, unfortunately, she's not completely out of the woods.
Well, the first precedent that Ethan Klein set is good because it was used to stop what he's doing now, and wasn't that literally cited in the tentative ruling as justification for the ruling, which is like hilarious. That's actually like, I mean, the irony of just like real world circumstances is so funny.
She still has to deal with the Countdown stream lawsuit, which it completely like goes against the justification that Ethan Klein gave in his video. The video we're about to show you, I reference this thing all the time because there's so many nuggets in it. The Kilotonics video, he very clearly explains this.
Like this. So it's pretty unclear whether Denim's reaction to the content nuke would legally be found to be an infringement on copyright, especially given the length and added commentary.
And obviously, as we found out, Denim's won on that one, so she's out of the woods for that.
Because Ethan couldn't know for sure.
I should watch the other parts of Kilo's video. I should. I really mostly just watched the Diorio part, and I never ended up finishing the other parts in my own spare time because I wasn't like super locked into this. But the Diorio part was like good enough where I feel like I should have high enough hopes for the rest of the video, where I can then go and like, or where I'd actually maybe be interested.
He decided to hedge.
Some of you guys out there sweating?
We can maybe do that on a stream.
He didn't just register the content nuke with the US Copyright Office. He also registered the countdown stream that led up to it on the H3 podcast, which Denims did watch live. And her reaction to this countdown stream is far less likely to fall under fair use. Ethan didn't even register the countdown stream with the content nuke back in January. He did it in March, 2 months later. What happened in March?
It's not. Is it retroactive? I mean, if they're finding, I'm sure if like if the lawyers he's hired, and he probably has good lawyers, I think it probably is retroactive, right? Possibly.
That would make Ethan want to be sure he could go after Denims.
That it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
These basically are not.
She's responsible. I forgot he said that. I like tuned out EHD, so I was so anti-EHD. I actually just like totally forgot that he said that.
Not even really copyright lawsuits. It's quite obvious that Ethan just came up with a way to use the legal system.
I'm not gonna say and actually she should not do this because I'm consistent on my standards, even if it affects people I don't like. But it would have been funny if he got sued over that comment, even though he shouldn't be. It would have been funny. It would have been funny.
Against his personal enemies.
I really want to double down here, okay? This guy released this video.
I don't even know if there's any fucking basis.
The whole point was I'm suing these creators because I'm worried about Sony, I'm worried about Viacom, I'm worried about these people seeing content creators react uncritically.
You know how much money Viacom took from me for something that was obviously like fair use? It was obviously transformative, as established by case law. You know how much money Viacom has taken from me? And I counted it up. I am out approximately $60,000 because of Viacom. I'm not even kidding you. From my old main channel, etc. Because the problem is they make the claim and they rely on the fact that you're not gonna go and take them to court over it, are you? You're not gonna go, and that's what you would have to do to get it resolved. So I lost $60,000 from Viacom for something that was very obviously fair use. If that's not like blackpilling, I don't know what the fuck is. Can you imagine what I'd be doing with like an extra 60K lying around?
React without actually adding anything. And I guess if they reacted to any of those properties from those massive companies, that they would come in and...
So yeah, you'd be mad as hell. Yeah, I was. But at the time that it was all happening, I was a kid. So money didn't really matter to me.
brutalize the landscape for commentary, which... Funny enough, if anyone's done that, it's Ethan Klein. Although I wouldn't say brutalize, I'd say more like there is a chilling effect on reacting.
I'm new, so what was your main channel about? So my first channel, and there's a reason I don't mention it so much. I don't not mention it because I'm ashamed of it or something. I just don't want it to be the only thing I'm known for the rest of my life. You know, like it gets old after a while when everyone's talking about I saw that funny video you made when you were a kid. Like, I can appreciate that they enjoyed it, but for, like, me, it gets old, like, really fast, and I want to go do something else. But my original channel was Aiden Projects. All the videos are archived on other people's channels. I wasn't really proud of them anymore, so I took them down, but they were up for archival purposes already. So those archives are allowed to obviously persist, and anyone could go watch it through that. It was basically just, like, it was basically, like, Leafy clone, like, reaction commentary, except I was doing it to, like, TLC and like stupid shows that were on TV and stuff.
To Ethan Klein's streams, like you do think twice. You do think.
I had at my peak I had over 800,000 subs, which sounds like a big deal, but this is what you have to understand about sub count. 800,000 subs looks very different on different people. I had this surge of popularity twice, or 2 or 3 times, where at first it happened artificially because I got a shout out. I got 100K. I then ended up falling below that. My channel died. Then, like, when reaction commentary was making a comeback through people like RD Benji, I went and rode that wave with him because he was a friend of mine. And other people came in with us, and that did so insanely well. I got a video that did 21 million views. At that point in time, I was like trending in the video was trending in like all of Europe, etc. And it's an unfunny video, obviously, but most people that were watching me were kids themselves, and I was a kid. So my sense of humor is obviously developed. I'm obviously a very different person, so I feel like a little disconnected from the person that was there.
How can I make this as transformative as possible? How can I not react?
Hey, there's a reason Doobie cannot produce evidence of his reports to the FBI. I'll send it to you DMs. I'm sure he does have a reason. As I said, I don't think this guy's overtly lying to me. But you have to understand that I can't go to bat for you if I don't have that, right? I know he has a reason. He said it apparently in JStalk server that it pertained to something with docs info or whatever. And it's like, regardless of whether or not I personally believe him, the question is, am I going to start going out of my way to offer defense of this? And unfortunately, it's suicidal if I try to go in to defend Doobie if I don't have evidence of it, right? And to be fair to them, I had the same burden of evidence for Destiny himself, right? So I can't run with what Doobie's saying is fact if I'm not seeing evidence for it, right?
react to it in full. Like, there is a fear there. But we'll play this clip from the announcement.
I have no beef with Doobie. Seems like a fine person that does a lot of things that I happen to think are a little reckless, but probably a little more than a little reckless. I don't really know him all that well. Obviously, I met him because of that stream. But I can't run to bat if I'm not seeing the evidence. I just can't.
It's just important to hear.
And with people like Hasan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before
He did not give a flying fuck about that. Not one fucking care in the world about any of that shit. And I want to make this clear. He's lying to the H3 audience. Forget about people that already know what kind of person Ethan Klein is. He's lying to his audience. He thinks that the H3 audience is stupid. He thinks they're dumb. He thinks that they're uncritical. He thinks that he can say whatever he wants, okay? He can lie about his motivations, pretend like he's only suing for the highly edited content nuke video, when in reality, he's also suing for a live stream, a countdown live stream. So I obviously don't like Ethan Klein, but if you're a fan of Ethan Klein, just know he thinks that you're a dimwit. Ethan Klein thinks that you're a dumbass that does not look further into things. He thinks that you won't go to another source to figure out what's actually going on. Ethan Klein very clearly references his content nuke and highly edited content as motivating factors for pursuing litigation. If that's the case, why is the countdown stream also registered in the Library of Congress? And why is he suing Denims over it? If you support Ethan Klein, these are genuine questions you should ask yourself. Now, moving on to Ethan Klein's top ball washer, Nick DiOrio did have
Okay, I'm gonna have something more to say. I don't want to just rip this guy's video. Sleepy's gonna take me to court for not for lack of fair use.
Have something to say about this lawsuit, although he was very careful not to put it in his title. And the segment's really only about 5 minutes long, but for a guy like me, there's a couple of gems I need to point out. Now, one of the things that Nick DiOrio likes to do on stream, and it's something that, you know, most content creators like to do, you read a Twitter thread, maybe you read a Reddit thread, you want to get the general sentiment of what the public is feeling. Well, let's hear how he reacts to a certain Reddit comment. We'll let him.
Yeah, this is actually gonna be funny. Has DiOrio just not spoken, or avoided speaking about the tentative ruling? Has he just avoided speaking on that at all? Unironically, the problem I have with DiOrio is the fucking dishonesty. If DiOrio came to me and said, yeah, I'm totally biased in Ethan's favor because I get a bunch of money and views doing it. And it's a cruel world. And, if you're too worried about caring about what's right or wrong, you'll never win. And I want to win or whatever. It's like, okay, I wouldn't have a whole lot of respect for you, but how am I going to argue against that? So long as you're acknowledging what you're doing to be what you're doing. The problem here is he aggressively pushes back on anybody that points out this bias or tries to acknowledge it, both in private or in public.
Play here.
Put the thing in your server under Aiden's inbox. Let's take a look. If I had Doobie's full name and date of birth, I could run him through our CAD system to see whether there are any reported child sex crime investigations associated with him. My department has access to FBI shared law enforcement databases, specifically CSAM stuff. When reports are made, the FBI is required to document them in systems that can be accessed by authorized law enforcement agencies nationwide. Is this guy a cop? Or maybe I'm misreading this? I mean, not to point, hasn't he already been doxxed by them, so they'd already presumably be able to do this? I don't know if this is necessarily a good reason, but I can understand the fear. Oh, anyone could do that? Sorry. Yeah. I said this before, is if he was to send me, for example, or some of the proof that they put, or some of the burden for evidence that they set was like he could present part of it or whatever, right? I assumed that his hesitancy was due to paranoia over the revelation of certain information that he wouldn't want out there. I don't think, nor have I ever thought, that this guy was doing this for malicious reasons, and that was just purely off of the fact that the only reason we even know anything happened is because he himself was the one to volunteer it. So the like worst case scenario for me here is that he like, and I don't even think this is true, let's just be clear, he could have lied to make himself look cool, I guess. But like, and now like is just like not owning it or whatever, I don't know. But I've never thought for a second that this guy's a pedophile. That's the assertion I've been pushing back on. But my beef with Destiny is going to exist independently of Doobie. And that's not to say, oh, I'm throwing Doobie under the bus, you know, because I don't want to do that. I don't like throwing people under the bus. I just can't go and argue everything else I'm arguing and argue this. Like, when they're trying to smear me as somebody that's, like, in coordination with these guys, which is not true. And I think that that's probably understandable.
Going to be lots of last-minute hindsight coping. Every thread on Reddit wasn't a respective follower of either party. We're so sure this would ruin the defendants. All of this doesn't really matter, though. The intention of these lawsuits had nothing to do with copyright claims. It was meant to legally harass.
I think almost everyone agrees with that.
I think I have some, and I was such a fucking idiot for letting him do this. I have such strong points that I've been making that he's been unable to respond to. There's no reason for me to go open up a new front and fight on new territory here, especially when I don't even know what we're getting into, because I don't really know the person at the center of it. I don't necessarily know, you know, what's involved or what isn't. I don't know who, and this is not due to any negative judgments about the person involved. It is merely a, why would I do this sort of thing?
I think it's very
matter, though. The intention of these lawsuits had nothing to do with copyright claims. It was meant to legally harass.
The public is feeling. Well, let's hear how he reacts to a certain Reddit comment. We'll let him play here.
Going to be lots of last-minute hindsight coping. Every thread on Reddit wasn't a respective follower of either party. We're so sure this would ruin the defendants. All of this doesn't really matter, though. The intention of these lawsuits had nothing to do with copyright claims. It was meant to legally harass.
I think almost everyone agrees with that. I think it's very clear that that was the purpose. And it's why I showed you guys the kilo.
Yeah, like anyone who is analyzing this in good faith, because the truth of the matter is, if the court ruled otherwise, they'd be totally willing to run with it. Now everyone's going to cope about some bias or some other like external factor when they're just mad that the court didn't rule in the way they wanted it to rule. And then if that's true, then why were you putting any value into the case at all? Right? They're like pretending like they wouldn't be like totally fine if the court ruled otherwise. It's literally just you disagree with the fucking decision that was made. And it's like such an immature mindset. Like even I would say at this point, if I had been even if I'd been the hardest Ethan defender, if I was in Diorio's shoes right now, I would understand what I would understand that this was lost. And I would just say, I read the court's ruling. It seems to be fair. I hadn't considered the factors that were utilized for, ruling in her favor, but it seems like a valid argument. And ultimately, I think the court's decision was fair, and Ethan took the L here. Why not say that? Like, there's not even an effort to try to look fair.
Video in the intro. Why exactly are they pursuing litigation pursuant to the countdown stream? What does that have to do with the whole idea of we're worried about Sony or Disney when people react to edited content? All of a sudden in March, a couple months after the content nuke had already been registered in the Library of Congress, we're now separately registering the countdown stream. Why are we specifically targeting these content creators? Why not the bigger ones like XUC, the people that have actually probably caused more material harm in terms of their react?
Because he's only pursuing this because he's like, this would not be, so there's like a vexatious litigant. I don't know necessarily what would necessarily qualify to fall under that. But I know that I'm at the surface level, I'm familiar with the concept, right? It's somebody that brings frivolous cases on a regular basis, that I guess would reasonably suspect or is being motivated by some bad faith reasoning. I don't necessarily know exactly how you'd qualify. I know when you're classified as one by the courts, there's some inability to, I don't know if it's necessarily that you can't file new cases, but like there's like your cases aren't treated the same when you try to follow them, I think.
Actions. It's because it was always personal, and it's because it was always using the legal
The greedy gulper, the glutton of Gaza.
system to harass and drain these people's bank accounts. And you know, it's not just the bank accounts, it's the stress of it all. The stress of having a lawsuit looming over your head, not knowing what the outcome might be. Now there's a clip from just a year ago that
The gargantuan glutton of Gaza.
must be played. But like for real, this is the most bloodthirsty clip I've seen of Dioria.
Wow. Who the fuck wears their AirPods like this? What the fuck is going on here? I just realized. And before you tell me that I'm gonna look really stupid because this is the way you're supposed to wear them. Is that even true?
That
This is like a psychopathic way to wear AirPods. Holy shit.
must be played. But like for real, this is the most bloodthirsty clip I've seen of Dioria. He was cheering H3 on to push these lawsuits. Have a listen to what he had to say about the lawsuits on March 12th of 2025.
This seems like the exact time for the duo to step back and handle this behind the scenes while gathering.
No, it's the time to escalate. No, I'm sorry. You only get to do this for so long. No, it's the time for...
Dad, it's so great you're gonna have so many clips like this. There should just be edits of like him saying something and then like edit over the top, like the court's decision.
for lawsuits. It's the time to escalate. It's the time to go for blood. No, it absolutely fucking is. I'm sorry.
This is fucking unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. It's the time for lawsuits. It's the time to go for blood. Dude, you're a commentary YouTuber. You're literally reacting to this guy's content in full. Like, what do you think you do?
Do you think that the
No, it's personal. They went after his family. I don't know. Dude, I don't know. Do you hate your mother? Do you hate your father? Do you hate your little brothers and sisters? Are you just fucking stupid?
Can I just be... I said this at the time, and this is going to sound a little controversial to people. I get that it's like a little bit temporarily threatening to like have a skull, but like because you don't know what this means. But we've been a year away from it, so whatever implied threat would be there has never happened. So it would literally just be he had skulls sent to his house. And maybe I'm a little crazy here. Maybe I'm a little insane here. I disavow the act. Obviously, you should not be sending intimidating items to people's homes. That's obviously, but like beyond that, like I can't, like if I got a skull in the mail and I eventually realized it wasn't a threat, I wouldn't really care. I guess. I mean, I'd have it probably next to the books, right? It's a big deal. It's just a skull. I mean, you literally have one, like.
No, it's fucking personal, dude.
they're committed to.
It's wartime, bro. Dude. Oh no, they shot first. I don't know.
The quota.
Fucking unhinged. Now, this needs to be made incredibly clear. A lot of people might have the assumption that Diorio is maybe...
And also, I'm sorry. And this is also like, I'm not even sorry. I rewatched the clip. The fact that, and nobody should have called CPS. I don't avow that. But the fact that people believe that happened, or the fact that people believed kids were in danger, is partially, if not mostly, Ethan's fault. Because I rewatched that clip, and the way that he presents the information and the order that he presents it would leave a fucking moron, and would lead a moron in the audience to that conclusion. He explains it like in the order of, my kid's got Giardia, my dog has Giardia, the only way you can get Giardia is through the which isn't true, by the way, but he says it, through the consumption of like fecal matter or something, right? And then in that order mentions that the kids are putting toys in their mouth. The facts he presents, as he presents them, in the order he presents them, and the information he chooses to omit could lead somebody who takes everything at face value and does no outside research, could leave somebody believing that, right? That doesn't make it valid. But this is why you don't present information like that to the internet. And if you are, you're going to add in the clarification, right? Oh, did Kilo lay this out in his video? I didn't see that part. Obviously, because I didn't watch the full video.
Targeting the snarker.
I'm sorry. I see 4 hours on a video, or I see 4, and I just, like, I'm instantly, like, repelled. I hiss. It's a good video. The parts I did watch were very good. But it makes me, like, not want to click on it just because, like, I sit there, I see the big length, and I'm like, dude, I'm not sitting through all that shit. I'm not sitting through all that shit.
Exclusively. He's just targeting the faceless accounts on Reddit. In the H3 podcast episode, Snark called Child Protective Services on us. The chapter discussing...
Whatever, it was a good... I actually, as I've been getting more into this shit, I will absolutely watch the full video. But it's like 2 full-length movies, like... Denims went after my kid. What I might have done if I were him, maybe, is I could have, you know what you can do in a situation, because like now with Kilo, it got a ton of hype and critical reception. But now it's probably going to take a while for him to do his next thing, and a lot of the hype and wave that would be coming to his channel would die down. And I say this to anyone who's making these ultra long videos, make it episodic. Make it episodic. You can ride the wave, right? That would be cool. Like, instead of doing, like, 1 4-hour video, what if you turned that into 4 videos? I feel like that would be, like, you'd get, like, more retention of viewership that way, right?
It's when Diorio is talking reckless, okay? This is Ethan Klein's top fucking cocksuck, okay? It should be in your mind that Ethan is actively thinking that Denims had some role to play in this. And later on, in another stream just a week later, again, this is all prior to Nick Diorio's 2025 stream that we were showing you where he goes unhinged. You can see Ethan Klein live on his podcast going through an edited, I repeat, edited and curated set of live chat comments from Denim's stream. Whether Ethan was purposefully trying to spread the idea that this is what the chat looked like. Look, everybody was talking about CPS, when in reality, as Kilo exposed, and many others, but Kilo in particular, so it was about 5% of the comments, if that.
I gotta be honest, Kathy, I don't care anymore how many viewers Perry's at. That's a battle I won a long time ago. And I at this point, I just gotta move on. It's like, this guy, like, I have, like, things that matter to do. I don't think I'm the shit by any means. Okay, make no mistake about that. I am a shitter, okay? It's just right now, I have things to deal with that matter, so I don't need to waste my time, like, on some, like, 17 viewer, like, who mega lol.
At urging people to contact CPS. His kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat is saying to call CPS.
In his video about the CPS call, Ethan shows a cutout of Denim's chat during her coverage of the Giardia story. The cutout shows numerous chatters expressing concerns about the client's kids, with some mentioning CPS. The way Ethan presents this is as though Denim's chat was universally responding this way.
Notice the chat is almost in a complete universal agreement. Call CPS.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Child endangerment. CPS.
Almost in complete universal agreement. Think of that framing.
Yes, social services. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's
when you're in universal agreement and then present evidence that's altered to demonstrate that, how is there an argument that this wasn't a lie? How is this not a lie? I know Sleepy said, like, whether or not he did. How would this not? What is the argument that this isn't purposeful? This is literally altered evidence that supports the misconception that he gave. Right? What's the argument it isn't a lie?
Child endangerment, etc., etc. I'll let the chat play for you, but you can see just how crazed this community is. And once again, this is...
I remember this specific point. Okay, it's funny, the whole allegation I'm being fed. I'll admit to being fed this talking point. I have been fed talking points, but you know I was fed those talking points because I credit the person who gave it to me. And you could verify this, right? I've done this many times. Because I don't want them to say, he's stealing my point or whatever. Because I've watched Chud do that to me and I got pissed. But Queeman gave me this talking point long time ago. He showed me all this shit. He ran me through it or walked me through it. And I just remember, like, this was just like a really fucking hard-hitting point.
This is Denim's chat, and it's pretty much 100.
He took it off his Reddit, so the argument is he didn't make it and didn't know. surely you'd be verifying something like that, right?
Percent of the comments saying call C.
Dude,
5 from Hey Dance. Thank you for the content over the past few weeks. You've been mogging, not gonna lie. Yeah, no. Well, I have to say thank you to you guys. You've been here through the whole thing. Some of you are new, but I'll consider you, if you're here now, for what we have coming, you're spiritual OGs, okay? Because what's coming is going to be good.
that framing is insane.
PS on them.
But what Ethan is showing here is in fact not 100% of the chat. This is a curated selection
I can't set the bar too high for myself here. I don't think anything's gonna beat this fucking. Nothing is gonna beat the last 2 weeks. Nothing will beat it.
of chat messages that Ethan got from this Reddit post. In her response, Denims did the math, and between the first and last of the 65 messages that Ethan showed in his video, Denims had almost 1,000 messages sent in her chat, meaning the messages Ethan showed as evidence of her entire community being whipped up into a frenzy were only 7% of the messages sent during her coverage.
So I was off by 2%. Anyways, my point is, this is the mode that Ethan was in. Ethan was going fucking berserk and very clearly felt that Denims was in one way or another implicated in the CPS call. And Diorio's out here saying, no, it's time for lawsuits. It's time for blood. Now let's contrast that with what he's got to say here. Now there's 2 clips I want to play for you. I want to replay this and I want you to listen to the reaction.
I mean, the whole, it really is, I know people say Destiny is not a part of EHD, and that's true, but the problem is, as well, some of the tactics are very similar. These are, Israelite tactics that I'm noticing across the board. The biggest tactic is to make people responsible for the acts perpetrated by others, right? And this collective responsibility. You see that with Ethan in regard the CPS and Skull shit. It's about collective responsibility, and everyone is addressed as if they were the ones that sent skulls to his house personally. You see that with Destiny, how everybody who's merely involved in persistent criticism of him is therefore responsible for what other critics of his are doing in separate spaces, regardless of if you have knowledge of it or not. And with Israel, right, the entire populace of the Gaza Strip is constantly insinuated to bear collective responsibility for Hamas's for what happened on October 7th. It is very Israeli coded tactics being used here.
I want you to listen to the engagement with what he's reading.
On an unrelated note, by the way, dude, I haven't properly looked at photos of I've seen the shit on my timeline. We've all seen it. But I actually looked at some of the aerial views of Gaza from before and after. That shit is insane. Actually crazy. If you look at just how much sheer land has been flattened and destroyed, and I would look at that with just total shock. They the Israelis look at that and they celebrate. I've never the whole human shields argument, which is not a valid argument, but let's say you're making that argument. Look at the sheer area of space that has been leveled. It's literally I don't know how the fuck are you gonna even make that argument, unless the whole they're hiding behind people argument unilaterally, which it seems like it does, applies to the entire land mass. That shit is insane. There was an argument. So the reason that I think it's a genocide, but there's a technical and I'm a pedantic person. There's a technical application and they have they have pedantry and little technicalities that get them out of the official application. But the reason I've been hesitant to say it myself is because I saw some scholars present, it's a something side. I forget the exact name of the term, but it's the killing of an entire populace within a given area of land. They proposed a new term for it. I forget exactly what, I forget the exact name of the term. Someone here probably knows that. Regardless if it technically fits the preconceived definitions, the outcome is the same, and it is equally as horrific. So I think I colloquially referring to it on mine as a genocide is totally fair.
Okay.
Going to be lots of last-minute hindsight coping. Every thread on Reddit wasn't a respective follower of either party. We're so sure this would ruin the defendants. All of this doesn't really matter, though. The intention of these lawsuits had nothing to do with copyright claims. It was meant to legally harass. Ethan will appeal as much as he can to continue pressing financial.
Like, they get on this little... Okay, the truth of the matter is, regardless of if it's an ethnocide, as you've just said, a genocide, as you've said, the mass killing of a populace is the mass killing of a populace. The only thing that these specific terms denote is the specific intention behind it. But the outcome is, like, equally as horrific. So the argument that gets into the weeds, like, when they try to get out on, like, technical, it's, like, totally semantical. The consequence exactly the same. It's just as fucking horrific. Yeah, I think somebody said an herbicide or something.
Stress on his targets.
The UN declared, yeah. I just want to know, like, eventually I'm going to have to debate it on Israel, and I am not, like, versed enough on some of the particular talking points where I'd feel comfortable in a debate about that, right? So I want to get everything, I want to make sure that I'm able to defend every position that I hold in regards to that issue. It is a genocide, right? Yeah, I'm
I see that a lot too. People think denims.
I see that a lot too. He starts talking about a completely different topic. He immediately shifts focus because this is a horrific thing to have on screen from his perspective. On the one hand, he would look at...
But the only part, by the way, that is sort of vindicating, or not vindicating, is a little bit hope-pilling, and it's unfortunate that this is the little amount of hope you can see in all of this. The destruction and the killing is so obvious and apparent. I know that there is no future where this is looked back on in the history books favorably for Israel, ever, right? Like, the people that defend, a lot of, like, at least, like, the non-Jewish defenders, etc., a lot of them are, like, boomers, etc. The younger generation seems way more tapped into what's occurring, and this will be looked back on in history as one of the, like, in the modern era, one of the most horrific mass killings ever perpetrated. And you can see it because I've never seen, has there ever been, like, a more well-documented, like, genocide or, like, mass killing of a populace? It's like, this might be the most well-documented one I've ever seen.
Absolutely insane if he denies this. And on the other hand, if he agrees, well, he's kind of burning a bridge, isn't he? You think Ethan Klein can take Nick DiOrio?
But the thing is, I've been critical, like, after what happened on October 7th, I've been critical of Israel, like, the whole fucking time. Like, because the settlements in the West Bank is, like, indefensible. And then you see it is evidenced by the call. Can you imagine? This is like, I'm sorry to go on this whole tangent here, but could you imagine if somebody that was sitting in office in America, a congressman, for example, could make it as a mainstream politician and have a poster up on his wall in his office, or a photo in his office of, I don't know, let's say Elliot Rodger, or the Columbine shooters? Could somebody make it in mainstream politics in America and do something like that? And the question, and the answer is probably not. And the reason I say that is because Ben-Gvir, despite the fact that obviously we know what type of person he is, even if you do, like, an appeal to the decency of hard adamant Zionists, this guy had a picture of Baruch Goldstein in his office. He's a part of Netanyahu's cabinet. He had a picture of Baruch Goldstein in his office. If you don't know who Baruch Goldstein is, he's a mass shooter. He's a mass murderer who independently murdered a bunch of Muslim worshippers with a gun before being thankfully beaten to death by the crowd in Israel. And Ben-Gvir had a picture of him up, and he's a mainstream politician.
Openly saying that he's weaponizing the court systems to financially harass people.
Like, there has to be something wrong with your society if somebody like that is able to exist as a fucking mainstream politician. That's absurd.
Just one more time.
Stress on his targets. I see that a lot too. People think Denims was the worst off because of her comments about Prime. I'm not familiar. Like, Amazon Prime?
Completely unrelated. Has no comment on this. It's not surprising. This is his MO at this point. But there's another clip that we need to watch, And I think that this is even crazier given what I played to you just a second ago. I think that Diorio is trying to paint Ethan as kind of a crazy person that needs some self-reflection, that needs to take a step back and figure things out, which is very funny because it reminds me of a certain Jimmy Robbins video that Nick Diorio reacted to just a year ago. Listen to this Weasley fucking loser.
And here's the amount. I will credit Ethan Klein with the win, I guess, in that lawsuit, but not a minute sooner. Not a minute sooner. I think it's a bad look to lose your own fair use standard that you set 100%. I think that Ethan needs to take a long look in the mirror on this one.
I think it's a bad look.
And maybe realize that like this has got to be a fucking learning moment for him.
It looks though. It's a bad look. When he talks about Ethan, the condemnation is never like definitive, specific, and like there's never any, even in situations that Diorio is seemingly able to acknowledge are negative for Ethan or about Ethan or perpetrated by Ethan. The sweeping becomes apparent in the way that he describes it, because all of his statements that act as token disavowals are never definitive. It's always a, I wouldn't do this, this looks bad, etc. Not a, this is bad, it's really bad that Ethan did this. Ethan completely lost here.
This is like, it is kind of embarrassing, for sure.
What needs to be a learning
Yes, if it was anyone else, he would be belly laughing into the mic. Yes.
moment? What exactly does that even fucking mean? Are you saying that he shouldn't have filed the lawsuit?
Can I react to World War II in color? There's only 13. It's very funny. I've watched World War II in color, the whole thing through. At this point, like maybe 15 times.
Are you saying that maybe a year ago when you were pumping his fucking tires, pushing for lawsuits, saying it's time for lawsuits, time for blood, now he's got to take a deep reflection, okay? He's got to look himself in the mirror and figure out what's next, okay? He's got to learn some lessons from this. This is you a year ago, by the way.
You only get to do this for so long. No, it's the time for lawsuits. It's the time to escalate. It's the time to go for blood. No, it absolutely fucking is. I'm sorry.
gathering information instead.
You know what also should be like a negative judgment? And yes, this applies to Queeman. You know what? This also applies to Queeman. If you have admittedly shown your face in your coverage, your face is already out there, and you don't use a camera when you stream, the assumption should always automatically be that you don't shower. You don't make yourself look presentable. And you're just like lazy, and that's why you're not showing your face. If your face is already, the only like utility of not showing it would be to avoid getting doxxed. But like if you use this Wiggler shit or just gameplay and you don't show your fucking face, like admit you just like don't want to go fucking get your lazy ass up, take a shower, and make yourself presentable for cam.
Instead of doing
Now he's got to learn a lesson? By the way, Jimmy Robbins was literally saying in this, we'll back it up, he's literally saying they should take some time away and reflect and think about what the next steps are.
exact time for the duo to step back and handle this behind the scenes while gathering.
No, it's the time to escalate. No, I'm sorry.
You, probably more than any other content creator, pushed this motherfucker to file these lawsuits. You wanted blood.
No more Quee slander. I'm sure Queeman will recover. I'm sure Queeman will recover.
And now you're acting like, he's gotta reflect. I mean, it's really embarrassing to lose your lawsuit.
I think that Ethan needs to take a long look in the mirror on this one and maybe realize that like this has got to be a fucking learning moment for him. This is like, it is kind of embarrassing for sure. I think that he might find himself back here with the Noah Sampson lawsuit if he's not careful.
Party Pong.
I don't think he should have did that one to begin with, as everyone kind of knows.
What? You don't think he should have done that? Well, a year ago, you thought he should kill all of his fucking enemies with lawsuits, okay? Like, it's so crazy to talk like this. When Ethan...
It's all about, like, revenge porn for these people. There is a natural human desire and human drive to see the party that has been wronged get some revenge on those that have wronged them. But historically, it is this mindset that leads to people completely abandoning reasoning and rational decision making, etc. You know, is it bad to have skulls sent to your house? Yes. Is it an unfortunate situation when your kids are put through CPS interviews? Absolutely. But it's not such an unfortunate situation where it just like justifies this endless card of like retaliation against anyone we define in some arbitrary parameters as being involved for like over a fucking year. Like, trust me, I love to watch the underdog win. I really do. It comes out in like a sometimes I'll go to bat for people if they're like getting made fun of in like a fucking Discord and there's some nobody. It's like I think that's like pathetic if they're just like some nobody and you're, you know, ripping into them like that. But like the entire like drive to see this like revenge, people live their lives through these situations and then abandon all reasoning as a result of that facet. I saw this with like Depp versus Heard. A lot of people were just injecting, you could tell were projecting onto this because they perceive the world as like unfairly, or they perceive the justice system as unfairly balanced towards women in cases of domestic violence. So they're like they're so locked in and dedicated and invested because they want to see they want to see the table turn or whatever. And it's like, you have to take a step back for a second if you're that involved, because when you are that involved, that is when you lose reasoning.
Was at his most fucking combustible, okay? The CPS shit had just recently happened. People were just reacting to the content nuke. No,
And as somebody that loves to see the bullied bully the bully back, as you go into that, and someone else said this at some point, my position was built out of, it is so obvious that Ethan Klein is the bully here. It's so obvious.
Noah Samson had literally made his video on the YouTubers that backed a genocide the day before this stream came out. All of this shit is super fucking fresh, and you're poking him. You're saying, go after everyone. Expose these anonymous snark Reddit accounts. And now, a year later, it's time for some reflection from Ethan Klein. What a great prescription, Diorio. Great job. All right, and the last clip that I want to press Diorio on is this weird clip about Hasan's lawsuit threat. Now, as you guys know, Hasan threatened Pegasus with a lawsuit. It kind of came off as a joke to me. I already said that I would disavow if he actually did it, but I don't think he's doing it. Let's hear what Diorio has to say about it.
It worked for his, I think it's been for his, has it? I mean, I'm not against that possibility, but I've noticed that when somebody does things that help us realize they were a bad person, there's like a retroactive, like, sort of reframing of every prior, so even like, because those situations, they looked good in those. I try to avoid doing that because, you know, the new reasons that make them bad for me wouldn't necessarily be, but I will like look at things through a new lens from the past, right? It seems like a lot of people reanalyze the Anna shit because of what happened with Pixie, even though they had a negative conclusion about Anna at the time, and that would be a valid case of that happening. But I'm open to that possibility with Ethan. I was a fan of his old stuff, like his old stuff, like when I was a kid, like the videos he was putting on like Ace Ratio Productions and stuff. I thought that was like very funny.
Getting excited about the prospect of getting another YouTuber put in prison.
I really like.
Now it's on Piker.
You could have you probably are way more tapped into this than I am, so you probably have some good reasoning as to why that would be reframed for you. I think the Gokunara video is very vindicating. Did the Gokunara video come out? Wait, did that finally come out? Before I leak, I need to make sure that it's the video that I know about. The one he made, oh, okay, got it. Oh, from 2010. Never mind. Fuck.
Is threatening to, I guess, sue fucking Pegasus or something. I didn't watch any of that, but it is funny. Lawsuit's good when Hasan
I'm such an idiot.
Piker people do. Lawsuit bad when Ethan Klein do. Oh,
Who the fuck said that? Who said that? Who are you quoting right now? Genuinely. Tell me who the fuck is a credible YouTube content creator that is put.
No, I didn't leak. No, that's not really a leak. I didn't leak because what I'm referring to is something that might not even be true anymore.
Pushing that idea. Anyone in the commentaries, there's not a fucking soul who's saying that. Maybe the audience, maybe, like, it feels like a straw man that he's putting up. It feels like he wants to make a comparison, like, wow.
I listen, we need to bring back the era of, dude, I fell for this psyop from Chud. Chud was like, during my first conv with Morale, my first debate with Morale, Chud was like getting on me for like citing a logical fallacy. No, we need to bring that back. We need to normalize that. Familiarize yourself with logical fallacies, because once you see them and understand them, you realize just how many places they're like, how many arguments they're used to make.
Wow, everybody's so mad at this Ethan Klein stuff, but the second Hasan does it, the second somebody they like
Why are you a backstabber? Who did I backstab?
does it, they support it. Nobody actually supports him doing legal action. That's very obvious, okay? In fairness, I don't think Diorio can even conceive of having like principles that are consistent regardless of whether or not you like someone.
Funny, lawsuit's good when Hasan Piker people do. Lawsuit bad when Ethan Klein do. Oh, guys, the precedent. It's going to start lawfare. It's like, dog, we're in lawfare. We've been in lawfare for a long time.
Who? Like, who else is, we've been in lawfare for a long time. Who else is doing it? And when people are engaging in lawfare, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, you seem to think it's a good thing. You support Ethan Klein. Anytime you talk about it, you pussyfoot around it. Your disavowals are soft as bacon.
True. He just offers, as I said before, it's just totally, I'm sure Kilo pointed this out in his video. I might have even watched this part, but I said this before, like, look at the wording he uses for condemnation of Ethan versus wording that he utilizes for like synonymous condemnations of others who he has no vested like interest in his career to be biased in favor of. I agree there's a way of calling out fallacies without being a debate bro, but I guess that, yeah, there is. That's what I learned to do for a while, but there was something funny about doing it back to a debate bro. Because like that's supposed to be his thing, right? Surely the debate bro of all debate bros wouldn't be using identifiable fallacies in his reasoning, surely. That's why I did it with Destiny. But I don't say that as I can't believe Destiny, no, obviously he would do it. I'm saying based on the image that he tries to present and based on his history, you wouldn't think that. All of these fake Pallywood supporters only pretend to support Palestine because they want an excuse to blame the Jews for something. Yeah, no, that's right. You know what? You're so right about that. You're actually, I didn't even consider this. Unironically, I wake up every day, I look in the mirror, I say, yeah, I need the Jews to get blamed for something today. I need the Jews to get blamed for something today. That you're so true. So true. Hold on. Imagine, does Destiny unironically use the term Pallywood? Dude. I mean, he's even fucked his own legacy in that regard, because I'm telling you, once again, regardless of your position as, they all know the world and history is not going to look back on this favorably, and it is going to look fucking horrible if you were like a huge spokesperson for the regime that was actively perpetrating this. He went so utilitarian that he views Israelis as useful tools because they operate on pure utilitarianism. Dude. First I get called anti-Semitic, then they find out that I'm Jewish, so it then changes to I'm a token, or I'm a capo, or I'm self-hating, or it's just like there's like a forceful like need for the motivation to be anti-Semitic, and it just isn't. If the same thing was happening back to Jews, I would feel the exact same way. It literally wouldn't change. I don't view myself as loyal to my ethnicity because I think that that's like right-wing thinking. I view myself as loyal to values, and I view myself as loyal to people, and a life lost is a life lost regardless of whose life is being lost in like that context, right? Like in regards to, you know, whether they're Jewish, whether they're fucking what's another ethnicity in the world, guy? I'm kidding. Whether they're Chinese, whether they're, you know, Russian, yeah. I mean, Russian. Like, I don't think, like, I don't think it was justified for the Red Army to. I don't think the killings of German civilians by the Red Army after the occupation. I don't think that was justified. I don't think like the bombing of Dresden, like things that happened there, were justified, despite the fact that I believe that the government in charge had, you know, the Nazi regime was leagues worse and had perpetrated acts that did compromise their own people, right? A life lost is a life lost. You support people that hate you and don't care that you defend them. They will unalive you the second they get a chance. Are you Jewish, out of curiosity? I'm not saying this to like be mean. I'm just like legit, because you have to understand when you're talking to somebody that's like very culturally Jewish, they have been raised in institutions that constantly reinforce this idea into them that the world wants to kill you. The entire, even the, like within the religion itself, a lot of holidays, etc., are viewed through the framework of persecution by outsiders. And persecution against Jews has historically existed. It is real, and it isn't okay. Do not get me wrong, right? But when you sort of like just live through that mindset, and it's constantly reinforced in you by your cultural institutions, where you grow up, etc., you're sort of programmed to believe that. You're like programmed to believe that. Name and ethnicity. I meant Han Chinese. Okay, I know the difference between people. Like, it's like when people say speaking Chinese, everybody knows they're referring to Mandarin. Okay, everybody knows they mean Mandarin. But I don't live through this framework of the world wants to kill me. At least the world doesn't want to kill me. Plenty of people want to kill me, but not for being Jewish. And I don't operate through that. And it's stress-free. It's a stress-free life. Like, I don't, if somebody asks me, I'm comfortable telling them. I've been to many, many different countries. I've been to many, many different places. I have never run into trouble over this. And maybe I could see this maybe happening if you were like an Orthodox Jew, where like it was very obvious that you were Jewish or whatever. But there has not been a moment in my life where I've ever been afraid for my life because I was Jewish. I've been afraid for my life because of other reasons, but not because I'm Jewish. Fun fact, Mandarin is just called Chinese in Chinese, is it? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I know that my friend well, I know that I know there's what the main languages are what? Mandarin, Cantonese, Fujianese. There's like a trillion languages in fucking China. Hold up. Okay. This is a good video. Sleepy's on a roll here. Sleepy is on a roll here. He's kind of a godsend for streamers that have nothing to talk about because he's just making these like prepackaged, easily digestible videos, which is very beneficial for people like me. I know nobody gives a. I mean, listen. I unfortunately, for a very long time, loop on my own drama in the past, and like my litigation or whatever. And I know that people are sick of hearing about it, but Dickers saw a clip of mine and gave an argument against it apparently on stream, and I wanted to check that out, but I don't know if anyone would be interested. I'll check that out still, but I'll just save it for the very end. If nobody's gonna care, then we could go right back to this. Fuck it. Fuck it. Why not? Real quick, okay? I won't even make this long. You're in the court case now? You were welcome. I'm aware. Yep. I found out. Snark Dicker. Well, that's what I'm about to do. That's what I'm about to do. I just don't know if you guys are gonna care or like that. But I'm gonna do it anyways. Let me just get my other vape because this one died. All right. But yeah, I'm here. Right, I'm probably gonna snark Dickers. So let's take a look. Did you and Dickers do something weird in your hotel room? No. Thanks for the insinuation. Imagine pretending to be a Destiny fan, but devoting your entire life to destroy him online. I actually only regularly started covering him a few weeks ago. After the Snark Left server thing happened, that's when I started regularly covering him. You can go through my entire backlog, and it is obvious that's a lie. It's obvious that's not true, right? Anyone who's been watching me knows how false that is, okay? Anyone who's been watching me knows that's not true. And you yourself can go and verify that that's not true because I have a whole playlist called fucking live VODs, right? You can go back to the whole thing. Like, I know that you need to paint me as disingenuously motivated because it conveniences your argument. But the record shows that that is not the case, okay? I was a fan of his up until the Pixie stuff. He was a big inspiration for why I got into debate. I thought he did a really good job at refuting arguments from right-wingers. I didn't really watch much or all at all of like the interpersonal stuff, but I was legitimately a fan of his. I flipped during the Pixie shit, but I even then was not really that interested in the guy. How can anyone be a fan of this guy? This guy is a horrible self-hater. I'm self-hating for being Jewish. That's not even true. Like, unironically, like, Jewish people have made great contributions to this world. Many. I don't believe in responsibility because you belong to the same ethnicity. But even if you're going down that line, there's history that I'm proud of, right? Jonas Salk, Dr. Jonas Salk, was the guy that invented the cure for the polio vaccine that saved the lives of countless millions of people. And when he had the opportunity to patent it for personal gain, for the sake of income, he literally, his response was, would you put a patent on the sun? And he refused to patent it. That's like really cool. Fucking Albert Einstein, like, especially like the field of like sciences alone, like the Jewish contribution is undoubtedly like it's indisputable. In medicine, etc. I just don't have any connection to the state of Israel, right? Jews give us the immortal science of Marxism. Yes, and like some of the biggest capitalist thinkers, like Milton Friedman, were Jewish. People are always like, the thing is that I've noticed is like when Jewish people do something, or many Jewish people do something, they tend to be, that's not like unilateral or across the board. They tend to succeed at it, and that can include things that are really bad. So yes, there's like responsibility amongst like Jewish individuals for things that are bad, right? And that were exceptionally bad. But there's also, it goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. There have also been like Jewish people who have done really, really good things. And I think that it's like, the other thing too is that why I'm so against Zionism is because I think that Jews are a part of the countries that they've historically existed and are like the notion of they're like outsiders, etc., has historically been a narrative utilized by anti-Semites. And I believe that there's taking contributions made by German Jews, made by Italian Jews, made by Ethiopia, etc., and just giving it all to Israel and putting it under the Zionist label. When no, they were Germans, they were Russians, etc. Now these countries were not always very nice to them, to put it lightly, right? These countries were not like always nice to them. But it was unironically an anti-Semitic talking point to sort of say that the people that culturally existed within these collectives were they're outsiders. So everyone gets to have their own country except the Jews? That's not true at all. Do you know how many ethnicities do not presently have countries of their own? Do you know how many countries have multiple indigenous ethnicities that all belong under the same collective country? Where the fuck are you getting that from? I'm sorry. Where's the state for Romani people, out of curiosity? Where's the state for Romani people? It's true that Romani people came out of Punjab like 1,000 years ago. Would I be okay with them going back now, establishing a state there and throwing anyone who lives there out? Absolutely not. Because 1,000 years is a long time to establish, given connections to the places they migrate to. Obviously, that one's a little specific. There's like obviously some controversy there. But so many ethnicities exist that do not, so many ethnicities, peoples, etc. exist that do not have nation states of their own. Romania is the country of the Roma. Okay, you're one guying. You're actually one guying. You have to be. Well, I'm sorry. You know Romanians and Romanis are not the same thing, right? Like, they're not even indigenous to Romania. No, he might not be one guying. He actually thinks I'm using the demonym for the peoples of Romania. Because a lot of times people just say like gypsy, which is I understand it to be a pretty outdated term. But that's what people think a lot of people think you're talking about. Don't realize that's what you're talking about when you say Romani. And when you say Romani, a lot of people actually legitimately believe you're talking about Romanians. No, I'm talking about the people that were formerly referred to as gypsies. That's an outdated term. That are now known as the Romani peoples that exist nomadically within Europe, but originated somewhere around Punjab 1,000 years ago and migrated to Europe. Ireland, well, Irish travelers are not, so the people called gypsies in Ireland are Irish travelers, not Romanis. So they actually are, they're also indigenous to Ireland, but I guess they've undergone ethnofusion because they've existed separate from the rest of the Irish population for a significant period of time. So not all groups referred to like as gypsies are actually like Romanis, but that's typically what people mean. She was a pejorative term, Aiden. Grow up. That's why I use the term Romani. I'm only using the term gypsy to let you know what I'm specifically referring to, because that's the common term they've been historically referred to as. All right, let's take a quick look at Tricky Dick's live stream and see what is going on here. Because it is true that there were doxing accusations made against me during the reign of cruelty in London. It is true that I did things wrong, and including the litigation of my own defense. But as I become disconnected from it, I've had the opportunity to litigate my own defense in a more clear, concise, reasonable manner where there's not emotion associated with it, etc. And people have been moved on it. Beckett walked it back. Gilded walked it back. Queenman said on his stream that people went too hard at me on the doxing claim. Because I've laid out these arguments to them, just as I've laid it out to you. It's all public. It's all there. And it's okay if you want to personally think that that's doxing, I guess. But the problem I have with Dickers specifically is that Dickers, and we're only talking about London because this is now, look, this is why we're talking about it. Hold on. I'd have to go to the clip. But the reason we're talking about it is because I said something on stream the other day and he reacted or responded. So obviously I'm going to address it again. We'll make this, it's not going to be super long because I've already given you the talking point here, right? I've given you the exact argument.
buddy. You know what?
Imagine using Queeman as a witness or a source. Well, Queeman is somebody that was unfavorable to me at the time. So obviously, in like a fair way, he was fairly unfavorable, right? His view was unfavorable. But Queeman is somebody that wouldn't have any reason, if there was a mitigating factor, he wouldn't have any reason to lie to mitigate it when he was a harsh critic of it, rightfully so. So obviously, what people that were critical of the situation think in a way that isn't beneficial to you, when they say things that could be to your benefit, that would be like a reputable source in that context. But you don't even need to take his word for it, right? Because I've laid out the same argument I gave to him, to everyone, publicly.
Your comments are bookmarked. Good luck bring you to shoot.
Maybe Dickers is gonna say the right thing here. Okay, maybe he's gonna say the right thing, and I'm gonna have no issues here.
Ow! Just wait till it's in the docket, buddy.
Will you debate food shops, or are you running? Because I'll go work on setting it up. Debate food shops on what? We just had a debate. I'll debate food shops again. If food shops would like to call in to debate me on something, absolutely.
You know what? Your comments. Okay, nice. As well. Nice. The win after win for the... When it was Loner Box, DG down on us.
She called you out to... What did she call me out for? I'll debate her on it. I don't run from debates. I'll absolutely debate her on it. I'm not scared of debating food shops. 150% I'll debate food shops. You just have to tell me about what.
Things looked a little...
About the court case? Does food shops think I'm lying that I was mentioned in the court case? Does food shops dispute that I was mentioned in the court? Because that's my take on the court case. That my name was mentioned.
Dicey there for a second, right? But trust the plan. Trust the plan. All comes through in the end. Or actually, speaking about snarkers, speaking about inter-snark war.
I noticed that side needs to keep going back over topics after every loss because they need control of the narrative. And the truth of the matter is, if you can't even let the criticism sit ever, like, you just look bad as... Like, it seems like... Based on the line of argumentation of our DG would have us walking away from every situation where Destiny's alleged to have perpetrated some wrongdoing. DGG just wants us to walk away and accept that that isn't what happened. Based on the line of argumentation given to me, it's like there has to be at least one thing that he, like, if you're a normal person assessing this in good faith, you would admittedly have to have at least one thing he's done wrong on. This guy has what? An online history spanning like what? Over or not, a little under or kind of under 2 decades. Like, surely he's done something like really wrong.
Yeah, I got tagged in this. I got tagged in this last night. Fuck, actually, hold on.
Quimman thinks food shops looking at Lolly is perfectly acceptable and normal. Maybe you guys should hate him as much as you hate him/her. When have I taken a position on that? My argument for Lolly has been against the public distribution of it. That should be illegal, right? That's been my argument about it. I have not made any statements about, like, about looking at it, right? Other than I think you were a pedophile.
Shamu says he was going to explain on stream today about his negotiations between him and Otley Noah.
Hold on.
And got addition. This is unintentional. Bonsai is gonna started replying to it, and I got additional notifications because a bunch of people started replying to it from DGG. This is unintentionally retarded.
Intentionally.
Says Placas Bonsai, and Denal is hopping on this shit as well. So presumably, Denal is gonna clip up my response to this. Hello.
Conversation. Is it true Beckett will still not? No, Beckett will talk to me. And it's sort of. I had a multi-hour conversation with Beckett where I moved his position on the doxing claim. Same happened with Gilded Poo. The only one I've seen still, even Queeman, which I appreciate because Queeman didn't have to do this. Queeman is obviously for obvious reasons. Queeman is very against, and so am I. But like very against and hyperperceptive to instances of doxing, cases of doxing, etc., where I felt that even if you know, it just wasn't going to be worth it. But even he said on his stream, he thinks Cool went too hard at me over that given clam. The only person I've seen stand by it as of now is Dickers. And that one is really weird because Dickers is like, he's like, it doesn't matter to distinguish whether it's spreading a PII or doxing. But then with the Elder Drazi shit, he has the correct take and argues that it isn't doxing. So clearly, even though people were spreading that guy's PI, you can agree that that wasn't doxing. So what I'm going to be curious for, if he's going to refute this, is why he thinks Elder Drazi wasn't doxing, per his own rationale.
Well, the Elder Drazi stuff is down to the fact that it's not private, right? The fact that he's linked.
Okay. So, it's really simple, okay? So simple, in fact, that if he doesn't get it after what I'm about to say, he has to be retarded. He just has to be retarded. There's literally no other explanation. He's literally fucking retarded. It is this simple, okay? Lio Convoy has a Facebook account called Lio Convoy. Lio Convoy also gives out his last name to everyone, his full legal name. Lio Convoy's wife had a public and still public Facebook account, which still and then on the profile contained given photos of her, her full legal name, and where she works. Her account was interacting with the Lio Convoy Facebook. So because of this, someone, I think maybe Kiwi Farms, dug this up and put it on his thread, right? Kiwi Farms dug this up and put it on his thread. Then, I didn't look at his Kiwi Farms thread, but then, years before I knew who he was, his current friend, Gilded Pooh, takes photos from that Facebook and shows it in a YouTube video with 20,000 views, right? That video got 20,000 views. This is the clip from the video, right? It's this simple. Hold on. Fuck me. It's right here. Let's just look at this really quick. This was years before I knew who Lio was. Let's just make that clear. Wait, it's right here. Well, now I'm covered. So let's watch this. Wait, I just want to, hold on. I want to make sure, because I blurred it. I just want to make sure this is not the unblurred clip. It's all blurred. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, sec. Not that it is dogs, because let's watch this.
Talk about your wife. Here's a photo of her. Actually, here's another photo of her. You know what's really weird about his wife is that she has a very large forehead. Before any of you were like, oh my god, he's showing pictures of his wife, holy shit, I want to make two things very clear. Number one, these were acquired from her Facebook account that is very public. That's on her. Secondly, that Facebook account is associated with Lio's Facebook account. If you actually go through some of his posts, you'll see that...
And not his personal account, his Lio Convoy account, because Lio, as I knew at the time, doesn't consider anything to be PII. That's why he gives out his address openly, etc. This didn't become doxing until a vocal critic reposted the already widely disseminated information. But I'll let him explain.
Liked some of the posts, so that's completely on her. That is her fault, and it is actually his fault for not ensuring that his wife has no attachment to his account at all. Thirdly, Kumo had already put a picture of his wife on a video and didn't actually even say it was his wife. Lio said it was his wife. Fucking nobody knew it was his wife until Lio acknowledged that it was his wife.
Well, real quick, that leads to one of my questions. Were you the person who put my wife in a video, or was that Kumo?
Oops. All Lio had to do was just pretend that didn't exist. That's all he had to do, but him being a victim, man, it was too hard to pass up. He just couldn't stop himself. Besides that, these pictures are also spammed all over Kiwi Farms. It's just a fucking photo of some weirdo with a fucking mole and a large-ass goddamn forehead.
So, this video had 20k views before being finally taken down, and nobody ever emphasizes that it had 20,000 views. They act like it was immediately taken down. It was up for a long time. It's still archived on YouTube, and there were no efforts taken to like privacy complain it, etc. I only knew this information because there was a whole YouTube channel dedicated to it to troll Lio, right? One of the many that I assume would be based on all the personal info he gives out about himself, right? This YouTube channel was the first result when you looked up Lio Convoy, and then I think it was, I forget what the second term was, but that was the first result. right? And then I repost it. But I repost that in the server in IC, which was wrong. Because even though it's not doxing, somebody's PII, if they don't want it out there, shouldn't be out there. There's no reason to use it. There's no utility in it. And it's a good policy to have to unilaterally disavow the dissemination of like PII, especially when there's no reason for people are not okay with it, even if it's doxing or not. Don't get me wrong about that for a second. But if the argument for why Elder Drazi's case wasn't doxing is because it was already public, how is that not a one-to-one? The 3 pieces of information I was accused of sharing were her name, her face, and her workplace. Okay, I've always disputed the workplace, but let's say that I did that. Her public Facebook account, which is still her public Facebook account, which interact on the Lyle Convoy account, which led to people putting it in 20,000 view YouTube videos years before I knew who either party was, has all of these 3 things on it. So the claim always changes. Wick claimed that I actually leaked their phone number. I haven't heard that one before. It's like the Benjamin Button of like doxing or whatever, where I guess it's like in the inverse, right? Never mind. But it's just like it's just like the dox. This was referred to as one incident. So why does the claim keep changing? When it's proven, when it is literally proven that the PII was disseminated by the parties involved, I'm then claimed to have spread a different piece of PII. I literally can never address the claim because the claim always changes. Yes, what happened to Elder Drazi was shitty. Yes, it was shitty. But Dicker's claim, when he's talking about me, is that there is there's no reason to distinguish between the claim of doxing and spreading PII. So my question is, why the fuck does that separation matter to you when you're talking about Drazi? Why would that matter there and not here? Because all of the factors that seemingly make that distinction relevant in the case of Drazi for you apply here and would make that distinction relevant here.
To it himself. And in fact, I think when I've spoken about the Drazi stuff, I said that I don't want to make any strong statements about it at all. Because I'm just not
brave.
sure. But if he's
no problem making strong statements that pertain to me, so brave.
linked to it himself, then yeah, it's not private.
He's linked to it himself. Okay, so Lyle Convoy's wife voluntarily making and then leaving up to this very day after it's been disseminated in YouTube videos with 20,000 views, making a Facebook account containing her face, name, and work, and then interacting with the Lyle Convoy Facebook account, right, very publicly, to the point where it's utilized in videos, multiple videos, but videos up to 200 or up to 20,000 views, right? How is that not making it public? What?
Right? And so the necessary private condition of doxing just isn't met. I don't know how that relates to what any of Aiden's stuff, though.
So I don't know why that distinction matters there, and would... The information was never forgotten about. The information was never not accessible, because they never went through the effort. It was still widely available to the point where a obviously drunk person could make one Google search and find it. It's not like this became hyper obscure. The Gilded's video was still archived and up on YouTube with the photos in it. And then the screenshot of the QFroms page that directed you to her Facebook, like the exact part of that page that did that.
What Aiden tries to say over him is that it's not doxing, it's spreading a dox. And he tries to say that his definition of doxing...
It's not. It seemed to be your definition as well. If you seem that distinction is worth making as it pertains to Drazi. And now, if I address the doc, it's gonna go back to the jokes. We're gonna pretend the jokes are serious now. Or if I demonstrate how I was not the one to publicize the every piece of PII I was accused of disseminating, they'll just claim I spread a different piece of PII, and they're just like allowed to keep doing that, I guess.
Only includes the originating, which is it's just not what anybody else's definition.
Would I say without Gilda's video, I wouldn't have been able to find her? Yes, I was drunk. Anyone know, you know how like well versed I am with like fucking like internet shit, like fucking, or sorry, not internet shit, like I don't have like advanced technical capabilities, and I was obviously drunk. This had to be like something that even a retard could get, which they were, which is why there's entire YouTube channels still up to this day dedicated to it that have never been privacy struck, because Lio never considered this and never took it seriously. That's why he made no efforts to correct it after it had been utilized in a video with 20,000 views. They never took down the Facebook. They kept, like, it's still up and active. They literally did not care. He didn't care. And you know he doesn't care because he gives out their shared address. Very openly so.
Of doxing has. I don't think I've ever heard Aiden use that definition before his drama.
That's not true. I've used it. I literally used it in the Cameron drama, which we covered together. I said doxing is when people establish a link, and I've probably revised my definition since, like way since. But I literally I said, and I know Dickers knows this because I said this to him when he had me on stream during the Cameron drama, and Morale knows this because I had this whole argument with Morale, right? Regardless what you think about that, Morale, correct me if I'm wrong here. Was I not saying to you at the time that doxing is when you establish a link between somebody's PII and an anonymous online persona? Was that not my whole argument with the Cameron police report at the time? This was always, even if you think it's a flawed definition, which is fair enough to do, be my guest, it is absolutely a definition I've been consistent on. Doesn't matter here, you know what I mean? That's the only one I've seen stand by it. I think it's sunk cost, but he has to understand all of his coverage at the time is still correct. And the reason, well, no, it's not correct, but I didn't do a good job at defending myself. I didn't lay it out at the time, and because I did such a poor job of litigating my defense at that point in time, he probably should have believed the things he believed back then, and I'm not holding it against him, right? I'm not holding it against him. I'm not going to try to get back if he, like, admits, like, oh, this new information that's been presented seems to indicate that this distinction is one that is worth making.
I mean, okay, so any of my takes around doxing aren't in relation
if gaslighting was a Jew, how am I gaslighting exactly? I'm super curious what that argument is. I think that I was wrong there. I just don't think I'm wrong for that reason.
Yeah, Aiden. So
like, we can all admit, I can admit that I was wrong there, right? Just as I've said many times, I'm just going to own what I did. I'm not going to own what I didn't do.
Not to spite Aiden, and it's not even about the drama that happened at...
I don't think he's trying to spite me. If anything, I'm just a little confused as to why he wouldn't see the one-to-one. So my assumption is there's hesitancy to revise that because he thinks I'm going to use that against him, right? Or at sunk cost, he put so much into arguing for the take, he doesn't want to abandon it, right? That would be my assumption because I couldn't understand, you know, why he, like, wouldn't see the one-to-one there. That was what I was saying.
Aiden, or happened with Aiden at the time, right? It's about, what do I consider doxing? How do we use that word? What's the definition? And if you originate...
So if you were wrong, why is Dickers incorrect? Okay. So for example, I could say it's wrong to punch, like, if I punch a guy, I've done something wrong. But if you say that I murdered a guy, that would not be true. That wouldn't be true, would it? So I can admit that I did something wrong without accepting the specific allegation made, right?
It, or if you don't originate it, it is still doxing. The dissemination, private information for no legitimate purpose, right? Or the dissemination of PII, the publishing of PII for no legitimate purpose. I don't...
Unless I'm missing it doesn't sound like one-to-one. Okay, he's just laid out... Okay. So he's laid out his criterion for why he doesn't think Drazi is doxing, because it was public. So how is that not a one-to-one? I literally just gave you the exact argument for why it was consensually public, right? From the parties involved, how it was publicly disseminated years before I was involved, how it was still very much public and accessible, where even an obviously drunk person can get it, right? I've just made that argument to you. So the one-to-one there is for the factors that would be relevant to him for that distinction, it absolutely is 1-to-1. Because there were years between. He didn't say, that wasn't a factor he just gave. He said public. What?
Have to originate it in that, right? So, for example, you can ask the question, you can test this stuff really easily, what people are actually trying to get to with that word, or what the concept.
So the years before argument would matter if the sources of the docs had been removed and this wasn't accessible information, right? So if they went and privacy struck the people that disseminated it, took her Facebook down, took all that corrective action, and you just had to go to like one hyper obscure place, then maybe I would grant like something to your argument, right? The problem is that's not what happened, is it? Right? Time would only be relevant due to its implication of something. That implication being time to obscure it has passed, right? Where people reasonably just can't access this anymore because it's been obscured and time has passed. Except that didn't happen here. So time wouldn't be a relevant factor.
Actually means. So is Destiny a doxer? Is Destiny...
As someone who's critical of Aiden, he didn't originate the docs. It was a case of spreading in the debate and the voice calls that were leaked. Never said Aiden doxed Lyle's wife from my memory. I appreciate that.
Destiny a proven doxer? And everybody's going to say...
I don't know, you said they privated the video. Okay, so Missy, I've just laid that. So the 20,000 view video was not the only video. And that 20,000 view video got archived and redistributed on YouTube and other platforms by multiple channels, which were never privacy struck, even though there were valid grounds to do it. So if you just look for the video on YouTube, it's still there. Like, Gilded privated it, but beyond him privating the video after it got 20,000 views, it's still up on every other source.
Yes, of course. We've seen DGG.
Sounds like Lio didn't privatize it, Missy. We're talking about Gilded's video. Wait, Missy, who is talking about Lio's video? We're talking about somebody else aired out where they got that from in public. Her Facebook account, that was never privated. All of that information is still up and on the account. So what did Lio do here? We're saying one of the multiple sources involved, Gilded, he privated his own video after it got 20,000 views, but it was already archived and the place that he sourced it from is still up to this day. Yeah, you got it from a hater video instead of from Lio. Yes, but that guy's video got it from Lio himself. His wife's Facebook account was public. His Facebook account was under the name Lio Convoy. She was interacting with it repeatedly under the last name that he gives out regularly, right? He's given out their address. He's given out the full legal name. He's given, like, that literally the original source comes from Lio himself, or comes from, yeah, his account itself.
We've seen the logs there. Now, have you seen proof, actually, that Destiny originated those doxers? Well, I'm not aware of proof that Destiny has originated each of those doxers. Now, it might be totally reasonable to believe that, right? You might have all the reason in the world to believe that, but we haven't had distinct proof that that person has originated that dox. Who's to tell you that a DGG member hasn't sent it to Destiny, or Dan hasn't sent it to Destiny?
Yeah, years before, but that, Missy, we've just looped back on how the years point matters if Lio obscured the information. His Facebook account has remained up just as hers has. The original source of the leak was never obscured by the person themselves. Some other party that reiterated that source took the time to private their video, right? But that was archived and still easily accessible, and no efforts to privacy strike it were taken. The original source of that information, being the participants involved, left it up. So the fucking years argument doesn't matter. It's still up.
It's just not a distinction we make anywhere else.
Yes, we
right?
do. You
and
made
so
it with
whether
Drazi.
you're spreading a dox or originating a dox, those are both still doxing.
Okay, so then just admit. Okay. His Facebook is yes, Missy. Yes, his Facebook is still public, and so is ours. Yes. Yes, this is what I've been trying to say. Yes. It all stayed up. It all stayed up. I thought you were saying he private. No. No. No, his Facebook is still up.
And again, it's not out of spite for Aiden. None of my takes here are even in relation to Aiden. It's on the.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying there's an obvious inconsistency. There's an obvious inconsistency in the application. The distinction either matters or it doesn't. The distinction seemingly mattered in your coverage of Drazi when you're describing that situation, and I agree that that situation isn't doxing. That's why I argue for it. But that distinction is not carried over here when the factors that seemingly make the Drazi case worth distinguishing are also present in this instance.
Principle itself. Yeah. I mean, if you wanna say on optics as well.
I didn't go to the Kiwi Farms thread before, but obviously to strengthen my argument here, I obviously wanted to figure out where it was all sourced from. So yes, I've looked at the thread months after the fact when I'm making this argument, which I think it's my right to do if I'm defending myself, right, against a specific claim. And on that thread, they're literally saying, how could Aiden dox Lyo's wife? He's made all of this shit public. And somebody replies and says, and I'm quoting them verbatim here, one of the Kiwi farmers. The information they gave that stuff wasn't on the page from what's been stated. The information of the name she uses for work, where she works, what type of job she works, alternate face photos she never posted online herself, etc., is what's being claimed to have been released in that call that had Goat Cato, Aiden, and Goat Cato was not in that call, and other parties involved. And this guy goes on to talk about Goat Cato giggling in the recording. Goat wasn't even in that call. So that's then why they think but that's not true. That's the problem. No, all of this information that I was alleged to have posted all comes from there.
Because this recently came up because of Aiden's debate and what he said at the time. It's not a good look either. Even if I personally disagree with it, I think the take is wrong. It doesn't look good optically. Because you can say, no, I didn't dox. No, I didn't dox. No, I didn't.
Because I didn't dox. I didn't dox.
Didn't dox. And then as soon as you go down to it, okay, but you did spread around that woman's PII, who's like the wife of some creator.
I spread around her widely available PII where no corrective efforts were taken by either her or her husband to obscure it after it was utilized in numerous places, including videos upwards of 20,000 views by other parties. I spread that in a locked Discord, invite-only Discord chat with 100 people in it in total, and at that point, if we're being generous, 20 people online. Is that wrong? Yes. Is that bad? Yes. But do not pretend for a fucking second like that is the same thing as, for example, if I, who's a good example of this? Let's take Dickers. I'll use Dickers, which is, just to clarify, I'm not gonna do, but if I was the first person to get Dickers' real name or found it on his personal Facebook and then posted that on my Twitter, etc., why are we gonna pretend like that's the same thing?
Right? That she wants to remain private. Well, yes, you understand. I spread a dox, but I did not dox. It's okay.
I'm genuinely curious. Did Goat send a picture of Lyo's wife's face, or was it the YouTube video? Okay, so the photo that she sent me of Lyo's wife's face was not the photo I posted. That photo came from the YouTube channel, right? Goat sent me a photo of Lyo's wife's face, like a month before, I think, or less, before that, right? I had assumed that this shit was all just widely accessible because she literally sent me a photo of it. So I didn't think this was some super obscure private info, right? And it's oh, well, why were you calling it dox in the call? Because I was being shocking and edgy. I literally have pretended like I was doxing Lyo and have given out his full name on stream. But the joke there is that's not dox because he gives out his own full name. So it's something that looks like a dox on the surface, but I don't consider it to be that, right?
Especially when you're trying to make the argument that you're you feel bad about it and you're sorry about it, it doesn't really seem like you're owning up to it that much, right? You're still...
Okay. So to be sorry about it, I have to lie about what I did to be truly sorry about it. I have to just lie to you that I believe that it is this thing that it's being described as? Is that the argument? No, I'm sorry about what I did do. But what I did do is far less extreme than what I'm being claimed to have done. So I'm going to defend myself against the extreme claims that I do not believe apply here for arguments that I've laid forward, and Dickers is free to come in and dispute them, while taking accountability for what I did do, which was an asshole fucking thing to do. This is a bad argument.
Still trying to cope and hang on to the idea of the argument is not doxing.
Because it isn't. I said it at the time. I'm saying it now. Like, I just don't understand. And then when the Drazi shit comes back up, it obviously comes back because everyone's telling me, or like they were saying, that the distinction really, really doesn't fucking matter. The distinction doesn't matter. But then I'm watching the distinction matter when, like, I watch the distinction matter when it's like if Queeman's in alignment with the take, all of a sudden the distinction matters to Dickers, right? But like I guess the same would apply here because Queeman is now sad that people went too hard on me over the doxing claim. So I guess it's not because of Queeman per se, but it seems like because community sentiment leans one way on that situation, not just like Queeman or whatever, because community sentiment seems to lean one way in that situation, the distinction is worth making. But even when the factors that make that distinction worth making for Drazi are existent in my case, all of the sudden the distinction doesn't matter.
But again, that's separate to the even substantive argument, right?
Yes, I'm being an asshole, Kilo, yes, but that claim turned into I doxed an innocent woman, put their whole life in jeopardy, right? Wanted to kill her, etc. Right? And it's like, I know that's not like true, right? I've always viewed what I've done as like I look back, it's like a grow the fuck up thing. You're not 15. Like the whole like shock humor stuff, whatever, it's not funny. And when you've done it like this, you've just unnecessarily made yourself look horrible and unnecessarily disseminated information that someone probably wouldn't want disseminated, right? How is Kilo downplaying? Missy, you seem to agree. You seem to agree with my assertion as I walk you through it.
On optics, it doesn't look good either. So I think on both things there, I don't think it's a great argument to make, and I think that's wrong. But yeah, there we are. I don't know.
What was the motive in spreading an already available dox? To be shocking and funny, because I was drunk and my inhibitions were reduced, and I thought shit like that was funny, which is why I made comparable jokes on my live streams, albeit with different types of PI. Like when I go and say, you know what, fuck you, I'm just going to say his full name. And I say his full name, which I know is already public. But after Bad Empanada started, this happened out in the aftermath of Bad Empanada. I thought Bad Empanada was funny. And like, I knew he was bad, but I thought he was like also funny. Like he would like reply to someone and be like, boo, I'm going to like post it. I'm like, that was like a little funny, right? When I saw that shit. So I would make a lot of dox adjacent jokes where like, I'd pretend like I was giving out his address, but that was actually, you know, something that was already public. Or, good example, I found a random for sale house in California on Street View, and I once was like pretending like I doxed a chatter, even though that was just like a for sale house that I found on like his fucking Zillow or something, whatever, right? And they knew it was a joke. But that has been consistent with my style of humor prior. It was just in this case, I went too far because my inhibitions were lessened, right? Because that's what alcohol does to you. Not saying that you know, makes me innocent. It doesn't. I'm still responsible fully. I'm just explaining why that joke seemed to have gone a bit farther than my other ones. Well, okay, so let's just break down. Okay, so what do you think, Missy, is that bad here? What additional harm did I create here What additional harm did I create here to this woman out of curiosity? Aiden, that was some of the most shocking and disturbed stuff I've ever heard. You give Chud a run for his money, and I totally refuse to disavow it because it was hilarious. You are nuts, man. What was my motive? I've just explained to you what my motive was. My motive was to be shocking in my chat where shock humor was common, normalized, and explicitly intended to occur within that chat, right? It was comparable to lesser forms of the same jokes I'd been making within that chat and on stream. That was my motive. Publishing her work. I didn't publish her workplace. I've always disputed that fact. But even if you accept that it happened, which it didn't, because that didn't happen, right? The only thing I posted in the text chat was photos of her face. Now, I said things in the VC, right? I said various things in the VC, but the thing that I sent was a photo of her face. Her workplace is given out on her Facebook account by her, and I didn't even know what it was. It's still like she gives it out on the Facebook account, which has never been obscured. It would be literally like, this is the best example how I explain that, right? Because J-Stock even said to me when he was criticizing me for this, I basically ran J-Stock through this in private because I didn't want to actually let people figure out where she worked. J-Stock was saying, because I literally made up some name of place. J-Stock, apparently people were saying that was the name of where she worked. It wasn't, right? But we'd assume for a second that it was. And it was such a, like, it would be like if you know that somebody's a pharmacist, right? And you say they work at CVS. That's the one that's the comparable example. Apparently that happened to be right, but that was a lie because I went back. That is not actually where she worked. That was like a complete and total lie. But besides the point, where she actually does work is still given out on the Facebook account that she never privatized and still engages with, or that she never privatized and engaged with on an account that Lio never privatized, right? That's still open and public. Intellectual demon, why are you trying to explain this stuff instead of apologizing? Because I won't apologize for something I didn't do. It's that simple, right? I'm not going to apologize for something I did not do. I'll apologize for the things that I have done. But if the take is just shut up and let any claim be made about this, regardless of how, regardless of the facts substantiate it, regardless of how negative it is for you, etc., then honestly, you're just like a fucking moron. You just admitted to doing it. I'm sorry. I just admitted. So the claim is, and the claim is always going to change, by the way, because when you're just, it's just going to become another claim. The claim was that I doxed someone, right? And that I intended to kill and rape them. The killing and raping comment was off of a privately recorded drunken VC that was taken out of context and published. And in that comment, I don't say anything about rape. I just say we're gonna fucking run a train on some dude's wife. It was a joke about banging a dude's wife. I did make a joke about killing her as well as other jokes, right? But those were jokes. Everybody there knew those were jokes. That's why nobody's like fucking horrified. Because they know that I am joking. Because it is intended for the in-group humor of an in-group audience that understands that what is being said is joking. Who made the claim that you literally want to unalive her? Denal, which Destiny retweeted, which Wick claimed and retweeted, which, you know how many fucking people have been claiming that over the last week? Chud didn't, what Chud did was Chud said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you threatened to, and I've never heard you were planning to. Okay, the claim was that what I was expressing was serious and not a joke, right? That's the claim that's been reiterated, that I was having fantasies of, and by the way, I hate to say this, the poor woman's been through enough, but ask anyone who has seen her face how much they believe that comment. I'll just tell you. I'm kidding. That's a joke. It's a bad joke. It's a bad joke. Imagine showing up to debate Destiny, doxing the day, and hiding all of this. How did I hide this? This was drama litigated for 6 months. It's all public across YouTube VODs. I made edgy jokes and reposted widely available and easily accessible information in a locked Discord chat that at most 20 people saw, right? I'm not going to start every conversation I have with someone saying that, because that is not like a sex offense, is it? The first debate? When did I hide that in the first debate? Wait, okay. So is it hiding if you don't volunteer every piece of information about your history?
I don't know why Aiden thinks that it's sunk cost, though. These are just the takes that I've had.
You certainly didn't, because why would I disclose that? What was the reason? If it came up, I wouldn't deny it.
Long. In fact, when we go back to any of the Willie Mac coverage, I don't think that people were making the distinction then, right? When Willie Mac was saying that Queeman...
You said you were the anti-dox guy. Yes, and if my position is I've never doxed anybody, then obviously that situation wouldn't be one that I'm bringing up. And it would be one that I know they can find and probably would have. I literally said they're going to bring this up during the debate. I literally said that. It's lies by omission. You were smarter than this. So I've just explained to you exactly why the descriptor of doxing wouldn't fit here. I've gone through it. There hasn't been a good reputation to it. We've gone through every premise. I've explained it. And it's just all of a sudden we're going to pretend the next day like that argument never happened and it's doxing again. I'm anti-doxing. I've always been anti-doxing. My name is Aiden, and I use big words I'm not even using big word. What word have I used that's big? I wouldn't care if it was just DGG litigating this. The problem is it's stickers, right? That's the issue I have here. It's not just DGG, it's someone on our side too, right? That's why I'm even talking about those. Except you would we've just gone over exactly why that isn't doxing. All of the information was consensually publicized by the party involved, and after it was utilized and linked, etc., it remained publicized and no corrective efforts were taken because they clearly didn't give a fuck, right? It would be, okay, so when you called me Aiden, you doxed me, all right? If I change my name tomorrow to, I don't know, Bob on YouTube, if you call me Aiden a year from now, you've doxed me. You've doxed me. Can you please answer? You just admitted you want... I said I joked about that. I'm sorry. When Destiny says he's gonna go fuck somebody's mom, and even when he makes a detailed joke about it, do you actually like, sit there for a minute and you're like, wait, this guy wanted to fuck somebody's mom? What? Alright, we're getting back into this. This is so retarded. It's actually just like, I'm fucking dealing with trolling morons. You should call in. They won't, though. That's a fucking worthless... My vape is dead and won't charge, and I think that's why I'm crashing out so much. I haven't vaped in like 10 minutes because my fucking vape is dead. Hold up. I know that's cringe as shit. But I think that's what's going on here. Anyways, back to the keynote. Back to the topic at hand. As I try not to crash out, as I'm having, like... My babies are... I'm fucking... As I try not to crash out. It doesn't charge off USB. Well, I plugged it in. It didn't fucking do it. Alright, anyways. Back to where I was. Or let's finish this.
Me. or when he was complaining about the live stream clip, for example, you know? Even if the allegation that was run around with at the time was that Queeman was a doxer, Queeman doxed Willie Mack. I don't remember anybody giving the distinction then. Well, actually, he spread the PII.
I think I literally made that distinction. And I made that distinction during Cameron F305, which he was involved in.
Right? It was... No. This wasn't for a malicious intent. He did this accident.
I know you've seen the theory that you were into... Okay, I thought that was a joke. You keep repeating this line, that I was into her husband. Her husband is like some 40-something-year-old, like actual, like, fat-ass gargant. He's so fat that it is the butt of every joke made against him. I've had nothing but contempt and hatred for her husband. Nobody is seriously theorizing that I was into Lyo Convoy. You, like, just, like, it was a joke, okay? It was kind of funny the first time, but you just, like, keep saying it as if that's an actual point.
Mentally. He didn't realize it was going to come up in the video. Maybe you can say you're targeting different things. Doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have the distinction in your mind at all, but...
Thank you for the 2, Tay. I love you, Aiden. That all was bad argument. Thanks, Taya. Thanks. I don't get it. I honestly, I don't fucking get it anymore. I really don't.
I think that I've never heard this distinction made to say that somebody...
I literally made it in the Cameron F305 situation where I had an argument with Morale about. Morale just literally said that he remembers that happening. We had a whole fucking argument about this. Yes, that distinction was made, and I made it.
He isn't a doxer. Or to say that something isn't a dox, you know? It's dox information.
So fucking easy. Hold on. Oh, does Philmont not look through unlisted VODs anymore, by the way? Click the exact number of times each animal is listed. 1. There we go. Fuck me. Click the icon of each number of times the animal... What is going on? It's 1 zebra. Please try again? It's 1 zebra. How many fucking captions? Oh my god, dude. 1 cat. Okay. 1 bird. Please try again. Fuck you. Eat shit. Holy fuck.
If you publicize it, that's a dox. You know? And again, for the final time, this isn't necessarily targeted at Aiden.
Does anyone think that Aiden's arguments were good? Okay, so you just doxed me, User. If you don't think my argument is good, and you think that what I did was doxing, you've just doxed me by calling me Aiden. You just doxed me.
It's more broad than that.
So, User is a known doxer. Let's just make that clear. He just doxed me.
This is the principle, this is the standard I hold around doxing, so... Yeah. But, there we are. Semantics arguments are weak. Consistency is key. I'd agree with that. I think I saw some comment that somebody left as well.
Even, like, people in the chat that watch me are saying that I've been consistent on this.
Some other tweets. Because as soon as the null tweets and at me, that means that I, get the, I always get the fucking notifications for it. But no, it is a semantic difference, right?
It's not just like semantics. I'm going off of your own established standards. If you think that distinction was worth making with Drazi, I don't know why that distinction wouldn't be worth making here. I think your argument of it being similar to Drazi is good. I think both okay, nobody needs to re-explain that the situation is fucked. I did something bad. I was raped for 6 months over it. Okay? Rightfully so. My viewership was gone. I lost personal connections. I was never taken seriously, etc. What more could I possibly go through or you feel like enough has been done? Like, the act was not so bad that this is something where, like, there needs to be further consequence. I face so, like, what else needs to happen? What else needs to happen for, like, satisfaction here? I don't understand. Okay, people should the only reason that people downplay the action now, Missy, is because the original claim was one that was absurdly fucking exaggerated. So it's not downplaying, it's correcting the record. When you say it wasn't that bad, it's because it's true it wasn't that bad. What was claimed at the time is fucking horrible and not substantiated by the facts or prior standards set by the creators making the claim. Right? So when people should be saying that it isn't that bad, they should continue saying that. Because for 6 months, all you heard was that it was more extreme than it actually was. But nobody was rushing in to correct that. Right? Nobody was rushing in to correct that. But all of a sudden, when it's downplaying, and downplaying is merely saying it is not the thing that it was falsely labeled to be, now we care. Fuck. That's good. Okay, that's very good. Anyways, I should calm down a little bit. That was good. So, as I was saying, it's real. I'm bad, dude. I'm such a Nick fiend. I'm such a fucking Nick fiend. It's so bad, dude. It's really like I have a problem. I legitimately have a problem. You got. What am I lying about? No, at this point, it's a lie if you run with the claim. On his May 25th live stream, at Morale Live, claimed Parry offered to blow you and you said no. Is that true? The claim? I don't... So the thing is, I don't remember it. But the reason I wouldn't remember it is because if he said it, I would think it was a joke. Which is probably why, when I was looking for things to use against Parry, that never came up. If I ever believed that was a serious, attempt at trying to fuck me, don't you think and I turned him down over it, which is what everyone's claiming, including him, don't you think I would have used that against him? I would have been like, this dude was gay for me. He tried to fuck. I said no. I never seriously... The reason I don't deny that that statement was made is because he could totally say something like that as a joke. Everyone I've ever been friends with makes jokes like that on the regular. It literally happened today when I was reconnecting with former IRLs of mine. People were like they were saying like, I'm hot now and asking if I have a girlfriend. They're not gay, right? They were joking. But my assertion would be that you would be joking if you made a comment like that to me, right? Outing someone is terrible, even... Okay. The wife was innocent. The wife has had emotion... Okay, that's not even entirely true, right? Not saying she deserved what happened. But the wife was accused of abuse by one of Lyo's found family members and was included. That was a whole thing, right? But besides the point, right? That's besides the point. His wife was innocent there as it pertained to my grievances with Lyo. It was a dick move to repost her already widely available, widely accessible to anyone who wanted to misuse it, PII, to a locked Discord chat in the process of drunkenly making edgy jokes, right? That was a dick move. That was a dick move. But what about any of the facts I've just laid out are disputed at this point? Either it's bad... Okay. So just so we're clear, if you challenge a descriptor for an act you acknowledge is bad, that's somehow mutually exclusive with saying it's bad. So, if you ever get a DUI, Andrew, and they try to charge you with murder, you clearly don't think the DUI is bad if you try to go to court to argue that you didn't murder somebody. Just say sorry. You obviously don't think the act was bad. So if it's publicly accessible, does that make it okay? You know what? You know what? I killed that woman. I fucking killed her. I'm not gonna downplay what I did. I brutally and violently murdered that woman. If I dispute the murder claim, I'm clearly downplaying it. It's this simple. You know what? I think I can do this in a language that you people understand. Actually, if you bumped into a girl while drunk and say you're sorry, and someone says you punched her when you didn't, you are not sorry if you say you didn't punch her. Yeah, that's clearly that's literally the line of argumentation we've gone down. Like, if Destiny feels sorry for what happened to Mia Rose, so you admit that Destiny... Wait, Andrew, just out of curiosity, you admit that Destiny has no remorse over the Mia Rose shit when because he tried to say that she jumped or she let him jump into her lap or something? So he has no remorse over that, clearly, right? You agree with that, just so we're clear. And whenever Destiny says that Anna was stalking him, you admit that he doesn't feel like he ever did anything wrong ever as it pertains to Anna. And by the way, this would all be right, but you don't believe this. No, not that simple. If you start minimizing shit and getting all specific. Okay, just so we're clear, I did this once, and I did it it was a bad act. Don't get me wrong. But then I was lied about for 6 months. So obviously, when I lead and discuss this, it's going to be attempting to refute the lie rather than re-apologizing for a whole drama I went through 6 months ago. Destiny always brings up minimizing factors for everything that he does. He's literally doing it with Pixie right now. The only difference is my minimizing factors actually negate the descriptive claim. His don't. Dumpy, what's up? Sorry, I just saw you. Don't be Destiny. I'm not being Destiny because I'm not lying. Right? I'm not lying. I admit that what I did was a bad thing to do. That's why, like, I've literally said that every time, right? It's a bad thing to do. Okay, the conversation is about you, not Destiny. So fucking true. So true. So true. Yeah, he... Anyways. And by the way, the invitation to prove me wrong is open to anybody. Anybody ever that's ever existed that thinks I'm wrong on this can call in and prove to everybody how wrong I am. And we can go over the same dialogue that's been gone over 1,000 times, right? Where it's been demonstrated that like, the thing is, why would they even need... If it was so bad, why would you need to exaggerate it? Why would people need to then go, when I give my response, claim that I spread her like piece of PI that I wasn't even accused of spreading? Why, if it was so bad in and of itself, why would it need to be demonstrably exaggerated? It is bad enough where you can just say what happened as it happened. Right? I reposted some woman who had nothing to do with anything. I reposted her widely available PII and made off-color jokes about her, right? And that's wrong. If people don't want it, you shouldn't spread it. There was no reason for her name to even be invoked. That is what I did. That is what I will own to. That is what I've apologized for. Anything beyond that is a lie because it has been demonstrated multiple times. So you don't find her attractive. Yes. Nobody, even Lio, has claimed that I actually find... Nobody claims that I find this guy's wife attractive. Even... I mean this all due respect. You're going to have to make me, like, talk negatively about this poor woman. Listen to Gilded Poo. Okay?
Now I get to talk. Him being a victim,
You the person.
it was his wife until another photo of her. You know what's really weird about his wife is that she has a very large forehead. Before any of you were like, oh my god, he's showing pictures of his wife.
Like, I mean
Holy
this all due
shit.
respect.
I want to make two things very...
She's not a looker, okay? And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that because the claim is now that I was attracted to her. She's not a looker. Or you could just not? Okay, it's this simple. I will address every false claim made about me, and if you think I shouldn't be allowed to, then honestly go fuck yourself. It's honestly that simple. What is, like, wrong about that? You don't get to just lie, and then I'm not allowed to defend myself. I have to tie my hands behind my back, right? What's the issue? Every time the claim is made, I will absolutely address it. And I'll give the argument. And I have every fucking right to. You have to call... Okay. So the fact that she's conventionally unattractive would substantiate that I probably wasn't into her, was I? You dragging it is where people can feel you're minimizing. Got it. So describing something exactly as it demonstrably happened is minimization. I understand. I got it. And just, like, accept that you're lied about, and just take it, accept that. Even though you, like, have evidence for why every facet of the claim is exaggerated or incorrect. No, it would. You could just not say it. Why would I not say it if it keeps... You know what you could not say? You know what you could not say? The claim itself. Just don't make the claim. Just don't make the claim. I could not say it, but I am going to say it if you say it and I'm defending myself, right? Talking about the appearance of a... Okay, I'm being accused of being attracted to somebody. My response is that they're ugly, and I'm playing a clip of somebody else saying it, right? You could just, and also that's not even true that it's non-public. The claim that I'm attracted to her is public, and my evidence is in a publicly posted video, where I've even taken the liberty to blur it. So no, every part of what I've addressed is public. Can you please acknowledge the more important allegations? What's the more important allegation? How about this? No, the impetus is on you to not make the claim, all right? Not on me to not respond. I'm not going to do this thing where it's like, oh, just tie your hands behind your back. Just let me exaggerate. Let me lie about it. But if you respond, God forbid you respond. Okay, I know you're joking, Dumpy, but because you're my friend, Denal literally took what you jokingly put in my chat yesterday and then published as if you actually believe that. So I'd appreciate if you didn't, right? Because they're just going to source that as you being legitimate, even though you're joking. Bro's been doing a 20v1 against chatters for the past half hour. Yes, absolutely. Just like I will argue with anyone about anything, right? I hear a lot of claims like telling me what not to do, a lot of prescriptions, but nobody's providing a counter argument like to anything I've said. And the only people who have then ended up conceding on it. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I just would appreciate it if I didn't get lied about. I don't know what to tell you. And I will defend myself if that like occurs, right? Hold up. We don't even have a topic to go to. The counter argument is not to relitigate. No, I'm gonna fucking relitigate it every time someone claims I did something that I didn't do. I'm absolutely gonna relitigate it. Right? If you choose to relitigate it, I will. Right? It's that simple. It only comes up because other people bring it up. And why would you just let the claim sit there uncontested? When food shops, just so you're aware, when food shops decided not to respond, when I said you were sexually DMing a 17-year-old, right? That didn't look good for food shops, did it? Apologies to the woman who she shared her PII and still shares it. All of that PII was shared by her, and after it was pointed out that it was linked to loud comments, the page was left up and updated by her. Thank you for the 2. Spencer, Denal blocked my ex because he's a coward. Hold up. I'm sure that like after her Facebook was like publicized and she regularly updates it and never privated it and it got disseminated in videos with 20,000 views, etc. I'm sure the thing that she's really worried about and really exceptionally cares about is that it got posted in a locked Discord chat that was viewed by 20 people at max who don't care about either of the people involved here, right? I'm sure that's what keeps her up at night, and she needs an apology 6 months later, personally. That's true. I agree. Anyways, Parry did a what tier list did he do? What is this?
The snarkers don't give any agency to the women. So what level of agency do you give to a character like Lav or Anna? Or I'm trying to think of another one.
No, Spencer, you can't say that because then Missy's gonna come in and say you're minimizing it, but she never came in when people were lying that it was doxing. People will only rush in to correct it, and it's only worth correcting if the claim makes it look not as bad as it was. But if the claim makes it look worse than it was, it's totally worth relitigating and bringing up. So, like, just admit you want me raped. It's okay. You could just say it.
I think those two are very different. Anna,
elaborate, please.
Anna definitely less agency, especially because.
Thank you for the 5. Hey, Dance, keep it up. Much appreciated.
It seems.
On a scale of 1 to 10, could you give us a rate?
Well, it depends at what.
Yeah, I'd say Anna's like S tier, abuse victim. I'd put Cherry in A tier. Melina is high B tier. Let's see. Eris Ann, I'd also put in A tier, if you guys remember the Eris Ann stuff. Does anyone have a Destiny abuse victim tier list, actually? No, this is important. I think this is important. I think we are going to have to derail in order to do a Destiny abuse victim tier list.
I think this is really what we needed now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The bit's totally going to be worth it, guys.
You guys really want to get into the Destiny crash? We'll get there, I promise. We will get to the Destiny crash outs. Let's see. I need pictures. Lavloon. Let's start with Hasan, sincerely. I'm not joking, I really do think Hasan is not a scorned lover of Destiny, but I think that Destiny is a scorned lover of Hasan, if that makes sense. I've shown it before, but there was that drunken night out where Destiny, literally, just, like, roped him, was being weirdly sexual, over and over again, kept roping him.
Sometimes, you just like to grab movies and just slap together. I'm not gonna get Steve, probably because, Steve is,
Number 1, Aiden and Queeman on the tier list. So true.
A lot drunker than I thought he was going to be. You didn't tell me to get a bigger chance. I know what all months are.
But sincerely, right? I'm serious. I am a truther on this topic. Like, Hasan slept on Destiny's couch. They went out late at night, and Destiny.
Oh my god, dude, the fucking dumpy VCR. They're just coming. They never know what's going on. Just all in here now. Yeah, wow. Ha 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 ha. Hi, outsiders. I think your outsider here is really funny. I do like Dumpy. I do like Dumpy. I just don't like when I'm talking about it's like serious. When people come in here and just start like joking, and then like Denal's taking those jokes and reasserting them as if they're not jokes because people that aren't me and him don't realize that he's joking, right? I'm not saying Dumpy's out to get me. That's not even a claim I made. I'm just saying he's coming in here to joke, right? He's coming in here to joke, and Denal was taking those jokes and posing them as if it was like serious fact. Because that people are looking for things about me to mischaracterize. Because people have vested interests in lying about me. Because they can't address my arguments on substance. So they have to go back 6 months and try to exaggerate and lie about something that happened. And then I get blamed for relitigating it while it's a claim actively being used against me and being retweeted by like YouTubers that are like fucking 10 times my size, right? I'm not a victim. I'm just asking not to be lied about. It's really like not hard. I wouldn't do it to... Am I going around saying that Destiny definitively was like age playing about the concept of real kids? Am I running with Connor's claim as established fact? No, I'm just asking that I get the same treatment that I put onto others, right? Am I going back to dig up the shovel tweet and claim that that was an actual threat? No, I'm not. Don't lie. Just lie. Yeah, got it.
Got too drunk and started groping him. I sincerely think that's a non-zero. I'd say like upwards of 50% of Destiny's hatred of Hasan is that Hasan will not sleep with him. And unlike a lot of the other people here, this has gone on for years. So there's an argument. The counter is that Hasan is doing a-okay, right? That's the only counter to this point. But for the amount of disgusting, like, of weird psychosexual shit.
I don't even know what we're talking about either. Hold up. What is this?
Copyright system. Ben then dropped.
This just puts like fucking Aiden projects on my feed. Now I have to watch this.
He said, please consider.
What did he just skip? I believe no okay. I'm sorry, you guys gotta go. This is like fucking ridiculous. I get it. We're like, we can joke in the Discord VCs. We're all friends. Like, I'm obviously talking about something serious. People are trying to run with claims that I'm doxing people. Probably it's not the right time to come in here on a situation you're unfamiliar with and start making like vague jokes that someone can then take and claim is like an actual serious threat because they don't understand you're joking, right?
This just puts like fucking Aiden projects on my feed. Now I have to watch this.
He said, please consider this email a former notice,
not to involve yourself, your platform, your audience, your channel, your content in any campaign collaboration involving Reckless Ben.
It's not over. I'm just asking you to take a fucking hint. I'm just asking you to take a hint. That's all I'm asking for here, right? Just take a fucking hint. Yeah, now's the time I really want to come in and joke with my old pals about this, like, in-group humor that's going to be interpreted and negatively perceived by the out-group while I'm discussing active drama I'm going through. I'm just asking you to take a fucking hint and come back some other time. It's really not hard. Got it.
Dude. they're threatening to sue. Like, this is what I get out of this. They're threatening legal action if he associates with Reckless Ben. That's where this is going now. If you even associate with Reckless Ben, it's an entirely secluded situation that realistically would have nothing to do with Reckless Ben. And now because of
Yeah, I've met Dioria. Yes, I've met Dioria. What is this? Hold up. Why did my name even come up here? What was even the context? I'm all over his feed.
McNaff.
That's true. That's true.
To protect our
I
brand.
still literally don't know why my name came up here. Somebody sent this video. What is this?
Hey, it's me, the soy pill, and
Wokeness.
Wokeness.
Woke.
The soy pill. It's an interesting name.
Woke mind virus.
what even is woke? How can there be a woke 2 if I don't even know what woke 1
Your face is on the monitor in the Willie Mac video. Why would I even be in that video?
is?
Was this ketchup bottom?
I think Willie said that you, Queeman, and some other dude were doxing. What? Wait, what video is he watching? Wait, what?
They're not.
I was never a part of Willie's claim. Dude, silly crack hoe is now fucking keep putting my name in his mouth? Are you serious?
This story is
Oh, there was a picture that I thought Willie was like now going and saying some shit about me.
Woke is this mustard? I mean, literally. Woke M&Ms have returned. Green M&M got her boots back, but apparently is now a lesbian, maybe?
Can anyone even define woke?
Woke is accepting everything that is evil.
Woke has a very specific inception. It actually originated in the African American community as early as the 1930s to refer.
I'll rewatch the Nick clip. It still doesn't make any sense.
copyright system. Ben then dropped.
This just puts like fucking Aiden projects on my feed.
Oh. Well, how did this guy doesn't even look like me? What? What's the joke? This guy doesn't fucking look anything like me. Am I wrong? Am I off? This guy literally does not look like me. I don't understand the joke. I literally do not understand the joke here. Oh, I got it. Is it like because he looks young or something and I look young? He's got two eyes like you. Is this the like quality of jokes coming from the Nicholas Diorio channel? Huh? Okay. Awesome.
To being aware or woken up to racial prejudice and discrimination. It resurged in the 2010s under the Stay Woke hashtag.
Excuse me, you realize you're talking about BIPOC history without centralizing marginalized Afro-Latino voices?
I mean, yeah, but I didn't know I had to be black to talk
Say
about...
BIPOC or Afro-Latino.
Okay, I didn't think I had to do that.
Yeah, that's right. You didn't think. Typical white, able-bodied, heteronormative, cisgendered, privileged, educated, microaggressing, upper-middle-class, anti-intersectional, anti-ally, uncritical, performative ethnic...
Who is Timbuk-Tony? What is happening? Huh? You're done for. I'm not. It's just like people like my friends think it's the funniest thing in the world to come in here when I'm like talking about some shit they obviously don't care about. Like I'm obviously like doing my own thing and like just like come in here to like make like a bunch of like fucking like I just. And I'm just like waiting for it to end so we can move on. Like I laughed at the bit was funny, guys. The bit was funny. Now, respectfully, like, please fuck off. That's it. That's all I'm trying to get out.
Gentrifying, imperial colonial,
Let's get into
male
woke
presenting.
one. I know it's hard to believe, but back in the 90s and 2000s, bigotry was over. Yes, even after the Rodney King riots and race wars between African Americans and rooftop Koreans, the post-9/11 Islamophobia that persists to this day, gender pay inequalities. No, but seriously, of course, bigotry still existed, just like it does now. But there was this emerging narrative of, we're all equal, treat everyone the same, that was almost a societal constant. Every kid's show had every race and gender and identity, and every time differences were brought up, it was to draw attention to just how bad treating people differently for their immutable characteristics was. Every white person's
True.
favorite show was The Fresh Prince. How can I be racist if I like Carlton? Racism is over, guys. We elected a black guy. Bigotry was so cartoonishly evil as to be one note and simple-minded.
That kid's a bad influence. All his kind are. It's bad enough I gotta deal with them all day long. Now one of them's in my house.
I hate you because you are different.
I didn't respond because what did I lie about? Everyone dumped you for 6 months. They didn't ignore it because of Turkey Tom. You never responded to that, by the way, because you lied. What did I not respond to?
And different is bad. It's why when people are accused of being racist, they'll say, no, I have black friends. Because as silly as that sounds, it's a legitimate counter to the kind of bigotry that we were used to seeing in the mainstream. Would a guy like this have a black friend?
Now keep driving, you black spear chucker piece of shit!
This illusion of post-bigotry society was what necessitated the rise of Woke One. Most of society was asleep to the problems that still persist. Wake up and see, minorities are still disproportionately policed.
Did Turkey Tom overshadow your controversy? Yeah, no shit. I am a 6,000, 7,000. Like, I had a really big YouTube channel when I was much younger. I'm a completely irrelevant person. Tom is a over 1 million subscriber active YouTuber that regularly is doing hundreds of thousands of views. I do 100 concurrent normally. Obviously, it's gonna overshadow. You fucking retard.
And disadvantaged because of the communities that they were segregated in. People have conscious and unconscious biases that cause them to treat people differently when they're hiring them, giving them medical care, or selling them a house. People alive today lived through Jim Crow and have lost generational wealth and opportunities because of it. It was dispelling the idea that all of that could happen and then we could dust off our hands and say, well, that's the end of that, and not address the material harm that persists to this day. Not just because people are mistreated for being different, but because of structural problems in the country. It's a necessary step that we're gonna have to move through as a society to put everyone on a more equal playing field. But how does addressing this actually manifest? Well, the same way that every movement composed of people who think they know better than everyone else manifests. By being smug and fucking annoying. Yeah, from the incoherent flat earthers to the logically correct vegans, any group of people that thinks they know better and goes against society's status quo are inevitably going to come across as super fucking annoying, regardless of how correct they are. Sure, it's more annoying when a flat earther tells you something that is just obviously incorrect.
You can't go to land on Mars, you can't land on the moon, these are not spherical rocks.
So much of the annoyance comes from the fact that you're telling people the thing that you're okay with, that you think is normal and morally permissible, no, that's wrong. Put that burger down, you bloodthirsty murdering toddler, and humans naturally have the inclination.
I can't even fucking hold on. One sec.
Of superiority when they're explaining something to the uninformed masses. And yes, I'm aware this is literally my job.
I'm trying to absorb this video. I'm just waiting. I'm just literally just waiting for like certain people to like, I get it. We're doing like the, haha, I know the guy who's streaming. Let me come into his chat. I'm literally just waiting for that to be over. It's just like fucking annoying at this point. It's not even funny.
It doesn't matter that woke people are correct to say not all historic injustice just disappear.
The video sucks too. You're right. It's not even worth engaging with. What is this? Who is Timbuk Tony?
So I was shaving today, and I took off the soul patch on accident, and my chin looks fucking huge. But today we're talking about Asmongold and his seeming never-ending support of sweeping the Epstein files directly under the rug. So to start this off, I want to contrast how Asmongold spoke about the Epstein files just a year ago, March 1st of 2025. Let's have a look at this clip right here.
Despite my repeated request, the FBI never disclosed the evidence of these files.
This seems like a problem.
And she's directing...
Well, Mr. Just, yes, but then I time them out, and it's like someone, because they're joking. Because they're joking. And people outside don't realize that. I go time them out, and it's like Aiden crashes out so hard, he's timing out his friends. He's turned on his friends, right? That's what it then becomes. They know this. They're doing it anyway because for whatever reason, there's some grievance with me. I guess they have. I don't know. I've tried to like give every implicit like indicator that I, you know, probably now is not the best time. But yeah, it's just gonna happen anyway. So.
To begin an immediate investigation into why the FBI isn't following orders.
What they really have to do is they have to crucify the people that were holding the information and withholding it. Because unless they do that, I don't think the trust is really restored. People need to go to jail for this, basically.
You remember where Epstein killed himself? I asked Bill Barr about that, why everything seemed to go wrong that night.
What are the odds?
When I first heard all the information and all the coincidences here, I was suspicious.
Just a lot of coincidences.
Well, one of the cameras was out.
Right.
He was supposed to have a cellmate. The cellmate left. They didn't replace the cellmate. And the guards who were supposed to check him every half hour didn't check him.
Oh,
my EMT source said he was on the scene immediately.
So as you can see from his demeanor.
Yeah, but my question is, like, if I'm actually a friend of yours and you know people are, like, actively mischaracterizing stuff against you, why would you, like, just not take the implicit hint and, like, fuck off and, like, make me do something like that if it could be mischaracterized? Like, I just don't get it. I honestly just, I don't get it. Like, it's not something I should even have to do, right? If you're somebody that's, like, actually my friend, and not trying to fuck with me.
Very inquisitive, very conspiratorial, very anti-mainstream narrative coming out of the Trump administration. He thinks, hey, nothing's gonna get solved.
It's like, what, like, I have to fight on all fronts, like, simultaneously. On one hand, you have people that come from DGG. That's fine in of itself. Then you have, like, a bunch of friends that are doing an unfunny bit to try to fuck with you. Okay, right? Then you have, like, claims being made by people within your own respective space about you that you're seriously addressing because it's a serious drama or whatever. And it's just, like, exhausting. It's just fucking exhausting.
Trust won't be restored until people are put in jail and names are named.
Immediately to pull Epstein's body out to the morgue. And when he got to the cell, he saw 7 people there touching Epstein's body, moving stuff around.
Oh, that's usually what you do in a crime scene, for sure. With especially a high-profile person, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Is the Bureau embarrassed that they let hundreds of young victims down?
No, they're probably not embarrassed at all. They're probably just trying to protect their power dynamic. That's it.
About a year later, in March of 2026, this is what he has to say about the files. It's being important to talk about, and goes on about how Muslims should fix their child marriage problem first. Let's give this clip a listen.
Fix your own fucking country, marrying 13-year-olds, 9-year-olds, and then maybe we can talk about the Epstein files after that.
And then, as we covered just a couple weeks ago, at the end of May, this is what Asmongold had to say about the Epstein files once again.
And let's not forget the Epstein list either. Oh, dude, there's nothing that's going to happen with Epstein. I'm sorry to say. I know a lot of you guys want to, like, get angry about this or, like, say that, oh, there needs to be accountability for the Epstein stuff. No, there's not going to be. There's not going to be any accountability for that.
Rando shitters in chat. No, I can handle people calling me that. I just argue with them. But, like, the problem is you have to do, if you have to, it's dealing with one at a time that I can do. It's like an aggregation. I have a hard time, I guess, like trying to shift how and that's probably like a character flaw on my end, right? But it's like 15 different fronts at all times kind of thing. And I just have a tendency to try to argue with everyone. And that is a problem with me, right? I like to argue, and I'm drawn to argue. So it's like it's just like a fucking, yeah, I don't know.
The reason why is because basically there isn't enough evidence.
So again, had he not said, basically there isn't enough evidence, I probably would have said he's just being a doomer. This is just Asmongold being pessimistic on the likelihood of any of these people being brought to justice, which even that, I don't like anyone pushing that sentiment. I think that that's a very negative and toxic thing for any content creator to do, especially someone like Asmongold who's in a political sphere. But negative and toxic content coming from Asmongold isn't exactly a new thing. But when it comes to the idea of politicians and billionaires getting together on a pedophile island to do unthinkable, unspeakable things, I expect a little bit more engagement from someone like Asmongold than, oh yeah, I mean, there's no evidence, so looks like nothing's.
Is anything else even happening? I feel like I just need something more interesting to lock in because I'm totally locked out now. Right? I mean, I would probably lock in better if, like, people just, like, killed the bit, right? I'm in a bad mood because the Knicks lost. No, I'm in a bad mood because people aren't taking the hint and are going to force me enough to time them out, which is just going to look bad for me and they're my friends. So I just feel like that's, like, a fucking dick thing to do. I feel like it's just, like, the worst time to come in here and try to do that. And, like, just, like, you should be able to take a hint, right? What is this? From Deaf Noodles.
Democracy. No way, dude.
Are you against Thomas Massey?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
No,
Give us your
wait,
argument.
bigger issue is you actually want, hold on, now, let me ask you a question. You actually want foreign money influencing our election.
Well, so APAC is not foreign money. That's really quickly. So APAC is the American.
Wait, where does it say APAC on the prompt?
Yeah, I mean,
where does it say APAC? I'm sorry, wait,
called
Matt.
context clues.
Who
He
brought up
mentioned
APAC?
foreign. This doesn't say APAC.
Well, no,
so
foreign
I'm gonna
applies.
presume he's
Foreign
talking
applies to
about APAC.
Qatar. Foreign applies
I'm
to
sorry.
Chinese.
I'm sorry. At no point did anybody
India
say
has a pretty
Israel.
big
At no
pact
point
too.
did anybody
Right,
say
right,
APAC. No, just let me
Sure,
finish.
okay.
The prompt literally just says.
It's always fascinating watching Israel First neocons. What is even... So we've got Dean Withers here. We've got Def Noodles. And we've got Parker Get a Job. So what is the...
You against Thomas Massey? Yeah, I am. Okay.
No, wait, bigger issue is you actually want,
Can I-
hold on, now, let me ask you a question. You actually want foreign money influencing our election.
Well, so APAC is not foreign money. That's really quickly. So APAC is the American.
Wait, where does it say APAC on the prompt?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I don't even know the context. But yeah, they're right. Dean's right. Def Noodles right. It's a weird team up. It's a really weird team up. Yeah, so Def Noodles like fucking running for like Congress, I guess. Or he's not doing it anymore, I guess. He's never going to win. I wonder what his... I haven't actually... Have we watched his campaign video yet? I think we might have. I honestly, like, when I saw this guy's, like, switch up, I actually, like, legitimately thought that, like... I unironically, like, legitimately thought that, like, he's, like, being paid by someone. Because it literally was, like, an overnight thing. He goes from being, like, a slop tuber for a while to doing his, like, bit with the cat ears that's, like, super unfunny. And then it was like overnight, he's changed his appearance, he's changed the way he talks, and he's running for Congress as a Republican. Like, this is how he used to talk.
You always hear the most surprising admissions at the least expected moments. Like, for example, recently, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher admitted that not only do they not shower, but they also don't bathe their kids. James Charles is quitting makeup, and Austin McBroom is getting sued for $100 million.
Like, I don't know who groomed this guy into politics, because then you go to, like, it's like it doesn't even look human when you go to like the actual like transition. Like if you go like fucking, where is it? Hold up. Thank you, James Delos Inc., Denal Torres Burt. You know what, Denal? Let's just be friends, okay? Why do we even fight? Why do we even do it, all right? You're like the Joker to my Batman, or maybe it's the other way around. Why do we do this? Why do we do what we do? Why are we in this cycle with each other? Is it not on his second channel? It might be. What's your deal, bro? So uptight. Well, maybe like if you like tuned in and like picked up on what I was talking about, you'd realize I was like actively litigating a serious drama pertaining to myself. And most people would probably understand that and take the cue to maybe like we could hang like if you messaged me, called me, which you don't do, right? You just want to come in and joke while I'm live addressing something serious. So it's like, yeah, I feel like you kind of got to take a fucking hint. Respectfully. A new
Hi, folks.
chapter.
It's been a while. This channel's been through a lot, and so have I. I wasn't really sure if I'd ever post on here again, but lately I've been thinking, maybe there's still something worth saying. I started this channel back in 2018 doing reaction content, comedy, depending on who you ask, and commentary. Then it evolved into news, internet drama, satire. It got big, bigger than I ever imagined. Then it got messy. Then it got even bigger. And then it became kind of a headache. Eventually, I stepped away to build something that matters more to me. Something that brought my ideas into focus. And in the meantime, I came back here every so often to experiment. I posted some really random stuff. Some of it I regret. Some of it was just plain weird. I tried out AI. I tried out bits. I tried out everything at this point. And recently, I've been reflecting. especially after watching a video by 16 Leo. It was surprisingly fair. And watching him react to old...
This doesn't seem like he's reading an AI script, not like the other videos. Not like the other videos. There's one specifically that I'm thinking of here. Hold on. It was like the, there's like a specific type. I'm like a little fucking distracted. That's why we're jumping around. I'm a little distracted. Okay, I gotta be honest. I'm very fucking distracted. Like I'm literally just waiting for a certain pill to go away. But, I think that, hold up. Where the fuck? There's like something specific that I'm thinking of. It was like, I think it was like, why can't I find it? Did he delete these videos? He had all these videos coming out, like, I think we looked at it last year. It looks like they might have been taken down, possibly? Or it might be this one. Okay, like, shit like this, yeah. His, like, background went red. He completely, like, changed up, and then he was, like, obviously, like, reading from AI.
Hi, folks. Today we're going to be responding to Evangelina Skov, or however the hell you pronounce her name. I'm not particularly familiar with who she is or what she does, but she's apparently come out to White Knight for Adam McIntyre. I looked through her channel, and she's already made quite a few videos about me, all relying on the same entire narrative that Adam uses, just recycling the same talking points, basically, you know, saying that I'm a flop, that I'm unfunny, that my channel is irrelevant, blah, 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 the usual BS coming from low IQ people like them. Now, none of it is based on substance. I think it goes without saying. It's just pure ad hominem attacks aimed at me personally with zero engagement of what I actually say in my videos. And as you'll see today, she's very much like Adam and...
Talk about Destiny? What do you want me to talk about as it pertains to Destiny? I feel like we've, like, gone through, like, every... Unless something new happened. Alright. Oh, hold up. Go A-log Mr. Mooten. I guess I can't. I just need to... I'm gonna do this, unfortunately. And... Yeah, we're like... I'm sorry. It's just like... Fuck it. We're done. We're done. Anyways. Don't become the Destiny 2 channel. I'm not. I just don't know what to talk about. People are, like, fucking me up. What is there to even talk? This was like a completely unplanned stream as well, so I just like completely. What was I thinking? What was I fucking thinking? You have something. All right, what do you have? It's you. You guys have the remote control here. I'll talk about whatever you want me to talk about. I don't have a docket here. It's like a late night stream. Send it an inbox. You could watch Destiny Docs Sunday. Yeah, let me re-air Sunday's Docs. I think that's a really good idea, actually. Let's just, like, re-air President Sunday's Docs. We should, yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm loving the suggestions here. All right, here we go.
Stardust is here. Wick was just getting into it. Here's fucking Zerko, who was farming the fuck out of it. Oh my fucking god. The crazy stories build of us. Jesus Christ. Anyway, she was talking to Disco server during the first time you talked to Aiden. What, today? Oh, last month? Yeah, she shows up every now and then to remind people that I'm an abuser or whatever.
I don't even know who this is. But what does this have to do with me? I don't know who the fuck this is. Unironically, who the fuck is this? Oh, that's Anna? Oh, I should have known that. I should have known that. I actually didn't know. I actually just didn't. I didn't recognize that.
Bullshit. And she also...
Wait, let me move him. We're gonna... Hold on. Yeah.
Also plays these stupid fucking snarker games. I've got like 8 clients scheduled for tomorrow, so rip, but things are good. Hope you're doing well too. Food Shops is in Wick's waiting room. I'm assuming to defend Destiny some more. Skullface. You know what would probably not be healthy for her? You know what would probably not be healthy? Is going online and watching content about me would probably not be like the healthiest thing. You know who is facilitating it in their Discord and talking about it? Just like they did with Cherry, just like they just did with Connor, just like they do with any other. And meanwhile, these people are the ones who.
Wait, why are we like, what is the bit? Is this like a bit where he continuously acts surprised that the person where the fixture of her obsession, as it pertains to her diagnosed OCD, pertains to her public image? Why do we like act surprised when the mentally ill person or somebody that we can all acknowledge has a mental illness where you'd expect a certain type of symptom? Why do we expect it when that happens? Why do you act surprised when that happens? I just don't get it.
Who are saying I'm weaponizing the mentally ill girls. It's these people who do it. It is these people who fucking do it. Not only do they do it, but all of them were cheering it on the entire time when I didn't even want to. You know what? Actually,
why did my name come up here?
There might have been aspects in my community.
I just rejoined JStalk's server for the first time yesterday after I fell out with them. I just rejoined yesterday, and you want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to never look in that server. I just have it so if I want to call into his stream, right? I guess I might look at it at some point, I guess. But I don't know who is or isn't there or what's going. I just trust JStalk to moderate if, you know, any shit that I like, things that I would consider crossing a line, things I would consider crossing. I'm sure those aren't allowed on the server and they moderate it, but
that were fucking A-logging her. There might have been. If they were, it was people like fucking Gisticle. And it was people like fucking Queeman. People who are no longer in my fucking community. It was messages like this.
Chud Logic covering the Anna drama today. I'm so tuned in with the reality. Copium, what is wrong with you guys? Shut it down. We eating good today. Shit here again. Was Queeman was a nobody at this point. Is he blaming Queeman for the discussion of Anna at the time? Wasn't Queeman just some nobody fucking viewer of his at this point in time? That's actually such a funny spin. That's actually just like that's actually hilarious. Are we putting Anna? Are we putting all the Anna shit onto Queeman? You know what? Personally, go for it. I'm kidding. It's like, is it like not obvious to people that he's looking for anything to cling to when he has to? This is what he's coming up with. Somebody who has like good solid points against a given group, person, space, etc. surely does not have to go to this length or these lengths to make those points, right? He knows what he's saying isn't true, right? You know that he's like, he doesn't like Queeman, so he's looking, and he doesn't like the claims about Anna, so he's looking for some fucking reason to blame the people he doesn't like for the thing that he doesn't like is being brought up. It's obvious it's not being conducted in good faith. But why would he need to conduct himself in bad faith if his points against Queeman or anyone else were strong enough? Right? You wouldn't have to fucking reach this hard, would you? One sec, I didn't get them all. Yeah, I don't...
Chud Logic covering the Anna drama today, linking a tweet to Chud. Pepe left. It was people like this that made me ban all fucking mentions of her from
people like this. So fans that were engaging with the dialogue that you were engaged with. How old was Queeman even when this was happening? How old was this guy? He only banned overt chatters doing this. He did not ban people doing low-key things about Anna. Well, yeah, I guess that. 2022. Like, this, like, if Queeman was doing this at the time, right? Even if Queeman was saying the worst shit about Anna possible, Queeman was a member of your community, and he was a nobody. right? The reason this was discussed, the reason we're talking about, is because of you. It's because of you and what you entertained. I don't get it.
My fucking chat. Too many people were obsessively talking about it. None of them have anything to say about it now. All of these people loved it.
These logs are not bad, right? They're not. But even if we're assuming that it is the worst possible, it's still like, it still just looks bad for him.
All these people were chilling it. I did not like it. I did not facilitate it. I did not want to be involved in it. And every time she would fucking get wound up or anything, oh, Merle's got to go. Merle was her mod at the time. This is a woman pushing 30, actually retarded. Here we fucking go, babe. Step is a fucking god. I could fix her cover. Like, does anybody have anything to say about any of these people ever?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Queeman probably bought into a lot of lies you were telling back then, just as so many others did. Right? The question is, now that the truth has been elucidated, and now that he's gotten older, does he understand the truth about what occurred with Anna? Oh, wait, he does? So I don't really know why I am supposed to give a fuck about this. Why am I supposed to care? Why is anyone supposed to care about this? Like, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people bought your bullshit. I'm sure a lot of them are upset about that in hindsight. But ultimately, these people existed as nobodies within your space, within a community that you controlled and did the agenda setting for, and you perpetuated a narrative that this person was some insane stalker that was and then lied by omission that you were about your reciprocation, that she was just pursuing you, right? Why are we supposed to give a fuck? If the level of coordination that claims exists actually did, Destiny would have, yes. The things that they use as like given proof of coordination, the things that they use as proof of that are things that just naturally occur as a result of people sharing common viewpoints and existing in comparable relative spaces. Like, I've noticed like some of the efforts like proof coordination, like it is coordination if Doobie calls into my stream, despite only talking to this guy once 4 years prior. It's coordination if Doobie calls into my stream after Destiny insinuates he's a pedophile in a debate with me. That's like naturally what happens, right? I'm a streamer. I believe that people have a right to contest claims being made against them. You made a claim against this unrelated party on my stream. This person saw that stream and came into my chat as a result of that. That's not, like, that's just what naturally happens. That's a natural process. Raid? Who am I getting raided by? Who am I getting raided by? What is going on? Hold up. Why is this my fucking Chrome like hides under Windows should not be able to go under the taskbar, okay? Because I have to fucking read this. So gay. Hold up. Same amount of viewers are you being trolled? I don't know, dude. Everyone just like decided like right now is the moment I'm gonna fuck with them. Right now, I'm gonna fuck with them. You still use Chrome? Why? Because does Destiny use Chrome? I didn't fucking know that. The full thing is in his kick VOD from 6-6. Okay. Let's go to kick Decimate. Alright, Skinwalker, true. Alright, what? Oh, it's the 9th, so from 3 days ago. And then we would go to...
Fuck my brain.
Not your
You
position.
literally don't even know. Like, how are you going to announce a game when you can't even...
Destiny stream to review it. And let's say I review it and I say, I give it a 1 out of 10. This sucks. Fuck that movie. Well, now I could be severely damaging the market or whatever from the first thing because people watch my review and like, yeah, fuck that shit. But that doesn't matter. Who cares? It's not relevant at all to anything. So you have the right to impact through your own word, through your First Amendment right.
How am I missing
how much somebody consumes some other product. There's nothing we would...
Would it be... Wait, what is he wearing in the clip? Is he wearing the same shirt? No. Okay, that one's slightly more blue? So it'd be this one?
Was oftentimes matched up with criticisms of Israel.
Oh, no, 5 days. Why does it say...
That would actually be morally bad. They can't actually do that. They shouldn't, Ukrainians should actually surrender immediately because,
Why does Russia...
Yeah, not from... It was from 5 days ago. It would be this VOD. Because look, he's wearing the same shirt. So I'd imagine it would be somewhere around... Yikes. So true, yikes. Yeah, I'm gonna give up in a sec on this one. I literally can't get it. I'm an idiot. Destiny's just making noise now? I guess apparently. Well, supposedly the other day he watched me for like an hour. I'm not even kidding. Was it on... It was like 3 days ago or something? Dude, I don't even... I can never find anything I'm looking for.
Damn.
They would do it. They would turn off the...
I'm gonna disavow Aiden if he's a J-Stock ally. Gotta draw... An What do you mean an ally? Where the fuck is the stream that I'm looking for, dude? Holy shit. It's this one. I can't... I gave up on finding the original Queeman clip. I just can't find it.
Show some sort of evidence or contact
For like an hour or some shit, right? How long did it go on for? Or no, it was not. It wasn't. Somebody said an hour. It might not be an hour.
Liberties.
Oh no, it like legitimately might be an hour. He goes back and forth. Oh yeah, no, that's a full. That's a straight up hour. That's a good hour. That's like a fucking hour. Why isn't this guy like a politics? It wasn't like, what was happening through it? Wasn't like fucking. Wasn't there some new shit with Iran? Wasn't there some shit going on with Iran? He's like literally for like a fucking hour, dude. For like a straight up hour. How is this guy like even in competition? Does he pretend he's even in competition with Hasan? Like, where is the politics? It's just all spite-based coverage of your own drama, and it seems like whenever he's taking political positions, it's literally just the one that contradicts whoever he doesn't like at that given point in time. As a longtime Aiden viewer, I really think you need to disavow... For what? What am I disavowing J-Stock for? For the cherry shit? I don't sweep for that. I just don't... It's like a case again, right? Where somebody's claiming something happened that didn't happen. That doesn't mean that I omit, like, all assertions of wrongdoing there, right? I think that he should have been forthcoming about that or recused himself if he was that personally involved, right? At the time, for sure. It's just the problem is it's hard for me to say things like that or talk about it or engage actually critically. So as it pertains to J-Stock, when the claim is that he raped Cherry, which is just like fucking moronic, or people like to pretend to be obtuse and claim that the messaging against Destiny was saying that you're not allowed to be with women that are mentally ill. No, the specific criticism at that point in time, if I remember correctly, was that he gets with these women who happen. There's a difference between getting with a woman who happens to have a mental illness and only getting with mentally ill women. And when it becomes a pattern, negative assessments as to why that is might come into play there, right? But it is not the same thing. I have no reason to sit here and defend it. J-Stock threw me under the bus in the past. I have no reason to defend him. It's just not what it's being claimed to be. At all. J-Stock had her locked up. Wasn't she actively suicidal? Wasn't she, like, expressing intent to take her own life? If you care about someone in a state like that, yes, you might believe they need to be hospitalized. If you believe they actively intend to take their own life. But guess what? Just because somebody is suicidal doesn't mean they can't consent to a relationship. It's manipulation? Oh, brother. What the fuck is going on? Are we serious? I think when people say rape, it's hyperbolic as to say she couldn't consent because of mental health. People you like do this a lot, and I doubt you call it out. I've literally said verbatim that what Destiny did wasn't rape. I've said this verbatim. I've said you could call it that in private, but when it's a part of your public coverage or whatever, like, obviously we should use accurate descriptors. I don't think what he did was rape. Okay, I've never argued that. Just like I'm not arguing with J-Stock, am I? And the problem is, as well, you can't do the, oh, I've made up a scenario where you contradict yourself thing here. Because I don't run with any claim against Destiny. Right? There are claims against him that even have evidence behind them that I won't use because I don't think they're solid enough. I don't need to lie. I didn't even say, even though this argument could be made, when I was talking to him, did I ever describe what happened with Anna as abusive? Which, by the way, it almost certainly was. Did I ever describe that as abusive on his end? No, I was merely contesting his claim about stalking. I don't need to sweat lord to try to run with more extreme claims, etc. I just run with claims that I think are strong. Women have agency, Aiden, yes. He took the victim that he claimed was a victim and farmed her on his show, moved her to Canada, and fucked her. Wait, I'm sorry, what is wrong with fucking her in this context? The part that I would take issue with, as it pertains to J-Stock and Cherry, is that I believe this was a conflict of interest that needed to be disclosed or not happen if you were going to continue to actively cover Destiny, right? This sphere weaponizes buzzwords like rape, pedophilia, etc. in a hyperbolic... I agree with you. I don't do things, but I don't do things like that. I agree that we use exaggerative or hyperbolic wording in like a tongue-in-cheek, joking way, but when we're talking about our serious claims that are being pressed on us to elucidate, yeah, that hyperbolic wording shouldn't be used. What do I think about what Azuka said? I missed what Azuka said. Instead of telling me what do I think about what Guy said in the past that's no longer on my screen, just repeat it. Hold up. In the chat, and I'm looking for it. One sec. I'm missing it. What am I looking for here? By the way, if you guys want to enjoy the stream, you could tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. Another great way to help us out is to like and subscribe. Aiden picks which women he cares about at which time. I'm sorry. When am I like claiming that I'm like so hurt by, like, I'm not even, nobody's made a statement about caring or not. Destiny made the claim that Anna was stalking him. It's not true, so I'm contesting it. Not that I'm running into what, my pain is Anna's pain. My pain is Anna's pain, and I'm feeling everything she went through. No, it's just he's making claims that aren't true, and I'm arguing against them, right? Just like when you're saying the same about Jay Stock, I'm arguing against it. I'm not a protector of women, right? I'm not a fucking white knight for women where you know, I'm coming here to care. I cover things. I cover arguments that I think are incorrect, and I argue against them and contest them. I'm not personally involved in any part of this story at all, so obviously I'm going to have some emotional separation from it, and I'm not claiming to have some particular, you know, bleeding heart care for any, you know, necessarily like anything that's occurring here. I'm just merely contesting claims that I believe are false, right? Who cares about Anna or him? He does. He cares about it. He does, right? And then I'm contesting it. He does. He keeps trying to rewrite the narrative instead of accepting what happened, right? So I will contest it when he does that. Yes. Just to TLDR, the suggestion is to have chatters color-coded to know who the vets are, essentially. Yeah, I don't even, it's like half the people that were in chat, they're just like, I don't care about people coming in here who are like from DGG to disagree with me. The annoying part is like when a group of your like friends that are not tapped into this community at all, like all get in a VC while you're litigating things serious pertaining to John. I think it's the funniest thing in the world to like start coming in and like fucking with you while you're streaming about something you consider like when I was talking about my own drama or whatever. Like that's the annoying part. I don't care about like DGGers coming in and making bad arguments. That's not who I care about here. They don't see women as real people. I think I just stumbled into the weird fucking part of Twitter.
Like if I hadn't put a link here, would they say, why are you giving the tag to look for it? And then if I hadn't given the tag to look for it, would they say, why are you talking? Like it's just such a stupid virtue signal. Oh my god.
What the fuck does MNSFW mean? Wait, Sweatstony.
So that sounds like an accident. Did that sound like an accident, or did that?
So Aiden is a full-blown snarker. True. So true. All right, what else is there to cover? He brought that Twitter hashtag with Adam22, by the way. And he found Rose with that hashtag. Really? I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that. This is the hashtag that he found Rose under? What? That might not be true. I'm not going to run with that as fact. I need to see something for that.
It sounded like he deliberately did.
He accidentally said that? He accidentally said that?
That's what I mean. So that sounds like an accident. Did that sound like an accident, or did that sound like he deliberately did?
He accidentally said that? He accidentally said that?
That's what I mean. Aiden, you said before it was a form. Did you hear him say it was an email? I wanted you to confirm. He said before it was an email and a phone call.
It was all a lie. Yeah. I'm not actually Batman. I'm sorry. It was all a lie. Okay, now can we address?
So Aiden, you heard him from before. He said it wasn't a form. You heard that, right?
Yeah, now that he said that, sure.
Okay, it was an email and a phone call. That's what he said.
Speculated, but not a... Okay, anything that is speculation, I'm not running with it. That's for other people to run with. Anything that is speculative, anything that is sort of in the... Because all this guy does is he will just talk and... I'm only hitting with things that I believe are irrefutable. Like, there's like no way you could talk your way out of it. Right? There's literally no way you could talk your way out of it. That's the shit that I litigate. Aiden is quite sidecocked when it comes to Destiny, but that's kind of normal for this space. Do you guys not really... You know what? I'll even give you this. I am sides-cocked. I think I was charitable to Doobie, but not because I'm in coordination with him or on his side, but because I watched as DGG ran back 6 months to mischaracterize jokes of mine as serious statements of intent, because I, in good faith, debated Destiny, right? That sort of shit. makes me sympathetic to people who are claiming the same thing is happening to them, and I probably have some preconceived bias. If I could go back and do it over, I would have probably been a little harder on Doobie, right? But I was more inclined to believe certain claims were being made because I dealt with the same shit in this context. Now, I don't think any of the claims about Duke, like in regards to him being a pedophile, etc., are even close to true. It's another case of going back. This is the process, okay? It's the same process every time. Somebody is coming at Destiny. He doesn't like that they're coming at him, so go back into their whole history to find anything you can concern troll about, misinterpret, or mischaracterize to muddy the waters, attack the source instead of engaging with the argument on substance, etc., as if that's a valid argument. He literally does this every time. Well, how do you think Destiny knows about my sexual history? I'm a nobody. It's because the process is, I'm a critic, the immediate instinct, instead of engaging with the arguments, is to go back and look for shit. And that's why, despite knowing Doobie for 7 years, being in that server and having his kid in that server, none of these concerns ever came up on Destiny's end towards Doobie until Doobie had made comments about him that he didn't like. There's no good explanation as to why none of these arguments came up in 7 years. He tries to tell me, and he obfuscates, that he's like, I disassociated with the server in the past. The reason he disassociated with the server at the time was because he didn't like something about like right-wingers or groypers in there, right? It had nothing to do with any of the claims he's making now. Why didn't this come up in the 7 years that they knew each other? If this was actually a matter of like concern for him, wasn't being done in bad faith.
So he does have contacts with law enforcement. He could look through his emails and literally edit out everything he sent to these people, and he could pull it up, but he doesn't produce
Again,
any of that
I
shit.
can do it. Hold on. That isn't the issue. I just want to
That is the issue. That is the issue.
He will never do
That is
that.
the issue. Because you're making these broad claims.
I'm sorry, he just said he's willing to get people, he's willing to try to get people to come sus. You know what? Yeah. I think certain aspects are sus in the sense of, I think he might have not been forthcoming about something. Forthcoming about, like, what I think the worst case could be here is this guy, like, exaggerated about, like, thinking he looked cool like Batman and exaggerated a given claim to make himself look cool, and none of this actually ever happened. That's what I think the worst case here is, in my mind, right? Like, I'm suspicious of that. Not that this guy is a pedophile. I'm suspicious of that. But the problem here is, it's kind of hard to engage in good faith criticisms of this person when the other side is only interested in smearing his name in bad faith. There is a time and place for discussions like this. Preferably, it would have come up in the last 7 years while Destiny was friends with him. It's just only conveniently coming up now to contribute to a disingenuous narrative that this guy is one of the worst things that a person can be, when the truth of the matter is, if I'm to look at this through the worst lens possible, I would see an incredibly reckless server owner that might be exaggerating or lying about the nature of shit he does, right? If I was to look at this through the worst lens possible. Testify that people actually got reported. Sure. And I'll re-ask him about it if we don't hear from this again, right?
No, he won't.
Like, he just said he's willing to provide.
No, he won't.
No, he won't. How many? So that's not even true. I literally was on stream. Literally came on stream today. I've told you he has not provided me with the. I saw the reasoning in Jay's Stalling server that he provided. I have asked him to give me the evidence. He hasn't given it to me. That's why I can't defend him on this claim. I literally said that before I even watched this.
Why can't you provide the email, though? Why can't you provide the email, though?
Okay, I just told you that I can, but I'd like you to prove everything to the standard, because the issue for me isn't...
But you could show...
And this is also what fucks him. Yeah, he can change his mind after the fact, like I did with, like, telling Wick when I was going to give him the name or whatever. Like, sure, he could change his mind, but, like, it still always is, like, a bad look to say you're going to do something and not do it. But do I think this was an overt lie at the time? Probably not, no. Aiden talks like the coffee shop girl from that one clip. So true. J-Stock did call Destiny a rapist, and the reason was because Cherry was mentally... If you can give me evidence of that ever happening, I will eat my fucking words. I'll eat my words. I've had to... I admittedly, because the other side will never do this, I've had to eat my own words on various aspects of this drama. Despite thinking that in comparison to me, Destiny looks horrible, right? There's certain arguments that I've made that that I've had to concede on, and as it pertains to this drama. I'm not an unreasonable person here. I am totally willing to concede where I think I'm wrong or where it can be demonstrated I'm wrong.
Show it to Aiden, though, right? Listen, Aiden, don't you want to see it, though? Aiden has a consistent standard. Do you agree with that?
It's also the other strategy he uses is create an environment where interests naturally converge and then use the fact that those interests are converging against the person. He brings up, and this was a trap, he brings up Doobie, and I was always like, he's just crazy, like he's looping. Why does he bring up Doobie? This has to be intentional. He brings up Doobie, so then claims are made, serious claims about this guy are made in my presence on my stream, right? So I give the person who the claims were made about, somebody who I don't know, who I only interacted with them once before on a panel 4 years prior, somebody who I don't know, right? That person calls in because I believe people have a right to be heard out if claims are being made against them, and then you use that against me. It's like, no, these interests only converged because you decided to bring him into my argument when I have nothing to do with him.
Debates, whatever.
Doobie.
Oh my God.
Would you agree that Aiden has a consistent standard?
Sure.
Would you agree that Aiden has... Okay, so why can't Aiden see the email and then confirm to me?
I just said if you ask
Aiden, you could send Aiden an email.
Let him answer. If you ask a question, let him answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, the issue is, so again, if Aiden wants to see it, they will not present it, so no problem. However, with you, the reason I'm asking this question
has
is
Aiden
reported? I believe Aiden.
Did Aiden ever provide Wick with the name of the person spreading his docs? No, Aiden backed out of that and he said he wasn't going to. He said that and Wick got mad at him, but yeah. But we all knew that was gonna happen, so.
I think this is performative. I think you don't actually get
that's actually fair. You probably could predict that was gonna happen. Because it looks like really stupid for me to give that to you. That you could probably... I actually believe Destiny. He did know that was gonna happen. I would have figured out who did it, realized that it was somebody privately and confidentially, proving to me that Wick got doxxed in someone else's server, and Wick knows who that person is, and I took corrective action against the person, etc. Right? And I'd realize, wait, why the fuck would I give them this? They have an active fair game policy. Why would I give them the name of a well-meaning bystander who confidentially proved to me that Wick's PII was disseminated in a server that I'm not even in? Right, Wick does it. Wick himself has said that, like, off-server, he doesn't moderate, like, off-server, like, fucking activities or whatever, right? So it wasn't even under Wick's standards. It wasn't even my burden to do this, right? But we verified that the person that Wick was alleging a doxing had actually done it, and then I removed that person from my server. Wick wants the name of the person who proved that to me, so Wick can disingenuously pretend like that person also doxed him, which is not true. And then, presumably, use their active fair game policy to justify that person as a target of doxing themselves. I'm not going to be an accomplice to you doxing somebody. So yeah, they probably could predict that.
give a fuck.
Okay.
I think this is.
I think you're weird. I think you're a weird guy.
Wait, and you just saw your daddy posted a link to child porn in this fucking
from
GG
James
chat.
Delos.
Why did you say sweats to me?
Are you gonna live stream your Destiny case deposition? Let's see if the let's just be friends routine works with an attorney under. Am I getting deposed? For what? I might do that, Denal, if the attorney operated like you did. Say the same thing over and over, get a counter argument provided about how what you're not saying or about how what you're saying is not true, and instead of addressing the argument, you just repeat it again. Yes, I might at that point just throw my hands up and say, why do we do this? Why are you doing this, sir?
say sweats to me? Oh my god,
he's
he's
nervous.
so
Does he post
goofy.
fucking child porn?
Hold
on.
Why is he
So if I
posting?
said sweats to me, then I
I'm
posted
so.
child porn, you think it's fine?
Oh.
No, answer that
I
question.
think he's
If I said
clearly
sweats to
joking.
me, then I posted child porn, you think
Why
it's
are we pivoting off the fact that you
Answer
want
that
to send
question.
Aiden the email? Why won't you send Aiden the email? Why haven't you sent anyone the email?
Always be
Doobie, why haven't you
attacking.
sent anyone proof of this stuff? It doesn't have to be sent to me. It's going to be sent to Aiden. Hey, send it to Aiden. Send it to Aiden right now. It should be so easy. I can pull up my email right now and find every email that was
we don't even know how long
and the
ago
topic
this-
is
we
right
don't even
there.
know how long
So it
ago
should be.
We don't know how long ago it was. So what? Do you think that the hamster at Google has to literally run all the way back to the back filing cabinet to find the email? What does that even mean? We don't know how long ago it was.
Notice he's dodging on every single time I ask for this. Even when
What
I
is
say
that we don't know how long ago it was? So obviously, like presumably, the time invested in going and finding this very specific piece of information might not be able to occur in the course of like one conversation, like so long as you. I have the same policy for people who call in a debate. If I challenge you to a debate, I don't expect you to call in the day I challenge you, right? I don't expect that. What I do expect is that you are willing to debate me and we set up a time in the reasonably close future to go and do it, right? So what he should have done here, he should absolutely be providing me with the evidence. But the presumption is, what I gauged, is that he would have to go back and get this specific piece of evidence as it pertains to multiple situations, and there would probably need to be some redactions that occurred. I reasonably wouldn't expect this of somebody in the course of one stream, right? So I was willing to take him at his word that he was willing to provide the evidence. I still have not gotten that evidence, and that is why I am not still defending him on this claim, am I?
to give it to a third party. He can't give it to a third party.
You can talk to multiple admins on my server who also done this kind of
stuff. I don't
Oh my god. Multiple admins? Bro, how many fucking child abusers do you have on your server? You've had multiple encounters with pedophiles. Your admins have all had multiple encounters with pedophiles.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. I should have been more critical of Doobie. I actually can agree with that. The problem is, it's hard to engage in it's hard to engage in the good faith criticisms when those same facts are being utilized in that moment to lie about somebody or make a false insinuation about somebody. Obviously, the time for like charitable good faith discussions of like, hey, this guy might have done this wrong, etc. Obviously, that's like when there's a big lie being told, you're obviously like gonna have a harder time engaging with the actual truths in regards to like so long as it pertains to the criticism of the person actually being lied about, right?
Pedophile is like a pedophile haven.
Email. Why did you send a fucking email though?
It's a pedophile haven that you let your son into. And I hate nobody hates bringing this up more than I do. If you think it's a pedophile haven, why the fuck would you let your kid in? It just doesn't make sense. It's a hard buy that he believes what he's saying because his actions contradict otherwise. His lack of action contradicts what he's saying. If he truly in good faith believes these criticisms to be true and is not just litigating it to smear a critic and negate his own wrongdoing, right, then please explain to me why this didn't come up in the 7 years of them knowing each other. Explain to me why Destiny allowed his own kid to roam in this server. Explain to me. It just doesn't make sense. I'm legitimately asking. Have you had a convo with Doobie yourself about his side? Yeah, that's what Destiny's reacting to. Aiden needs to pick his allies more wisely. Enemy of enemies, my friend. Yes, I agree. I actually can totally agree with that. I'm not going to just like sit here and like be charitable or not charitable. I'm not going to sit here and run in to defend people I have nothing to do with on their own gripes with Destiny at this point. Like it's going to be, I'm sticking to my criticisms and I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to let him do the agenda setting.
I have no issue sending an email. What I'm telling you is only
Why not?
standard. And I don't
Not even to Aiden? Aiden, don't you think it's a little weird that he won't send it to you?
If you can show me that he's not performative,
because
then I don't do anything else.
I've dealt with this exact situation before where there's typically some like, there's somebody would get like implicated or there's someone else person involved that you don't want to like necessarily out by virtue of sending the evidence, right? I've dealt with this before.
You can block out all the PII. You can block out all the PII. I just need to see all you would need to see is like an email address from like an FBI agent, right? Like, and you could block out most of the email. It wouldn't even have to like implicate anybody. Why would that be an implication? Plus, Aiden's trustworthy.
It's crazy that Doobie wouldn't even have this because if you submit like a semi-credible tip, like they will email the thing, or they'll. I think.
I agree. I agree. I completely agree. He should present that if he has it. It should be accessible, and he should present that. I completely agree. I was being charitable to this. I was being overly charitable to this guy because I just listened to your community lie about him, and I didn't really know him, and I had experience dealing with this myself the past week. So I was a little bit sympathetic on that front, right? I still believe that the narrative that he's a pedophile is a gross exaggeration. It's not substantiated by Destiny's own actions, so as it pertains to Doobie, right? But that's their beef. It's not my thing.
Usually they call you. I think they prefer phone calls over emails. But I think even I have fucking emails with, is it at fbi.doj? I don't know the fucking email address, but fuck me. I don't know. I don't remember what domain they use. But yeah, like even I will find these. Hold on.
Well, who would it implicate? It's just in his DMs.
Oh my god, I feel like you're looping here. I've already said that if Aiden wants
But
to
you haven't answered the question.
He said he's
you
willing.
haven't answered the
He
question.
just
Why
said
can't you send Aiden the email? Why can't you send Aiden the email?
Yeah, again, please, if you want to, it's not a problem. But I'd like you to prove that you have a consistent standard.
Yeah. Obviously I'm not gonna like it in chat, so I don't know why I said it, but
I don't want to prove anything. Aiden,
why?
When you get the
why should I
email,
prove anything to you?
You don't have to prove anything to me. Aiden can prove it.
If you're in here crying over me
He
reporting
donates
pedophiles
over and over to
police,
get people on his side. Doobie's donations had nothing to do. I've had people, Doobie, like in total, I think I said 100, I think it was a little over 100. Do you know how much? I had a guy that kept coming into my streams, dropping $400 donos because he wanted me to go like shill his like shit. Like he wanted me to like have him on and like treat him like one of the boys, etc. I didn't give in. I believe it or not, like that's not like I'm not Richie Rich over here, but I'm not exactly gonna sell myself out for like somewhere between $100 to $200. The reason I was sympathetic to Doobie was because I had watched them try to mischaracterize prior jokes I made in the worst light possible. So I believed what was occurring here was an evidence fishing expedition to smear someone that was a critic of Destiny's by going back, finding anything that looks bad, and then feigning like retroactive concern, even though you didn't express that concern in 7 years. I still believe that's what's happening, but I don't think my defenses of him would be as strong if he was not willing to give me the proof that this happened, right? You got to admit the call sounds bad to people who don't know me. Yes, to normies, like ultra normies. To Destiny, no. I don't believe for a second that Destiny or his community doesn't understand the nature of like those sorts of jokes because I've seen him make them. Right? That's what the hard buy, like it's hard for me to buy that.
That's because you tried to the chat. Hold on, to be clear. To be clear,
Hold on. Just to be clear, you can send this stuff to Aiden right now. That's what you can do. And Aiden could tell me, and I'd be like, Aiden, I trust you.
If he's okay, why would he be willing to just say on the, which I will follow up on, why would he be saying he's willing to send it to me if he's not willing to, but you don't think, you can't take him at his word for that?
I'm just hoping you forget later.
Well, I'm not,
I mean, that's what I would say.
I'm not forgetting. Am I forgetting? No, he didn't give me the evidence. I'm not supporting his am I forgetting? Have I forgotten? I literally, before we've even watched this, I literally prefaced towards the beginning of the stream, I have not seen that evidence. I can't I can't defend him on this. Did I not literally say that at the start of this very stream? I didn't forget. It would kind of be hard to forget when it's all that's being brought up. I'm obviously not going to forget later. And I didn't.
Hold on, if I were to send an email right now, how would you know that it's not fake? How would you know I just didn't make it in ChatGPT or something?
You could do that. You could absolutely do that. But it would be more evidence. But it would be evidence. It would be.
Aiden's life choices are so weird to me. I cannot imagine being 18 to 21 and researching YouTube dramas for views, obsessing over CSAM, requesting data from the government, and spending time in these wacky Discord calls. Bro should be in class, making IRL friends, going on dates, or working a normal job. Breaking at 9. The obvious, like, neurotic, like, seeming autist is like is neurotic. It's wow, dude. He lives an atypical lifestyle. Wow. Yeah, I'm a weird person, right? I'm strange. I don't think anyone would dispute that. Like, I don't live a normal life.
More evidence, and how would I know that, like, if you provide one of these people, that they're not just lying to me, right?
Exactly.
Like, obviously, obviously, but I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to do that. Hand to God, I'm not going to do that. If Aiden tells me that the email is accurate, if Aiden tells me the email is accurate, if Aiden tells me that the email is accurate, I know you want to loop on Destiny because you spend 12 hours a day trying to ruin his life, right?
Trying to
You
ruin
do
his
every
life.
part of doxing.
Can we? Okay,
You do every part of doxing, but actually releasing PII to the public. That's what you do, and it's asymmetrical because he's a public figure.
Hold on, what doxing?
I think you do every part of doxing, but releasing the PII.
How can you be friends with someone like Doobie? I'm not friends with Doobie. I'm sorry. Unironically, I looked back, I'm like, since June something, when this way, I don't think I've sent him a single DM in my life. In my life. I only met this guy. I was we had some, and the only reason I keep re-emphasizing this tenuous connection is because if I don't, they're going to say I'm lying by omission. I did talk to him like 4 years ago on a panel. I don't even know if I talked to him. He was just there. I never spoke to this guy personally after that or at all, right? We never talked after that. I only talked to him for really the first time, one-on-one, where he probably even knew my name, after he got brought up in my debate. I'm not friends with this person. What about this indicates that I'm do you guys have many friends that you've never sent a single message to? Do you guys have many friends that you've only spoken to directly one time?
Wait. We have to break this down.
Yeah.
So every part of doxing, I think that you go around and you try to ruin his professional relationships. You A-log him and you do chaos. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you absolutely do.
What's your evidence?
That you're here right now. That you go to every single community. That you
I'm sorry. Destiny made public claims about
every
it.
single creator. That you and JStalk, you message every single creator in this space to tell him what a horrible guy he is. That you try to get
what's your evidence?
I absolutely. The JStalk server is filled with it. What are you talking about?
Again,
every single time I go in there, that's the evidence.
So the community that Destiny's openly trying to dox talks about Destiny. Yeah, obviously, you fucking idiot. Of course.
Wait.
What are you talking about?
It's not just talking, right? That's downplaying a bit, right? That's downplaying a bit.
You said that I never tried doxing.
Wait. You just lied by omission, right? You just lied by omission, right? Yes, you did. You just said that you only talk about him.
What is the specific allegation you're
making? The specific allegation is that you try to ruin his professional and personal relationships. That's what you do all day.
Yeah,
that you message people like Connor and Counterpoints, that you've messaged everybody in the space.
Hold on, no, I don't. That's not true.
Connor.
I don't Connor for
Oh my god, I don't do that. No.
Seriously,
wait. You never messaged Connor. You never.
Is he still sending people in here, dude? Yeah, I'm fucking disappointed. I gotta be honest. It's just like, if you're like my friend, I just don't know why you'd want to like fuck with me. Like, I feel I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Just like sending in people to fuck with me while I'm like actively like I just don't get it.
Connor, like, what are you talking about? I've known Connor for 6 years. I've been in this community for 6 years.
You just denied it, and then now you're admitting to it.
So the claim is that he's going out of his way to reach out to people to sabotage professional relationships for Destiny, right?
Professional.
I can't even talk to people that I'm already friendly with in the space.
But you just denied it. Wait.
Of course,
because his communication with Connor extends back 6 years. That would provide another reason for why he talks to Connor, right? So I would refute that.
Yeah, Destiny's love with Connor has nothing to do with me. That was all him and Connor. Like, that was not me at all. Like, the only thing that I had part of that was Connor agreeing with me over Destiny's lie about me trying to get people to start the sun. So obviously I wasn't doing that.
It's not DGG people. I don't care that the DGG people are here. Those are the people I want to argue with and convince. I'm actually glad that DGG people are here because it means they're around to listen to my argument. It is when my friend decides him and like 10 guys in a VC are going to come in here to try to troll while I'm actively doing that. That is what I don't like, right? I don't give a fuck about the DGGers. I don't care. I care that some like friend that doesn't know what's going on is deciding now's the time he's gonna come in here and like just try to like fucking troll.
So they had an argument about that.
What?
Connor has nothing to do with me. That was all him and Connor. Like, that was not me at all. Like, the only thing that I had part of that was Connor agreeing with me.
And then like people are running to Twitter lying that he's being serious. So he comes back in and tries to do it the next day.
And he's lie about me trying to get people to start the sun. So obviously I wasn't doing that. Destiny couldn't defend that. We couldn't defend that. So they had an argument about that. That was my involvement in that. Okay. I wouldn't have had that conversation with Connor on stream if he wasn't making that allegation. So again, yeah, if he says crazy shit about me, I talk about him. Obviously, like why wouldn't I? Hello. You gonna explain why you're okay with Destiny posting child porn in the chat now?
Ingratiate, are you still there?
Jesus Christ.
I think he had a connection issue, so I literally can't hear him. Okay, he just left. I'll give him a sec to rejoin. It's just
around to big creators. So, Doobie, I want to get you on record.
I'm not banning the. I don't like banning chatters. I'm not banning the DGGers. I'm just banning my friends that are coming here to fuck with me. So then the DGGers, which they have, the null tweeted this out, can say that it's like something serious, right? And say I'm crashing, I'm banning people. Why not just concede that Doobie is crazy obsessed and super chats everyone to fuck with Destiny? But that's normal and doesn't deserve doxing. What am I supposed to be conceding on here?
You don't go around
Huh?
to big creators. You don't DM big creators. You don't go into their chats. You don't go to different organizations, and you don't tell them why Destiny is a bad guy. You don't do that. That's not something you do.
No, the closest thing I think you could say to that is recently I DM'd. Actually, I can't tell you again, but I did DM a big creator recently with the story that we put out. But that was again after.
Oh my God, bro.
After almost a year of Destiny.
Remember, Real Discourse doesn't share the same. Does anyone have the original link to those posters? Like, they use natural consequence. Like, there are things that are coordinated that everybody admits to. The thing that is coordinated are clips. I coordinate my own. I coordinate my own clips. I do. I coordinate my own clipping, right? I totally fine saying there's coordination there, because there is. I work with, or I talk to people that clip me, right? But like, I'm sure he does to some extent too, right? In regards to, you know, what's the fucking claim they made in the poster? Something about sharing the same script? That's called like groups agreeing with each other and converging on natural interests. I don't care about the DGGers. It's just Stumpy. It's literally just Stumpy. Like, because people were running with that shit he said as if it was serious, and he just like was not taking a hint. That it's not the time. Unrivaled one guy champion. And then they're coming back on ults. Yeah, we're done. We're just like straight up done. I actually banned Nightbot. My bad. I don't ban DGGers. I don't ban people that disagree with me, and I don't want to look like I do, which is why I really don't want to ban my friends who are being annoying, so that fucking some shitter can run on Twitter and say that I'm banning DGGers. That's what I don't want to do, right? But unfortunately, I'm being forced into a position where I have to do that. By people who were my friends an hour ago.
That's encouraging people to dox me. And him making all these crazy allegations about me trying to pressure people not to work with him and shit like this, which is all nonsense. And the person that I messaged, to be clear, already fucking hates Destiny. Destiny already hates this person. So I had nothing to do.
I'm just trying to be clear.
Who? Hasan? Or he said large creator. I don't know.
Is the contention point that the DM, or is it that you don't chat with these people?
Hold on. To be very clear.
I'm putting it on the record. If you're from DGG, if you think I'm an insane fucking degenerate, like fucking A-log, and Destiny's the coolest guy ever, and you literally like want his dick up your ass, you can still be in my chat. You can still be in my chat. Okay? Have I banned Black Cat? Have I banned fucking User? Have I banned fucking Danal from my chat? No, I have not. Because I don't care. Or I do care, like, in the sense of I'll argue against you, but I don't care about allowing you to vocalize your disagreement.
I've never gone around and tried to pressure people not to talk to Destiny or work with Destiny or whatever the fuck. He comes up, I criticize him like would anybody else.
Wait, what is this shit you're saying? Because you literally did try to pressure Wick.
No, I didn't.
How do you try to pressure Wick?
You said you would not donate at all to him when Destiny was on stream. You tried to.
This is like the annoying thing that they play these word games where they try to be so specific. Like, well, I never said that I'm not trying to pressure anybody. I just said that I won't give you any money, but I will do it in the times when Destiny's not there. But that doesn't count as pressure. Like, okay, bro. But we've heard this a million times.
Hold on, to be clear, I donated plenty to Wick when Destiny wasn't on stream.
Yes.
So hold on. So
Yes.
if you don't,
That's literally
listen,
you
let's just
encouraging not to have him on. What are you talking
okay,
about?
I know. This is weird.
It's the same thing when Destiny was telling Connor to cut you off.
Don't go work up.
You say the same thing. I'm not worked up. I'm just expressing myself vehemently. Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
Nobody in the space is entitled to my money, right? So if there's
Yes,
content
of
that I don't
course
want to support, I'm not going to support it. So when Wick had,
So nobody is entitled. Go ahead.
Can you
Go ahead.
can you let him finish?
Yeah. So if you hate Nick Fuentes, for example, and you don't want to donate to streams that he's on,
Yeah.
I don't think that'd be you pressuring the streamer. That's
Dude,
just
I
you want to
agree
support
with
that content, but you support other content. That's it.
I agree with you
feel like
somewhat.
that's
I think
reasonable.
pressure is fine.
So if you
I think
think
pressure is
hold on, so
fine.
if you think that's like pressure or like manipulation or some shit, like you're using the word very loosely. Right? Because
I think pressure is fine. I don't think it's manipulative at all. I think pressure is totally fine.
Because the claim
Like,
being made.
this is the shit I'm
is that I
talking
was-
about there. Like, this shit right here. It's like Dumpy sees this. He's like, let me come back tomorrow and do the same thing. If you like, I just like, I don't get it. You're just like fucking me over.
Going around into their DMs and trying to pressure them to not work with him whatsoever, right? And if they were going to work with him whatsoever, I wouldn't give them any money, which is not at all true, right? I actually asked Connor, wait, please, when he started saying this, ask Kyle about it, ask Connor about it.
Yes,
ask Wick-
they'll run with it. Why do you think I'm paranoid? Why do you think I'm paranoid? Why do you think I'm on edge? Because I know that they know that they are looking for shit to actively mischaracterize. So now would be a great time for my friends to not come in and give them shit to mischaracterize, joking around with me. I don't know how I can make that any more fucking clear. It's deep now. It's not normally this deep, but it's fucking deep now, right? I don't know what about my face would indicate. It's not deep, man. It's fucking deep. I'm not banned / muted. Yeah, everyone can see you, you fucking retard. I'm not muted, he says. His chat displays on screen.
Wick about it, they all said no, that I don't do that, and I've never done that. So, because I'm friendly with
Wick literally said that you-
I'm not friendly with Wick anymore.
I know,
Hold
but
on.
he has literally said that you kind of put pressure on him. He literally said
He's
that.
a piece of shit. So he's also said that I've encouraged.
But you just said that he wouldn't say, dude. You keep owning this shit.
So wait, you said
Oh,
you said you trust. Okay, you said you trust my word on things. How did Wick characterize, Davey? How did Wick characterize? Because I know you said it before. The DMs to you reaching out about someone possibly or concerned about somebody that wanted to potentially harm Destiny's kid. How did he characterize that?
He said he did say it was. I think he said it was like a good act. He said it was like a good act, and then he basically said, "Yeah." But he later said that when you used it, said it later, right? I'm just curious though.
So did Wick just change his position on that?
I don't think so. I think he basically said that when he brought it up later, it was using it as a shield. That was my understanding. Are you saying that because before I think he was basically saying it was a good act, and then once.
Okay, how much longer is this? We're on 6:28 right now.
Got owned. Skipping. Skip ahead, because your boy got owned. So true. What even made him pull this up? I'm so curious. So they were saving that they were
negates their.
Please.
Me and the devil walking side by side. Wait, how long has he been gone? I've just been busy opening packages.
Share React?
What
Who is Mr. Mutin, by the way?
Is it good that you scared your friend?
Yep.
What were you doing?
I got a Red Bull and I got a few cookies. Is that okay?
Show me the cookie.
They're the Keebler fudge stripe ones.
Really, the Keebler elves. You support them?
Yeah, problem. Troll face.
You know they do slave labor with the little Keeblers, right?
Good.
What up? What up? How's it going?
It's going. Let's keep this to about 20 minutes max, all right?
All right, sure. I just wanted to speak on one particular point. Let me ask you this: Why do you think that engaging with a stalker negates their stalker status. What is the reason for that?
So I think that stalking, at least as I've always believed the definition to be, if you have a counter definition, we could absolutely work with that. I believe stalking is unwanted communication or attempts of communicating with an individual deceased and made efforts to distance them or stop or not be in communication with you, right? Like, for example, he read that. He just got that DM'd him from JStalk. JStalk was watching, and the latency, so JStalk actually was able to instantly copy and paste a definition the second the question got asked. Is that what the claim's gonna be? If you've broken up with somebody and broken off them or whatever, and that person keeps trying to like talk to you on burner phone numbers and like fucking showing up to your house when you don't want anything to do with this person, they are stalking you at that point, right? I'm disputing the descriptor there because it seems like, despite knowing that she was following him obsessively, he would keep giving her crumbs in the form of like sexting with her or whatever that would keep the obsession loop going, right?
Okay. I'm trying to think of the point I want to fight on. The first one would be, you acknowledge that she did say he didn't talk to her for months, right? Like you did acknowledge that. And again, like obviously he broke no contact at a certain point.
So if she keeps trying, that makes his stalker point stronger. The problem is,
yeah, but at that point you would admit in that 3-month period when he was no contact, that in that,
as soon as you talk to them, they're not stalkers anymore. True. It's like so boring that like this is like such an unserious conversation, but
is that all he has to say?
That 3-month period she was a stalker, right?
How is this just like all he has to do is it like literally he could just say, all he has to do is say, yeah, it was like a heated situation. I didn't really know what to make of it, and I kind of exaggerated some claims about her at the time that probably weren't substantiated about what was occurring. I think she like obviously has a mental illness that afflicts her in a given way, and I should have known that when engaging. And I just don't know why and there's no part of this claim that could be bought by him.
At least in that 3-month period she was.
In regards to her talking about him a lot? No, I wouldn't even consider that stalking.
Oh my fucking god. Like they would never, like it's just, God, I hate how all of politics is this. What is it, math or physics? Where do you just go and do fucking write equations all day? It can't be that everything is like this boring.
Write equations all day? That could be math. Where do you just go and write equations all day? Probably in a good amount of STEM fields, I venture to get. What is it, math, physics?
And this low IQ, that it's all team sports so much at the end of the day. It can't possibly be this way everywhere. There has to be some political space or some research space.
They also do this thing where the community will simultaneously claim that I'm like secretly in on it and I know what I'm doing and I'm spinning stuff and mischaracterizing stuff, etc. against the guy who both of us could probably agree is smart, while simultaneously pretending like I'm stupid. Like really dumb or whatever. And it's like, sure, that's fine, but I feel like it's like a little contradictory at some point, isn't it? I'm either this like malicious mastermind liar or I'm a fucking dumbass that's buying fake claims about this. I just don't. The tweet you even used as an example says 15 years is obviously a troll. Yeah, I know. But like it's just like annoying right now. I'm doing something that you don't care about. Just like I just don't understand like why just leave me alone. It's just not the time. I just don't understand, like, why you can't take the hint in the like, it's fine if it goes on for 5 seconds, but, like, after 5 seconds, you're obviously distracting me. It's obviously annoying. Just take the hint and fuck off. Like, are you retarded?
Have to do academia.
Wait. That's not talking, though. She was trying to reach out to his friends. She was trying to reach out to him. He had her blocked on certain things, but she was trying to contact him.
If you actually wanted to talk to me, you'd call my phone when I wasn't streaming. You'd call me on Discord. You'd DM me and ask what I was doing, etc. You were only coming in here now just to fuck with me.
Great.
Okay, so did she try to contact Melina or whatever within that 3-month time period? Within that specifically that 3-month time period?
My understanding is that yes, but I mean, you can ask him again.
It seemed like the timeline wasn't exactly established or all that clear when we were talking.
I mean, all right.
Does this guy not have the DMs or whatever?
I won't fight on that point either. We can move on from that. I just think one of the other things I want to make very clear is that stalker situations aren't necessarily as black as white as you laid out in your definition. So how familiar are you with like abusive relationships?
I've never been in one, so I've only heard about them. I know the basics, right, of tactics utilized by
Well, in a
abusers.
relationship
I think a
or an
common one
abusive
utilized,
one?
a common one utilized against women. I'm 21. I've never been in a long-term relationship. I've never been in a serious relationship. I can admit that. I just am weird, and I wouldn't really want to impose my weirdness onto a partner in a long-term relationship. So I haven't been in one. Of like male perpetration of abuse is to paint them out to be insane.
Yeah, that
I know the basics, right, of tactics utilized by abusers. I think a common one utilized against women in the case of like male perpetration of abuse is to paint them out to be insane.
I like how it's like always just like the few common things that can maybe apply to my situation, but like, are there not? I don't know why I'm treating this seriously. Never mind. I don't even know why I'll just also this guy.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case, and I get you're kind of hinting that he might be doing that. But let's think about,
like, you can watch on that panel that I showed. You can watch the document that Anna released. It is absolutely a thing that some guys will label women or people, whatever in general, that they disagree with as like crazy or insane or whatever to try to delegitimize legitimate claims they're making against them. That's definitely a thing that people do, that men do, for sure. But like Anna literally lays out in her document that she made.
Aiden, she admitted in that convo you watched that she was reaching out to Molina to talk about his MDMA use when he cut off contact. Yeah, I think that's like petty and spiteful, to try to snitch on him like that. Right? Sure. That's not stalking, is it?
Made on me. She literally lays out on panels that even me ignoring her constituted psychological abuse. That even when I was ignoring her, I was abusing her.
Yeah,
so like, and also.
Yeah, so obviously, like, she believed you were, like, perpetrating a cycle from her, like, and obviously she's not an authority on this subject, right? I don't know why you're going to refer back to what she's saying and what she believes when you admittedly are, like, totally fine with talking about how mentally ill she is when it, like, comes time to smear her, right? I don't really care what she thinks or doesn't think is abuse. I care what the facts are and what I think about those things. Where Anna's relevant to me is what she says happened, the facts. I don't need Anna to tell me what descriptive claim to apply to those set of facts, so long as we both agree on the same set of facts.
So, again, we watched a lot of those clips yesterday where she's like crying and screaming for 3.
Sure, but she's trying to reestablish contact with someone who wants nothing to do with her? Well, clearly he doesn't want nothing to do with her if he's sexting her. If he's going back to sext her, he clearly does want something to do with her.
Hours on stream.
And also, if that wasn't a big part of his, like, if this, like, means nothing, that he went back to sext her, which he said was 2 times to me, then I rewatched that old clip, and it was, like, on again, off again for a whole year, so I don't even know how many times that is. Why didn't he just mention this to his audience at the time? If he was totally fine, and it would be like, well, that's personal embarrassing, then why talk about her at all? Why respond? She has no influence. If you're gonna respond, and you are responding, and you're making claims about her being a stalker, wouldn't that be a lie by omission if you're not including the fact that you were sexting her? If you're gonna respond to that publicly and make assertions about what she is? Did Destiny volunteer this information to the public? There is so much that Aiden is leaving out. Okay, you guys are still here. You guys are still on those. So I get that you guys joined to make a few jokes. I get it, okay? But probably 30 minutes ago, you should have, like, been able to tell that I wasn't really finding it all that funny. And it was just annoying me, right? I don't know what about the last 30 minutes has, like, indicated to you that, like, you guys are still here for some reason. I'm not talking about the DGGers, by the way. I'm talking about my friends. She's a stalker, but his... Okay, anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, we literally would have stopped, but you stayed banking people and shit. You would have stopped. So that's just like not true, is it? You're still here. He admitted to re-engaging with her and exaggerating something in the convo you watched yesterday. Did he admit to... Well, I'm sorry. Wasn't his admission to re-engagement, if I remember correctly, it was something like trying to help her or something? It was not like any signs of some sort of intimate re-engagement, was it? He mumbled it and you missed it. I thought he admitted to, like, talking to her or something, right? But, like, never sexting. It was like I sometimes would, like, respond to try to help her with these things, but not, like, intimate sexting.
Or 7. I wonder if he asks him in this, do you think this woman has a mental illness? Like, do you think that might be accurate?
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Completely agree. Totally agree with you, Destiny. Totally agree with you. Completely agree. She does have a mental illness.
About this from the perspective of let's like reverse gender roles here. Okay. Let's say that you had someone.
So you guys are annoyed by the DGers. I'm not annoyed by the DGers. I'm not annoyed by the DGers at all, actually. I'm literally just mad. Oh, my friends are coming in right now to try to fuck with me. That is the only group of people I'm mad at. I actually can appreciate that DGers are coming to my stream, even if I think their arguments are retarded, because it means they're listening, right?
Is obsessively talking about a particular woman. He was trying to break no contact. Let's assume that he was trying to break no contact within that 3-month period. Let's say he was reaching out to her friends or personal relationships and everything like that. Let's say that this person was abusive in some way, whether it's emotional, whether it's like they're constantly bad-mouthing them, whether it's like purely emotional, right? If this woman broke no contact at a certain point, does that negate like the stalker status of the man?
If the no contact was being broken in a way of like positive engagement, like sexting, that reaffirms to the we're presuming this guy also has like OCD, right?
I mean, but
any kind of engagement is seen as positive, though. Every kind of, it's not like I blocked her for 4 months and I was like, oh, I want to fuck you, baby. Like, it's just so stupid how they reduce everything to like 2 sentences.
Why would we presume that when we didn't know that Anna had that at the time?
I'm sorry. I wasn't there at the time. I can only make the arguments that are presented to me now. He gave me his argument, and that was something he made sure to emphasize to me when he was using it against her.
Yes, no, I agree with.
Is there going to be a forever ban about Connor on your Reddit when he's doing a whole ex-wives tour and talking about you every single?
I like how he does the thing where he just like so I literally, even DGers talked about it in the Reddit. I think I saw a Reddit post about this a long time ago where it's like, has Destiny ever lost a debate? And it's like, even there was a criticism for him at the time that he doesn't lose because he picks and chooses the argument, like when he's going to argue, right? He picks and chooses when he's going to like take the time to go and argue. And if you're never taking on the harder challenging points, then it's hard to lose, right?
Like, oh yeah, Connor was on fucking who was he talking to last night? He was talking to Elder Drazi or whatever.
I'm trying to get Aiden in Food Shop's slot, but he wants to play with J-Stock. Yeah, but Andrew, shouldn't that tell you I'm probably not motivated by the money? I understand that Destiny is upset that he is a white knight that is incompetent at fucking debate. I understand that as a role I could assume incredibly easily that would result in viewership and a lot of money for myself. The reason I'm not taking that is because I believe what I'm saying to be true, and I'm not being motivated by an external factor like money being given to me by an outside party, or talking points being fed to me, or somebody grooming me, etc. It would be far more beneficial for me to go over to them, and I'm not doing it. And that should probably tell you what motivates me here.
Listen, Connor, I feel like I'm fine with Connor doing whatever and us banning talk about him because every crazy thing he said has already it's already been refuted. So I'm good. If he wants to go do whatever, I don't need that constantly in my community. The only reason I've devoted as much time as I have to all of this weird Anna shit is because this is a
Aiden,
pervasive
you say her
theory.
agency was compromised because of her OCD, but she still chose to pursue him aggressively. He's also a sex addict, so why can't you say the same about his agency and her baiting him? Because the fact... Okay, so for example, he could be a sex addict, but the alleviation for that addiction could be met by having sex with literally anyone on Earth, right? OCD, the specific nature of her obsession, pertained to him and his community. and his prospect of potentially being able to correct the record and fix the narrative, which he implied to her at points he was able to do. Here he actually outright said it and then asked if he could rub her feet, right? Her OCD and the obsessiveness and the loop that continues as a result of that OCD, it only pertains to him and his community and the image being disseminated about her or formed for her by what's occurring at that time.
That runs around unchecked in like the anti-fan quarter, so it's good to talk about it a little bit. But
the chat is fire now. Finally, a proper discussion with a lot of different opinions and arguments. DGers have been in here for days. Unless they're lying, I think they'll all attest that I don't ban them. Unless you guys are the thing I won't tolerate is if you're like posting Bill's docs or saying something like making yourself look like you're a part of my community to say something that they'll mischaracterize, then I'll ban you.
Understanding why she was later diagnosed after at a certain point, but it was not during this.
Okay, did he suspect or know or believe at that point in time that she was mentally ill in a way that would induce obsessive like loops? Because I'm almost certain. I'm almost certain.
I have no idea.
If we were to go look back on it, I'm almost certain he would have said that.
I'm so curious why we're pivoting in this way. When if it was a man that was obsessively mentally ill with a particular woman, like I don't think we would ever make these excuses.
Yeah, let's
for
say
a
the
man doing
woman.
that.
No, okay. So you've just made up a scenario where I've contradicted myself because you have no evidence of me contradicting myself. Right.
as someone with actual OCD, maybe I'm being dense, but what theme of OCD equals stalking / constantly talking about someone?
You are being dense. The chatter that asked that, you're being really fucking dense. Okay, because if you would understand that your obsessions and your compulsions are unique to the individual and personalized, right? What is like driving her OCD is evident through her own statements, etc. So yeah, you're fucking dense.
That sounds like some BBT shit. I think there was probably other stuff as well. I don't know that much about. Like I actually have not engaged with that.
How much agency should Anna have as a therapist navigating that situation? So if Anna's OCD and obsessions particularly relate to the therapeutic context when she's administering therapy, then she should recuse herself, right? But the thing about OCD is the obsessions and the resulting compulsions can occur under a specific context where you have all the agency in the world in context outside of the obsession and the compulsion. I use the example of, the guy who's a sharp attorney that went to law school. He knows everything he's doing. He argues incredibly well. He's a super great lawyer. But he has this, he has OCD. And while he's in the courtroom, he has this feeling. He knows it's not true, but that OCD doesn't really affect your logical brain. It affects your emotional brain and how you feel. And it will be reinforced. If that guy over there doesn't push in his chair, your family's going to die. And it's eating him, and it doesn't go away until the guy pushes in his chair. In that moment, under that specific context, the guy who can push in the chair has all the control. Right? That should probably make sense.
Severely, actually mentally ill people. Of all the people I've had on my stream, Anna probably outranks everybody by a crazy amount. I don't know anybody that's even remotely close to that level of mental illness or personality disorder or whatever the fuck.
Stop
for Anna stuff. It would usually.
I'm sorry. What did I just fall for? I just contested what this guy said. What did I just fall for? There's no trick that I'm falling for.
Hardcore ruminations on anything that she saw that she figured wasn't congruent with how she viewed herself, and then she would have to go live and talk about those things, basically.
Yeah, why don't I just not stream them?
No.
It's like why even talk about anything? If I'm not even allowed to engage with what's being said in the chat, why am I even talking about anything for that matter? Why don't we just sit here and fucking watch paint dry? Okay, why don't we just do that?
If somebody with OCD also has a massively, it might be that she has the white girl, rich family stuff, and then that combined with OCD. So in some ways she's just infantilized and has never had a job or any responsibility in her life or anything like that. And then that plus her OCD to explain, because I don't know if you can explain all of her stuff with just OCD.
I don't care about the DGGers. It's not the DGGers I care about. It's when my own people are being annoying while I'm dealing with the arguments of the DGGers.
But I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Right?
What do you mean?
So you said, I don't think we would be doing this if a man was doing this. Can you provide me of an instance where I've applied that double standard when it was a man going against a woman?
Okay. Okay. No, fair enough. Fair enough. You're saying that I'm prescribing this. You would. I just want to hear you say, like, if a man was doing this, you would. If
every factor here was exactly the same, and all that changed was the genders of the two, my position would not change.
Feel the same.
Yep.
It would be the same. Okay. I'm just curious because, like, it's hard because this is a cyber thing. This is like an entirely internet-based relationship. But, like, my understanding of abusive relationships is when somebody tries to get away from someone who is an abusive stalker, sometimes they might engage positively with that person. It's ill-advised, but that doesn't change the abusive or stalker status.
So
like,
that would be more relevant to cases where, like,
by a husband.
Yes, that would be in cases where there would be typically in cases where it is a, like, the truth of the matter is typically in cases where it's like a woman with a husband, there is a power dynamic there. Typically speaking, I'm pretty sure statistically many times, or
there are power dynamics in every single relationship
yes,
ever, unless you have a twin
for sure
sibling that you
for sure
were engaging with.
For sure, but it would be, he's being obtuse. You understand that what we're talking about here is a degree of, is a given power dynamic where the power dynamic is so extreme that the woman's ability to to utilize her own agency and make rational decisions for herself in that context is compromised, which he obviously would fucking agree would be occurring if it's a case of a man beating his wife. So I don't know why he's pretending to be dumb.
With the exact same job as you, there's this is retarded, whatever.
Historically, it was the man was bringing most of the income to the house. A lot of times I get that's not true for every situation, but there is some level of power and dominance exerted by the male figure that affects the female's perception of her own abuse, that provides minimizations of what's occurring there. I don't believe those facets.
It's not just power.
They're just justifying stalking. They're justifying stalking of me. Because for me, they have to make any excuse possible to help the perpetrator escape any kind of accountability or responsibility thing ever. So the fact that I would ever engage with Anna in any way ever means that she wasn't actually stalking me.
Well, it's not that you're just engaging her with any way ever. You were actively sexting her per your own admission, on again, off again for a year. Nobody would describe someone like that as a stalker. If you're active, per your own admission, sexting her on again, off again for a whole fucking year.
But I was breadcrumbing her the entire time. Obviously.
Perception of her own abuse that provides minimizations of what's occurring there. I don't believe those facets.
It's not
By the way, folks, we're almost halfway to Streamly Goal. If you want to help us hit it, you could tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats.
It's not just power dynamics at play. It's oftentimes that the man will do something that the woman likes, and then she will be pulled back into the relationship.
Well, because she's under.
Yeah.
It's a cycle. So what he'll do is he'll purposefully present. They've typically been inundated with his propaganda because they've been living in close proximity to one another for a period of time. So he's cut her off. Typically, in case like this, the cycle starts with isolation from like neutral observers that could tell you that something bad is occurring here.
Yes.
Like they'll distance you from your family and friends, right? So his frame of reference and his narrative.
That's not how
is the
every
only
abuse
narrative.
relationship happens, though. Because like I understand what you're saying is like.
Wasn't she 30 at the time of the drama? I think she's my age, so she might have even been a little older. But yeah,
that's the classic like abused housewife thing. But like in a lot of these relationships, they're
still using the "I'm getting talking points" quote when I'm responding to questions instantaneously in real time. They're actually arguing that Jay Stock is like at his keyboard, able to just like Jay Stock would be the fastest typer I think in all of human history if this narrative was correct and not just like a bad faith effort to smear my motives.
It being like one mentally ill person abuses you, and then they're able to draw you back into the.
Can we actually get Jay Stock to submit his like WPM as evidence, and then like time it from how long the question's asked versus when I give the talking point, so we can figure out how many words Jay Stock would have to type per minute and whether or not that's consistent with his abilities.
Relationship with something positive.
Like the funny thing is, he's about to make the super crazy argument that nobody can make, is that women will bait with sex sometimes to get attention, but for some reason men are still responsible when women do that. The super simple question to find out if anybody's good faith in this is, if Anna had just never talked about me or messaged me again in any of the time periods where I was ignoring her for long periods of time, would I have reached out of nowhere to re-engage on a conversation? Like, obviously.
No, maybe not, right? But I don't know what the fuck this has to do with the stalking claim, because the stalking claim relies on her contact being unwanted. Even if she's reaching out to you, your reciprocation demonstrates that the unwanted factor probably isn't in existence there, right? So it's not the claim that you're stalking Anna, which is what this would be a response to, which means you're attacking a straw man. The claim is a refutation of your claim that she is stalking you, right? And when stalking is the persistent, continuous, unwanted contact that causes either severe emotional distress or the belief of imminent harm, right? So the claim is, right, that if she reached out to you, would you respond? Which you did.
Obviously not. Or maybe you can say, well, yeah, he would, even though I didn't when she finally did stop. But okay.
Do you agree that that sometimes happens? Do you agree that that's something that happens? That it's not necessary for all of the other preconditions that you're mentioning?
Sure, but the claims about stalking, which would be unwanted contact as opposed to abuse, right?
Correct. But I could see an abusive stalking acts, and I've heard stories about this. I've got like anecdotes and stuff like that, and we'll have to just go either by anecdote or data or something. But like my understanding is that an abusive stalker will sometimes use positive reinforcement, things that the other person wants, to draw the person back in. And it's not advised that the person engage with that, but it doesn't change the stalking dynamic.
I thought Destiny was against the infantilization of people. Why are we infantilizing him as if he didn't overwhelm?
Oh my fucking god.
Hold the power inside this dynamic. And
I did not have the power in this dynamic at all. I hate that people are so brain dead. I have zero power in this dynamic. Arguably,
what?
If you were to believe her educational background, she had the information and knowledge dynamic over me because she was literally a fucking ready to be a trained psychologist who knew all these.
He can't even fucking own that he probably overwhelmingly had the power in this dynamic. He can't even own that.
Mental illness things or blah blah blah. Okay. It's my reputation and my career at stake. She's not a streamer. Yeah, she tried to stream a few times, or when she was.
Yes, so she doesn't have much power over social perception of her, which just so happens to be the center of her, the focal point of her OCD.
Fine, maybe she's all the time, but she had a job that she was going into. The reputation and career stake is unbalanced against me here. The accusations were, I don't know if you would consider it like a power dynamic, but I have no power over Anna here at all. We're not dating. We're not in a relationship.
I'm sorry. How the fuck are you going to argue that in a dynamic where you have actively on again, off again, been engaged in intimate sexting with a girl whose OCD and her obsession and the resulting compulsions is fixated on her given social reputation, specifically in your community, and you're the streamer, and per your own admission, she's not, right? Where you have all the control over social perception, how would you not be the one having the power there? How would you not have the power in that dynamic? He's playing fucking dumb.
He's not even in this field as a career. Like, what power dynamic is existing?
Just laid it out. I just laid it out. Obviously, past Destiny can't hear that, but it's not like this hasn't been said to him.
Here, like it's fucking retarded.
She was actively suffering from
infantilization
of people. Why are we infantilizing him as if he didn't overwhelmingly hold the power inside in this dynamic, and she was actively suffering from
but I'm not infantilizing him at all. I think his decision was bad.
You're talking about him like he's a battered housewife here, right?
I am talking about him like he was abused because I think he was.
True.
How did she abuse him out of curiosity?
This is so fucking stupid, dude. I can't say what I want to say on YouTube.
What does he want to say?
I think
like this is retarded. It's such an obviously abusive cycle, but whatever, dude.
Constantly messaging him. Like over 50 times, I think, going to his girlfriend, going to his friends, constantly talking about him on stream.
Weaponizing her educational background to claim that she could diagnose me as an abuser or whatever the fuck else, and constantly filling out these personality inventories about me.
Oh, so she's like a mentally ill person who's pursuing a psychology degree, and good props to her for succeeding in it. That's using like therapy speak and thinks that the guy that she's been on and off again with is darvoing her. And I hear so many women do that, and the guys that they do it to are not bitch made enough to claim that that's abuse, right? But you're one of the cases where when they're talking about Darvo and shit like that, I actually would consider it. I wouldn't even cringe. That wouldn't be instinct because I'm watching how you behaved. Like, to me, it's like malicious as fuck that you're like talking about fixing her social reputation. I didn't even know about this DM, I think, at the time we were streaming, which I would have almost certainly brought it up, that he talks about fixing her social reputation in one message, knowing that's the focal point of her OCD. And then in the next message is talking about rubbing her feet.
Talking about my child, talking to every single person in my circle, and then going on panels with them, and then talking about me there as well. Like, but no, that doesn't count as abuse.
I think that's a little abusive. Yeah, I think it is abusive.
Inbox. At 20 minutes 30.
Miami, Destiny was busy on his phone because he was being canceled by another group of content creators for abuse of women. And he sat there at a restaurant with me and his now ex-wife and openly admitted that in order to win this war against these content creators, he would manipulate a woman who was honestly so abused by his community who has her own problems, but also didn't deserve any of the backlash or misogynistic bullying harassment that occurred because of Destiny's interactions with this woman. But he picked her, used her, manipulated her.
What am I looking for here? Is she presenting some new evidence?
Yeah. You want to get? Well, no, where it would be so big that I won't even go on shows.
Slow down. And said, and this is the quote win. And I said, this is unethical. This is, it was her, manipulated her, admitted to us at dinner that he was doing it, and said, this is the only way to win the war. I have to convince her to be on my side. And I looked at him and I said, this is unethical. This is unethical to manipulate this woman. This is unethical to, quote, win this war. This is unethical. And his ex-wife looked at me and said, and this is the man I married. And though he looked ashamed, he did not slow down.
Yeah. You want to get? Well, no, where it would be so big that I won't even go on shows, or I won't have people that are like platforming them. I don't know if I've ever done that before. No, you only done it with Anna.
You remember the girl I told you about that Destiny was manipulating behind the scenes, and we told him it was unethical? Yeah, he's talking about a girl named Anna, the girl he's talking about right now in this conversation. Pay close attention to the way that he talks about Anna being manipulated by others. And if you can, look at my facial expression while he's talking, because in my head, I know that he's manipulating her behind the scenes, as I'm sure others are.
Well, so this is a better question. She apparently was writing him 50 times and he went no contact. He blocked her, right? So she was like messaging these 50 messages on alt. She was messaging on alt. The 50, everyone keeps saying 50 messages. So I'm presuming that 50 messages occurred across multiple alts, where the block button didn't exist anymore, correct? I saw 2 accounts on that 50 messages one. So 1 account and an alt. Well, blocking your stalker can some... I'm sorry. No, you know what? You're correct. You're correct. Nothing Destiny did in that entire engagement was wrong. My eyes, I've seen it clearly now. It's not even just that my criticism is too harsh. It's that any part of this where he could have done something wrong doesn't exist. He handled this perfectly. I've been convinced. I've been convinced that this guy who has like 1,000 scorned women behind him, that is actively in court under civil litigation, etc. There's lost like massive chunks of his audience, and is like a shell of where he was and what he could have been. I'm sure that that guy has done nothing wrong ever. Because if you were to accept every single argument, like that would just be the end conclusion. There is no situation where this guy has ever perpetrated an act of wrongdoing. Let me ask every DGGer in this chat, because I'm so curious. And I asked you guys this last time and everybody stopped responding. Surely, if you're not like a cultist, surely you believe there was something here that Destiny didn't do right. Something. And if so, what was it? What was it? I'm just so curious. Unless it is your take that he did nothing wrong here, or for that matter, any situation. If you have nothing here, give me something you think Destiny did wrong in general. Because when I asked this last time, conveniently everybody shut the fuck up. And if you have to pause when finding one criticism of him, it's probably time to consider you have an unhealthy like dynamic going on here with your comfort streamer, okay? Because if I was to ask my audience what their criticisms of me were, we would literally never, the stream would never end. The stream would literally never end. You just gave 2? Hold on, I'm looking. I'm just busy banning the it's totally a joke, Aiden. We're totally your friend. Like, alt that's here 2 hours later. I'm sorry. I'll look at what you said. My bad. Yeah, he was wrong to sext back the obsessed woman and lie about their relationship, but that doesn't erase her aggression. And he was wrong to leverage her obvious obsession to keep sexting. Wait, you can own that? That's pretty good. That's a good one. I'll give you that. Do you think that that's abusive? Well, let's have an honest dialogue here. I think that's a lot more fun. Okay? We all put up these fronts to defend our own side. Let's have an honest dialogue. Okay? Do you think that that's abusive? Or do you think that that's, like, creepy? Why are we talking about a person? Destiny literally brought up... Why do they do this thing where it's like, why are we talking about this guy's sex life that's all over the internet and constantly the main focal point of all of his dramas and has taken up at least 50% of his coverage for the last year, compromising his ability to cover important, ongoing, pressing political issues as he loses miserably to Hasan? We're talking about this guy's sex life because this guy's sex life and its consequences are so prominent that it's just a fucking part of him now. You literally cannot get into the topic of Destiny without hearing of one of the women he's wronged. Like, why are we doing this thing where we pretend like Destiny's sex life is not being blown up all over the fucking place? Did Destiny rape someone? No. Is Destiny the only thing that matters to you? No. Considering I've only really been talking a lot about this guy in the last week or two. Probably not. That'd probably be a safe bet. What would you say the snarkers did wrong in their conduct? Oh, I could give you 1,000 things that I've already said. There's no reason that some shitter like Kosher Kathy should be running a server, period, that anyone's in or associated with or relies on for anything ever. Okay? That is a really fucking dumb, moronic idea. And if that's happening, there should have been mods that were like locked in, monitoring every second, everything that was going on. Right? Because a server like that, they're gonna use to against everybody, right? So I kind of like don't feel so like if somebody's PII got posted there, which is seemingly dead, right, and it didn't get caught or deleted by a mod at the time, that means you probably didn't have enough mods, right? A mod should have absolutely seen that and done something at the time. They missed that, which probably shows incompetent moderation. Number 2, this whole need to be a high school edgelord while we're dealing with a serious drama pertaining to serious allegations, this whole need to be like, all jokes are fine, I agree all jokes are fine in the right context, but like behaving like a bunch of fucking high schoolers with the edgelord shit at the expense of alienating normies who could have otherwise been on our side is unstrategic and retarded. Okay, and everybody who's been involved alongside me in this drama claims to care about strategy. If you care about strategy, that should also be applying to your jokes. Why does strategy only matter and optics only matter except when it comes to jokes? No, jokes do matter, right? Jokes do matter. You can alienate normies with your jokes. think it's difficult to say Destiny did anything wrong when you're incapable of owning what Anna did. Yeah, because my position is it's great that she reached out to Melina. It's a good thing that she was talking to his son, allegedly. All those things are just fine and dandy. No, they're not, and I've never pretended they were. But this is the... Like, to me, as I look at her secondhand, and he was engaged with her intimately, I understand the nature of her mental illness, and all of these things obviously are what comes by virtue of somebody that is obsessed with their public image, and it's pertaining to this given streamer, right? Like, none of this behavior is so atypical where it's all I'm gonna fix it on. I actually expect that, and that doesn't make it okay, right? Doesn't make it okay, but it is the expected result of her mental illness, which is why Destiny should have just ceased contact with this person, period, right? It's also, she's not the streamer, per his own admission. I have no reputation of hers that I need to smear or defend. He's the guy that has all the social capital, that has the audience, the respect, etc., and that it exists within my super, super broader space. So it's obviously going to be his actions that we're discussing. Got it. So okay. So the abuse here would be talking about him a lot and trying to talk to him, right?
Oh, talking, and bro, I need a break. This happens in the political circles too. Oh, so Trump's not allowed to sue somebody? Americans aren't allowed to have a lawsuit anymore, I guess, right?
I just heard a reasonable answer for what Destiny did wrong, and people are saying no one can admit it. I just heard Aiden go and say to a chatter that that's actually a good criticism. Fair enough. Oh, wait, I remember that because I'm the one that fucking said it 5 minutes ago. Why are you pretending like you didn't hear it, you fucking retard? I just literally gave somebody props for that. Did I not? Anyone can rewind and see that that's exactly what happened. So it's like a really weird thing to pretend like that didn't happen. I don't know why you guys do this. Pretend like the thing that just happened, that is publicly accessible, archivable, etc., didn't happen.
Jesus Christ.
Not just talking to him, talking to his friends, talking to his work relationships.
Talking to
you
my
wouldn't
wife.
call that abusive at all. You wouldn't try like if I went
when
around
I've expressly said I don't want you to, or can you please stop talking about me? Can you please stop this?
to you, Aiden, I went to your parents, I went to your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whoever, and I was constantly telling them what an awful person you were and how we had a relationship and shit. Would that not be like a little bit abusive, especially if it was a lie?
I would never describe myself as a victim of abuse there. I would say what occurred is, I'd say like you're probably crossing some sort of line, but I would never consider myself like someone that was actually abused in that scenario.
Was I abusive to her then? Wait, what is the flip side here then? Does he think that I abuse?
I didn't even say this to him at the time, right? I didn't even say this to him at the time. I think some of the behavior, like, probably was a bit, but my only take was that she didn't stalk him. That's what I argued for. I even said to him, Destiny, I'm not even making a claim. I'm not even talking about the abuse claim, or I'm not. I think I said that to him in that debate, right? The claim was that she didn't, there was a counter argument, and I re-emphasized that at the time. I think that absolutely, because I view him as the party with the agency here in this specific context, and the person that probably knew better here when engaging with somebody that had a debilitating mental health condition that pertains specifically to this context and compromised her agency within this context to the point where he was able to leverage it, per the admission of DGers in this chat. Obviously, my view of him and what he's consciously deciding to do is going to be, you know, stronger.
Used her? Why? Destiny, why are they so obsessed with your life? Are their own lives really that pointless bothering? So again, the foundation is Anna, and then from there, Lav and Mr. Girl built this narrative off of me that I continually bring women on to abuse them or molest them.
Destiny's a piece of shit in relationships, but we also need him in the debate space. Is Aiden's intent to reform Destiny or take him down? I'm not taking Destiny down. I would love if I could reform him, to be honest with you. I would actually, that would be the biggest win to me. If anything I said to this guy led to a, you're right, and that was fucked, and then like he stops doing it and then denounces doxing as a tactic across the board, etc., then we could go somewhere maybe, right? But that's not gonna happen, is it? That's not gonna happen. I would love for a world where he just like snaps out of this And the problem is the snapping out implies that this isn't the person that was there all along. It's just the mask has been slipping more. He doesn't want to be fixed. Yeah, I'm aware. I figured that out, right? I figured that out. Like, I was a fan of this guy. He was obviously a big inspiration. I would wish I could say that without feeling like regret. I would love that. I'd love if I could sit there and say to you, yeah, dude, I'm like so happy I was a DJ or whatever. I wish that was true, obviously. And it just like, it's just like disappointment. I said this even when I was barely talking about this guy. I said the worst part about this is just how like disappointing it is to me. Because at one point I would have expected better of him. I now sort of feel like I know who he really is. But at one point I had a much more charitable view, and I expected something better. I'm still I'm not like I'll engage with him. I'll engage with him in a context outside of his drama. Like, I'm not against like discussing politics with him. I'm not against being on a panel that he's on, but I'm never going to be cool with him so long as he continues to, there's never going to be a world where that's happening, unless he miraculously became a different person, which isn't happening anytime soon, to my knowledge. How about just leaving his personal life alone and enjoying the debates? You got annoyed when your private life and real life stuff are covered. Although there was like initial annoyance, what was immediately happening when I logically thought through, and there was an immediate associated, like, I wouldn't be mad if Destiny was annoyed that people were talking about his personal life. The question is, when he thinks through it, can he understand why and then come to the correct conclusion? And that doesn't seem to happen, right? I got mad when shit about me got leaked that I was like super private, understandably. And I was like mad about that during the day it happened. And then the next day I got on stream and said I shouldn't have been mad about that, right? But obviously, when it's occurring in the moment, you would feel the immediate associated emotion. Don't be surprised if Bridge gets, because are you guys accusing me of derailing a stream? So that's why you've been in here for 3 hours, just like fucking with me. He says you joined stream and derailed as well. What's different about what we did today? If Dumpy ever seriously asked me to leave his stream, I would have fucking left. I would have left. I wouldn't still be there 3 hours later arguing to justify my initial annoyance. I would have said, my bad, bro, and I would have fucking left. I wouldn't send a horde of retards into his chat to continue derailing for the next 3 hours. That probably wouldn't be happening, would it?
Or trade fucking stream time for sexual favors or whatever else, and then this is a way to attack and delegitimize anything that I do past that, like, politically.
Aiden, will you admit a lot of the pro and anti fans have weird obsessions? Yes. Yes. You know what I'll even give you? I think like the spicy chat types are like weirdly obsessed with sex. I'll totally give you that. I'll completely give you that. I think that's probably true. They're like they find like every detail about like any like fucking sexual romantic shit. Like it's like the funniest thing on. I've never found sex like stuff funny, right? I've covered it through the context of this act has occurred and it's bad or it's good. And the only reason I give a fuck that this guy sucked a dick is because he was throwing insults at me, so I run insult ring back. But outside of that context, I don't even find that to be that funny.
Whatever else, because I'm like a crazy evil womanizer, abuser person or whatever. It all starts with Anna. It all stems from Anna.
And the way
but the annoying thing is that at the time, I couldn't really speak much to the dynamic that I had with Anna to defend myself.
I just don't find it that funny, person. I don't find it funny that a guy is like sucking dick. I just don't. I've never found that. I used it against him, but that's just because he was like coming at me, right? So I had a response. Not that I like particularly care. I don't care. I don't unironically care that he like does degen like I'm talking about the actual cooming shit. I'm not talking about him violating a woman's consent by sharing sexually explicit intimate videos of her. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about everything else, right? All the cringe shit, all the like DJ, the fact that his, I don't care that he got cocked. How many times do you hear me talk about like him getting cocked with Melina or whatever? I don't care about any of that. It's not funny to me. Like, these people will sit here and, like, the same 800th cuck joke is made, and they're like, blah, this guy's a cuck. It's like, it was the same thing with iDubbbz. I never found it funny when they were doing it to iDubbbz. I've never found that shit funny.
That would contradict anything Anna says. Anna would have to go live for another 2 weeks and talk about it. So it would always restart the cycle, so I just had to ban the talk in my community from it.
It is, I'd say, like, you're probably crossing some sort of line, but I would never consider myself in it, like someone that was actually abused in that scenario, and the way we apply that term in the context of relationships. Well, yeah, Missy, that's why I'm saying what I care about. I care about the context of sex shit where he caused someone harm, right? I just don't think it brings the same emotional and physical weight as like acts that we would typically describe. I think it would be crossing a line somewhere. But anything else besides that, like the fact that he was sucking a dude's dick, or like a word that has a butt plug in, or like some other shit, like it, like I don't like immediately start seal clapping and laughing. It's like, it's a little gross. Or about like especially about the butt plug thing. I don't care if he's sucking dick, right? But like the fucking butt plug shit, it's like, that's a little gross. But I don't really care. But obviously every crossing of a boundary is not abusive, right?
I wish that, like, it sucks because these guys, I just don't have the patience. But, like, if I could start finding every single person in your life to reach out to, if I was reaching out to every single person in your circle with a large community of my own, and the goal was to just destroy you, like, you would not have the same view on this. I don't even know if he's, like, old enough to have experienced this in his life before, though. So.
I've had experience. I'm admittedly inexperienced in the relationship front, but I've had experiences in my life.
I don't see much of a distinction. I think like there are different levels to this, right? Like you're talking about like physical stuff, but you also said that there's like emotional stuff as well. So like, yeah, I think that crosses into emotional abuse.
There can be emotional abuse, right?
And mental abuse as well.
Mental abuse. So she was mentally abused.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Was she even not? Listen, I find it interesting that you're scoffing at this when like a lot of people would say that he mentally abused her. Right, like isn't that
I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. A lot of people say I'm disputing.
He abused it. You would say that he abused her then.
I wouldn't say either. I have to go really at that whole situation. I don't know shit about all the lore, right? All I know is.
But I definitely will propagate everything that I've been told about it over and over and over and over.
Including what you've told me. Most of my conclusions as well have literally been off the arguments and descriptors. I've literally cited his own descriptions back to him. Right? I actually repeat his talking points. I've repeated his own descriptions of events to show contradictions. So, yeah, actually, I am being fed talking points. It's from you. It's from you.
Over and over again.
He made the claim of stalking, and I think that was like disputed by the way he described it to me. I was countering his argument, not making one of my own.
I think it's like colloquially. I think that was a term we used in our last conversation. I think colloquially, like you could use the stalking term. I think it's a
absolutely. I think probably.
Are you a Mr. Girl fan? Yes or no? No. I literally, anytime I've watched him in the context of SC, which was like one time yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever the fuck the last time I streamed was, the nights and days are blending for me. I don't fucking know how many days passed before. But last summer, I literally noted, I'm not a sheep of the other herd. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't think Mr. Girl's like a horrible fucking person and like a weirdo, right? I've literally had I don't even know if it was a debate so much as it was a conversation between the 15-year-old me and Mr. Girl, where he told the weirdest story I've ever heard about like something with photos and an unconscious woman. I've never been a Mr. Girl fan. I don't even know where the fuck that came from. I unironically have no clue where they even got that. I actually, like, that one's the most confused. Like, it's like with Doobie, they're claiming I'm better because I've spoken to Doobie, even though Doobie got brought up on a stream, and me speaking to him was in the context of him finding my stream through that, coming in, and then me platforming him, right? So, like, there's, like, some, like, little bit of evidence to substantiate the lie. In regards to Mr. Girl, I don't even know where the fuck they're pulling that one from. I actually don't know where they're getting that one from.
Therapeutically, psychologically, whatever the definition is for stalking, I'm sure, like, Anna easily exceeded that. Like, whatever.
You're friendly with Queeman, who...
whatever we look up, whatever the definition is, I'm sure she easily exceeded that.
Good colloquial term.
I wouldn't use the term, like, no, I don't think... Can you think of a single instance, that, like, at least, like, a specific instance, where, like, the stalking is purely digital or whatever, it's digital stalking, and the person is actively sexting the person they're telling everyone else is stalking them. And also, they're just...
Like, people re-engage with people that are stalking them, literally, it's like, not the most uncommon thing.
Sexting. On again, off again for a year with their stalker.
I think Doobie actually was a big defender of me on this a long time ago, because people emailed me a whole bunch of shit. This is why a lot of my memory got redragged on the Anna stuff. But yeah, it can go back and forth a ton, of course.
Second part, Nick.
You said actively sexting. You made it sound like they only sexted like twice during that whole thing.
Okay, do you think he meant 2 messages between the two of them?
I have no idea what he meant because I've only seen like 2 logs. Okay. I've only seen like 2 logs.
He was comfortable telling his stream as well that she was stalking him. Why didn't he disclose that they were still actively sexting?
But why do people act like these things happened on the same day? Like, Aiden even admitted earlier that, like, he doesn't have the timelines correct.
Yeah, I didn't make an assertion about the timeline. What I know is what I know vaguely is that he was still describing her as a stalker, even though he had re-engaged and sexted with her, right? That's what I know that's what I know. I don't think he's even disputing that. I don't know if things occurred on the exact same day, right? The question is still valid, and these 2 things could have occurred on different days, right? The stalker claim was still being made, right, after he had re-engaged and sexted. So I don't know why he's addressing a claim I never made. I never said these happened on the same day.
Like, there was not a day where I told my stream, Anna's a crazy evil stalker, and then I'm being friendly to her in DMs. Anna's, like, compressing the timeline here of, like, 12 months to, like, 1 day. And then all these fucking retards always eat it up.
I'm not eating it up. I've never claimed what you just said I think happened. I've never said that happened.
I think it would have been embarrassing. I think it would have been an embarrassing thing to admit.
Oh my God, it's not even that much.
I think it would be embarrassing to admit that you were sexting your stalker, yeah. I think it's extremely embarrassing.
It would be embarrassing because you're claiming they're a stalker.
Sure.
And that would kind of refute that narrative.
Why would it refute it? Like, I don't think we've gotten to this.
Mega Time wants to agree about it. I don't have all the DMs anymore because she deleted the first Twitter account that she stalked me on. So whatever she posted in her little write-up, I don't have access to those DMs anymore. Even on my old Twitter log dump, the export that I did a year or 2 ago, I don't have that anymore. What?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say you.
Really? That's what I think about you.
I'm just doing my lighting, so I'm sorry.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little...
That's what you are.
Surely Destiny. I've never known Destiny in my life to ever be a guy that would say he doesn't have access to something that he accidentally demonstrates that he has access to. I could never see this guy ever doing that. When he says he doesn't have DMs, I know he's telling the truth. I know he's telling the truth when he says he doesn't have DMs. Right? Surely. Honest Steve. So true. So true. He's unable to lie. Have we ever considered this? Have we ever considered that my Wholesome Comfort streamer has a condition that makes him... You know what my biggest criticism for Destiny during the Anna stuff was? He was too nice. Okay? I think Steven's biggest fault, my criticism of Steven, is that he's just too good of a person. I mean, where does he find the energy for himself? He's so busy helping like med students that are psych students that are stalking him, helping them reach their full potential, giving Lav a career. He's so busy saving the world from Trump through his rigorous political coverage of the administration's decisions, like during this time when we're actively at war with Iran. Where does he find the time for himself? I don't know. It's just, how can one person be so selfless? God, I see my wrongdoings now. I see the errors in my ways. I see the errors in my ways. I've been convinced, finally. Yes, he had a right to defend himself. It was actually, he tactically sexted her. It was tactical.
Liar, dude.
Substance of this yet. Like, if you engage positively with a stalker, that means that they're no longer a stalker to you, ever.
Yeah. If you're consensually knowing it's them, engaging in this contact in an intimate...
Like, it's annoying, too, because if you know anything about Anna, there's no world where we could be having a friendly conversation and I'm trashing her on stream at the same time. It wouldn't happen. She would lose her fucking mind. She would flip shit. Like, it's not possible for this to have even happened at the exact same time. It couldn't possibly happen.
There was never a claim that these things were occurring on the exact same day. He set that parameter and then addressing it like it was one I gave. When in fact, he's just invented that and then assigned it to me and is now arguing with it as if it's something I actually stated. AKA a straw man. Now, it is 4 a.m. and I haven't had dinner yet. And we're like 5 hours into this shit. Mark the timestamp, 2 hours 36. We're gonna finish this tomorrow. But I gotta go eat before I pass out. Because I'm really fucking hungry. Yo, thank you for the 20, Audacity. Have some doobie pesos, funny guy. Thanks, bought and paid for. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right, guys, I'll see everybody here tomorrow. And I'll do something. I don't fucking know. But thank you guys for watching. See everybody here tomorrow. I gotta go eat something. Bye.